With that, we'll go ahead and call this to order. Pretty solid way to realize it. So with that, Ms. Getz, if you'll do a roll call.
Mayor Gaylor.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews.
Present.
Councilwoman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Boyette.
Present.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Present.
Councilwoman Weeks.
Present.
Councilman White.
Present. All right, all present and accounted for. Welcome everybody to the March 18th work session. We have a very busy agenda throughout today's meeting, this and the 7 o'clock. We'll begin with an adoption of the agenda. There's one thing that I would like council to add to the agenda, and it'll be item D. It would be under the work session for new business, and item D, that is review of proposals for the city manager job search. There are 2 proposals that are in folders there. We just got them printed earlier today, so I appreciate Ms. Getz's assistance with that. So we'll take our time and have that discussion. Other than that, are there any other edits to the agenda as presented? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as modified,
I make a motion that we approve the agenda as modified.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I have a second. Councilwoman Jones. So we have a motion made and properly seconded to approve the agenda as modified. Again, the modification was adding an item D, which are city manager placement proposals. All in favor, or is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you. All right, we will move directly through old business. Item 3A, small batch craft market presentation, Ms. Williams and Ms. Fawcett. Is it Fawcett or Fawcett? I want Fawcett. Yeah, perfect. Just making sure. Welcome.
We are presenting supporting street fairs and special events in downtown Goldsboro. So why are street fairs, pop-up markets, and special events important? These markets give opportunities to micro and small businesses that don't have their own storefront and don't have the capital to do their event. Increases foot traffic in the downtown area, provides activities and events for our community to become involved, and increases collaboration among small businesses and brick and mortar.
Let me pause you just for a second. Chief or Rick, would y'all mind checking to make sure that microphone is turned on for me? Thank you, Chief.
Do I need to restart? Or?
If you don't mind,
Okay,
just make
okay.
sure that everyone, including those watching from home.
Okay, yeah, okay. Is that good? Hello? Okay. Gives opportunity. So why are street fairs, pop-up markets, and special events important? It gives opportunity to micro and small businesses who don't have their own storefront, increases foot traffic in the downtown area. It provides activities and events for our community to become involved. It increases collaboration among small business owners and brick and mortar merchants, and it raises awareness of our local artists and makers. And then here we just found 2 quotes that we found really relevant from the NC Main Street Conference website. So the first one is, through storytelling, pop-up shops, and locally driven marketplaces, districts are activated with fresh new marketing initiatives, events, and businesses that encourage everyone to explore downtown. And then the second one is, Goldsboro leaders are proud of the city's history and the investments they are making in its future as a hub for arts, culture, and entrepreneurship. And they look forward to welcoming and sharing their story with you.
So I'll jump in here. So I've been hosting small batch craft markets for about 2 years in our downtown area and then in some other local communities. So I wanted to just kind of make sure we're all on the same page about what the vision that I had was. I have done events at the Hub. I know the Hub tends to be the place that everyone wants to, that's the chosen place to hold events. The Hub is wonderful. It's great. For the specific vision that I had for a night market, the Hub is not the most ideal spot. If you really think about it, the Hub is down. The only bar close by is well-traveled. You don't have many restaurants in the area. For a night market, you really need that foot traffic. You need people walking back and forth from dinner, drinks, utilizing the social district, that sort of thing. So the reason that closing the street ever became even brought up in my mind was for that purpose. Otherwise, I was happy to use the Hub, and I have done so. The other issues with the hub, not really issues, but the other challenges with the hub for doing a craft market is just the layout. Hub is beautiful and wonderful for a concert event or any sort of festival, but when you're putting up square tents on circles and triangles of grass, it doesn't really work as well. So you can't hold as many. So in my experience, about 17 vendors is the max you can hold at the hub, which really, if you see the applications that you guys have before you, the one for November, I have applied for the hub and also applied for that one block of Center Street in front of it, and it was for that reason. And that was before all of this got stirred up, and that's just because the hub really does not hold enough for the kind of events that I'm trying to do. So let's see, so our next slide here, we wanted to kind of address some parking concerns. There's about 20 parking spaces on Mulberry Street. There are 4 public parking lots that are within 2 blocks of that street. These are 2 pictures that I took myself around 6 o'clock on Friday nights, 2 different nights, 2 different months. In that second picture, one of those cars is mine. You know, I mean, you see there's plenty of parking spaces in addition to the lots. So then we have kind of our recommendations that we sort of want to bounce off each other, and then if you guys have any input on this, we're not entirely sure what the policy revision is that you guys are thinking about, so we just sort of wanted to put our 2 cents in, if that makes sense. I'll let you jump in.
So we decided to do a little research and just kind of check out prices for special event permit applications in surrounding cities. And as you can see, they're pretty fair. 30 in Selma, 100 in Smithfield, 75 in New Bern, and 50 in Washington. And I guess another concern we have with the raising of the fee is that the event coordinator also has to provide liability insurance on top of that, which is about $75, and portable toilets over $200 if we close the street. So that just raises the cost even more. And the issue with that is, you know, raising the price, it's ultimately going to affect the small business owners. You know, when you do an event, you know, sometimes you're like, oh, great, I made this money, but then you have to think about how much should I pay to be here? What about gas? What about that? And so it can really add up, even though right now the application fee for a street market is $40, but I would really hate to have to pass that cost along and increase it to, you know, even $100. Because that can really be a lot for a small business owner.
We also had just a question or a concern about the application fee versus rental fee when it comes to the hub. The way it stands right now is you still pay the application fee, which is $100, on top of the rental fee for the hub. So if you're raising the application fee up to $500 or $600, our concern would be, is that on top of the rental fee for the hub as well, which would make the hub almost $1,100 to rent? Or would we be, you know, our recommendation would be, like to see, would be to have the application fee at a reasonable rate and then have the rental fees at whatever you see fit. That policy, since you guys are making the policy, that can be whatever you see fit. And that's also in terms of your concerns about the street closures, which streets can be closed, how often they can be closed. You know, you can limit it to how many per month, limit it to who is able to close streets, which events. You know, that all goes through you for approval anyway. So I don't think the concerns about the street closures getting out of hand and being closed, you know, every weekend for a birthday party or something crazy like that, I think is kind of irrelevant, because that would all go through you for approval anyway. So if your fee is reasonable and you're able to hold an event like this within the criteria that you guys set up, I think it would really enable us to keep our creative spirit alive in the downtown area. And also considering, I know another hot topic is the nonprofit versus for-profit situation. We ask you to consider the fact that some nonprofit businesses versus profit businesses, there's way more to consider than just that. So some of your businesses that are for-profit, like something like myself, like a craft market, is still beneficial to the community and still involves the community. So I think there's just more to consider than just that basic criteria. Another thing that we really would like to see improved in whatever policy you come up with is, there was a big issue with miscommunications in my experience with the March 1st event. Different departments were not communicating very well. No one really had answers for a lot of my questions and issues that came up. There was very little signage on the road, really no signage on the road to alert the public that the street would be closed. So that put me out there managing traffic in the afternoon, trying to catch cars when they pulled up. The merchants actually on Mulberry Street were out there, believe it or not, taking furniture from their businesses out into empty parking spaces to just block them so nobody would pull up because there were no signs. And then when you do, the only signs that you have are the cones that GPD gives you. It's wonderful, except it has been proven over and over, the community does not pay attention to those. I don't know what the problem is. I had so many issues with people driving around the cones, coming through the cones, ignoring it completely. So it really cuts into my ability as managing the market when I'm out there trying to control traffic because there's no signage. And cars that were parking there in the afternoon had no way of knowing that the street would be closed. So it's not their fault. There's nothing telling them that the street's closed. So that's another big recommendation. And then we just put a little snippet in here about the impacts of, just from my end. Since 2022, I've worked with over 120 small businesses who have applied and were interested in doing markets with me, and partnered with at least 6 businesses. It's really more than that, but 6 who have either let me use their building, their parking lot, something like that. I think you'd find, and I think a lot of them have emailed you, but a lot of the merchants are interested in holding events like this and keeping this an option for us. Then, just from a monetary standpoint, collected some data from that March 1st event, which, keep in mind, it was the very first night market we've done, and it rained from start to finish the entire time. So from the 7 or 8 vendors that gave me their data back, the average sales was still over $200 per vendor. So that's $200 that our community spent with small businesses here in town versus buying online or going out of town to a market. So, of course, sales here, we report in our Wayne County sales report, sales tax and everything. So it's still beneficial from the monetary perspective. So let me just a little.
Yeah. In conclusion, raising the permit application fee to an unreasonable amount would greatly decrease the ability of individuals to hold new and creative events downtown. I think it would really limit the accessibility to. Street fairs and pop-up markets are not meant to be competition for other local shops or restaurants. They're actually the opposite. It's meant to be collaborative and to help bring business, well, just really a new event to downtown, something to look forward to every month, and maybe get people looking at different parts of downtown that they don't visit very often or really don't know about. So we're asking for a policy for street closures and special events that supports that. Thank you.
I'll just first go on record saying that whenever we do street closures, the level of support is supposed to be more than what you described with the signage. And so, with that, we'll find out what we're wrong, because that's, the safety of the people who are there and the safety of y'all is, of course, the number one concern, whenever you're doing something like that. So, I have hesitation with closing a street, and I think that the economic solution around closing a street is pretty self-evident. Make it less financially desirable to close a street than use another alternative venue. However, it is certainly not in any way my desire to make it not financially viable to hold a vendor fair or to hold a market or to hold a pop-up shop or something like that. I view them as 2 very different questions. The piece of what is the fee to close a street versus what is the fee to use a public space other than a street. If we were to use a public space, and obviously you covered the hub, it was quite successful at the hub, but I understand why you'd want to do a different location. You want foot traffic, I get that. Where else would be a good spot that is not a street? Any ideas? Have y'all thought through that one?
Other than a parking lot of some sort?
Yeah.
I don't know what else we would use.
We've done the hub, we've popped up in different businesses.
Right.
So closing that one block of East Mulberry for 6 hours, really once a month, not even every month, because I know that there's conflicts. And I think this year there's only
there's only 5 I think,
or 6
for the whole year.
And so I guess we've done the businesses, we've done the parking lots. So I guess this was just something different. It's really just, like I said, boost the foot traffic, because it is, between John and Center, really great, like
And it really was, I contacted all the merchants on Mulberry Street, and I had them all on board with the idea as well. So that concern of the merchants being against it, I tried to nip that in the bud as early as I could. And that's really the goal, was to bring people to those merchants who might not normally go there. So that was really the whole reason for choosing a street in the first place.
I guess we've done the other options, though, which is, we do markets all over the state. We've done, markets on downtown Raleigh, Charlotte, Wilmington, Durham, and so it's just, when you go to those events, it's so fun, and then it's like, oh, should I have to drive an hour and a half one way, and, do all that. I would love to do that here, and grow that here. That's just really important for me as a small business owner here. It's something I've always wanted, so we definitely have had events in other places, and we still can, but I think the once in a while market, I think it'd just be a nice, another benefit event for downtown.
And I'm just speaking for myself, and when we're in this room, I'm one vote amongst
Yeah,
the 7.
totally.
But again, while I do hesitate on the street, I in no way hesitate in wanting to see this be successful and wanting to see it flourish. And I think it's finding the right venue. As you know, right now we're having a lot of conversations around everything from parking to general utilization of downtown and how all those things go, and then all of the other public spaces that make up the city's asset sheet. And I'm not suggesting y'all should be anywhere other than downtown, by the way. I'm just kind of making a point that we've got to figure out the right spot, because as you say, it is about bringing traffic into downtown that otherwise may not. So again, I'll be curious to see what other options we can come up with other than streets. I'm not necessarily foreshadowing my particular vote later this evening. I'm purely just want everyone, including y'all, to know I want this to happen. I want it to be successful. I'm just hesitant. Everything from the service requirement, the safety requirement, as well as we're having a very heated conversation around parking as it relates, despite the pictures that are somewhat self-evident. So I'll stop rambling, but I appreciate you taking the time to come this evening, and we'll open up comment for anyone else from council or any response from the manager, or if there are other staff members who want to be involved. So with that, Ms. Jones, we'll start with you.
Yes, I think these events are great. My concern is the frequency of the street closings. And there are 26 parks that are being used up. I wanted to ask you, have you thought about using the lot that's right there on Ash Street, right beside the firehouse, that I think, I don't want to misquote, that Mr. David Perry owns? Have you talked about that's, instead of closing the streets?
On the other side of Ash Street?
Okay, and then the street, the empty space there between Wirral and St. Stephen's is an area, and those, you're still downtown, it's still right there, it's still visual. I'm gonna ask because a lot of people enjoy this, and I am definitely not against it, but I do not like so many street closings, because we have to make sure that we're fair to everyone. And I know that if we approve for you to have the street closed, and yes, it is up to the council to close the street, but if we approve you and then Annie Sue comes up and she wants the next week, how can we say no? So I want us to come up with really good options, because I do want this to work. And I am not against, I think it's wonderful. As a matter of fact, I was out there in the rain. That's why I know there are 26 parks, because I was out there in the rain and I got some cake. So I'm not against it at all. I am against the frequency of closing the streets. So I do want you to know that.
I have used that parking lot beside Rural Contracting in kind of coordination with Rural Contracting a few years ago. It works great. We just had, like we already said, we kind of came to that idea of doing a night market on the street with the merchants. That was just the concept. So if that ends up not being an option, there are other options.
World Travel Beer over there. I mean, and if you guys spread it out, that would be great. If you spread it out between there and across here and over there. I mean,
so the rules on renting Freedom Field changed also about maybe 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. So you can only rent that beside well traveled as an add-on to the hub. So you can't rent that by itself.
Okay, all right.
Because I have used that before as well, when you could
Okay.
rent it by,
And
by itself.
I don't think I would want to have it fire, is it firehouse?
On the
Yeah.
other side.
Just
Yeah, just
because
across.
there's not safe crosswalks, and I've been downtown a lot. Very scary incidents with drivers and pedestrians. Unless there was like a better crosswalk or sidewalk system to get over there, I wouldn't want to cross that part of Ash Street. To go to.
Okay, I can see that.
Yeah.
Mr. Boyette, I believe you had your hand up. And before you begin, is anyone else? So I can queue up the next one. All right, Mr. White, or Councilman White, you'll be next.
I just want to say thank you for your input and what you've had to say. I've communicated with many folks the last week or so electronically that's reached out. And as I've said at that point, we're working diligently with staff to craft a new set of rules and so forth that hopefully will be beneficial to all concerned. I've had some conversations in the last few days with our downtown staff, and they're working as well, and hopefully what we'll come up with will at the end will be something that's beneficial for everybody. And again, thank you guys for your input, and we'll get a little briefing here in a minute from our downtown staff on what they're working on. But our goal is to reach new policy and procedures that's beneficial to everyone and provide a pathway to close a street under the right set of circumstances that everybody can agree with, and particularly our downtown staff that are the experts in downtown, guiding us in that regard. So thank you for your...
Councilman White.
I agree with you as far as the hub is concerned. I do think that is a great venue for concerts and outdoors. It's almost like a small amphitheater. So I do think that it for that purpose is great. I do want to ask a question. If I don't need both spaces, the hub and Freedom Field, I don't know why they have to be together. If I can do an event with just Freedom Field, I don't know why I just couldn't rent Freedom Field if it was free. That would eliminate them trying to use the street, but also keep it downtown at the same time. So I don't understand why we have to get both of them if we could do one or the other. If we don't need it. So I don't understand that. And then your event starts at what time?
The street
That's it.
closing.
So that's after parking is no longer a problem because it's open parking.
So the street
But we
opens at
started
4
closing
to
it
allow
down
for
at 3.
setup.
It would only be 6 hours, so it'd be 4 to 10.
4 to
Be
10.
closed. Mhm.
Okay, so an hour and a half or so
Yeah.
for that.
Didn't we close it down a little bit earlier the last time? Didn't we close it down at
No,
3?
It was right at 4.
Okay.
And then as far as I'm concerned, so everybody knows, the profit, for-profit or non-profit, for me it's not an issue because even non-profits make something if it's written into their grant and whatever, it just can't be used for the same purpose. So I think that they're all citizens and pay taxes and should be allotted to the same opportunities as well. I do think that pop-up markets downtown increase the foot traffic for other businesses downtown. And we need to look at the bigger picture. Are we trying to grow it or continue to put roadblocks up for people to use the downtown? So I look at it in a positive way, that you're bringing more foot traffic downtown. And so I look at it that way. So for that, I do agree with you. And as far as the last time we talked about renting the hub and closing the street, it was $600, I think it was, that was in the proposal.
It's 500 to do a street. Yes.
500. I don't know if that's the right number. I do know that's a mark on the wall, but I don't know if that's absolutely the right number.
Right.
Because just looking at it as a business person, if I had to go rent the hub at the same price or close the street that's in front of my business, I'm gonna pay you the $500 and close the street because I don't have to worry about taking out my stuff from my business. It's right there. So those are just my comments.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews, you had?
Yes, thank you both for your presentation. So I guess my kind of comments or concerns and questions are to this body, the board. When we talk about frequency of street closure, so are we willing to say one particular entity can do it X amount of times? I think I would like for our interest to be on how can we still do this as it has been proposed previously and then still kind of settle some of the concerns from this side. So my thing is, could we consider, a later start time? Could we consider instead of doing 6, we do 4? Could we consider, are these things worth talking about? Because I was just going through all the agendas that I could find really quickly, and we see street closures. And my thing is, if we do it right here, we are going to have this same conversation when we close our streets for other things. I like the idea of this. I hated it got rained out last time, but I think it's a great idea. And I really want to challenge our body to see how we can get more creative other than just raising fees. And if they like Mulberry Street, and I love the fact that all of the merchants on that street supported it, they didn't feel any type of way about them being out there in front of their businesses. It could have even been an opportunity for those businesses that would normally close at 6 to stay open till maybe 8 or 9. So that could have been an opportunity for them as well. So I'm just asking us to see if we can get more creative in our efforts so that we can still do this and we can still make it affordable and we can still do business how we've always done business. Because I would hate to deter people, and I would also hate to have this same conversation every time we get ready to do a street closure for whatever event. Thank you.
Just to follow on, if I
Yes,
could, Mr.
Councilman
Mayor.
White.
Is separating the hub and the Freedom Field, is that could we have that discussion and look at that?
Absolutely. And if you don't mind, then, Aaron, just to give you a moment to collect your thoughts in just a minute after we finish this discussion, if you don't mind adjusting a little bit of the history on that. I honestly don't remember why. I don't even know if I was on council when we combined it, but I don't remember the history. I remember it was a reason, but. Anyone, Councilmember
Just
Boyette?
an add-on. So to Mayor Pro Tem's point, I agree that we as a board need to figure this out, and sort of why I mentioned that downtown staff is in the process of coming up with something for us to look at based on our input that we can take as a starting point, and ultimately I hope work out what we need to do to benefit all concerned. So again, none of this has fallen on deaf ears. We're all diligently working towards a common goal of a policy and a new path forward that everyone hopefully will be happy with. And I've had some conversation recently with downtown staff, and I'm pleased with what their thoughts are in a path forward and all. And of course, they'll be presenting that, and we'll be moving forward to hopefully in a place that we're all happy with as a council that we can vote on.
I have some questions for you. I think it's very evident that we're all on your team and we want to see the small batch craft fairs here. That's important. But some questions I had written down to educate myself about you guys as far as how that works with the vendors and trying to keep it cost effective for you. On average, about how many vendors do you have in an event? And what would you like to grow it to?
So right now, it's usually between 15 to 25, depending on time of the year, fall, Christmas, those are always bigger events. But I would say 15 to 25 is about average. And I would love to grow it to, 30 or 40.
Okay. So anywhere 25 to 40 is what you're wanting to grow it to,
Yeah.
right? 25 to 40. Okay, then the next question I had is, in your contract for your vendors, you said it's roughly you're charging them about $40 a vendor, is that what you said? So that right there would put you at roughly about $1,600 that you're gonna be making. Do you also get
If
you're
many
doing the
vendors?
40, let's see,
Yeah,
40
if I had 40
vendors
vendors, I have
times
not had 40
$40
vendors.
equals $1,600, correct?
For how many vendors? I'm sorry.
40 vendors
okay.
at $40 would
Sure,
be
yeah.
$1,600.
Which has not happened yet, just to clarify that. I mean, much less money than that.
Who does the cleanup when the vendor shows are completed, whose responsibility?
The
I
vendors.
don't know what they have
Yeah, so
communicated to you.
I get trash receptacles from Public Works, and then they pick those up. But in terms of just picking up our own belongings, that's just on us.
Have you thought about using the parking lot between Center Street and John Street? Would that suffice? Would that be a good area for you?
Yeah, I feel like that takes up more parking spaces than just the street would, but I have not really considered that.
My concern with the
could be.
street closures is that we do have a lot of merchants in our area that are paying anywhere between $1,200 and even $4,000. They're paying taxes, they're paying water bills, and they are selling the same items that you're selling. And so my concern is we're giving the benefits of being downtown when these merchants are paying employees, insurance, water bills, light bills. So we're actually taking away revenue from them if we allow it on a consistent basis.
Well, a lot of these
The street
sorry.
closures, it concerns me that if we allow you to close the streets 4 to 6 times a year, then the next person, like Ms. Jones said, comes along and they want to close the street 4 to 6 times a year. After a while, we could close the streets every single weekend, when the weekend is when these merchants down here, when they get most of their sales. So we're actually saying, hey, we want to invite you to come be a merchant downtown in Goldsboro, but we're actually taking away revenue from them. So that's a concern for me as far as the street closure, that if we allow it for one, we're gonna have to set a precedence, and we're gonna have to allow it for everybody who comes in. And so that's why I was wondering, have you looked at other options, such as a parking lot, like she was saying, instead of an actual street closure?
So that was our idea of, you guys are the ones setting that policy. So if you wanted to limit it to 2 closures per month or 1 closure per month, that would be completely up to you. We're just asking that the option stays available for people who do want to use that. And in terms of the merchants that I've spoken to have all loved the idea of bringing more foot traffic down. The vendors that I use as Small Batch Craft Market are all handmade local vendors. So you're not really finding the same products that you would in our boutiques and stores that we have downtown. There's always a little overlap, of course, but
Well, and then even then, I think there's some vendors I know that do have their products in the stores downtown, and we do pay rent, we do pay tax, we pay tax to the state, to the United States government. We pay our taxes, we pay our rent, we pay all that stuff too. We just don't have the capital or the capacity or the opportunity to have our own brick and mortar store. So it's really just about spreading the word about our products, because we might not be able to afford. So there's just so many makers in town that just they create things you would never even think of. So I don't know if I can, be behind we're taking away revenue and resources from other businesses. I don't know. This is all about collaborative effort for us. So.
yeah, and like Matthew said, we did encourage those those merchants on Mulberry Street to stay open late, to increase their foot traffic as well. So we are in no way trying to take away from people going in the brick and mortar stores. It's supposed to be, like she said, collaborative.
Because sometimes I
So-
just don't, I've worked at Lola's behind the counter. I have a booth there, and someone will come in and buy something, and then it's like, oh, I want a plant. I'm like, oh, have you been to Good Times? And they're like, I've never heard of it. What's that? I'm like, well, it's been open. They sell plants, spices, and so sometimes I think people just don't even.
It's kind of out of sight, out of
Yeah,
mind.
it's out
sort
of sight,
thing.
out of mind,
Yeah.
really. So the whole idea for the market on Mulberry was just to bring business and light to those businesses, and just to have it be a collaborative effort.
Well, we definitely want to see it. Again, my concern is the street closure part.
I guess
That is my concern.
I guess with that, the street versus the parking lot is more parking spaces, but also the vendors would still be in downtown Goldsboro. So whether they're spending money with us on the street or they're spending money with us in the parking lot, then you could still use the argument that they would be taking away from businesses, whether we're in the street or the parking lot. So I guess I don't see what that difference would make for as far as that goes, as far as the revenue and resources, because either way they would be spending money with us. So.
I believe
Pro Tem Matthews, and
Yeah.
then before you start,
Just
if you
a
would, is there
couple.
anybody else after Pro Tem Matthews that can go ahead and, or Pro Tem Matthews, the floor is yours.
Just one question. The John Street parking lot that you was talking about, is that the parking lot that we had some complaints about inadequate lighting and safety
Probably.
issues there? So
I think
that's
there
a
was an
concern.
incident recently.
And then too, I want us to be reminded that I can go to several stores downtown and buy a t-shirt. I can go to a couple shops and buy ice cream. I can go to a couple shops and get a burger or some wings. So even without this one event, that 6 hours without this one event, I can still go downtown and go in different shops to purchase the same type of stuff. So I don't want us to get caught up in us taking away. Again, I want us to look at it more optimistically and say, I would come to your small batch market otherwise, and I probably wouldn't just casually walk downtown and walk into a shop. Not me personally, but somebody may be thinking that, one, I want to support you. Your earrings are great, by the way.
thank
I don't
you.
know if you sell
Small
those,
maker.
but I like those. So I think it's an opportunity for our merchants, and I think communication is gonna be a big key, and I cannot hone on enough that all of the merchants on that street was like, yeah, we're down. And I think that's significant, that they supported a small business, and anybody in a brick and mortar, I know probably have their own financial woes, so they can understand, you know, how hard it is to maintain a brick and mortar, let alone get into one specifically in downtown. So I just wanted to share that with the board, that I'm not gonna recommend any location that our merchants said they don't want their employees to park at, and they don't wanna park at, because it's inadequate lighting. So I don't really even want you guys to consider that until we can make some renovations over there for just our everyday shoppers and merchants and
Well,
stuff.
from my understanding, the lighting has been updated in that area, correct?
Yeah.
Improved upon.
Yes, sir.
Improved. Good work.
I think that would be another addition to the application process, because at this point, I don't think there's anything on there about requesting to close a parking lot. So it's all about the hub or street. Those are basically your two options.
Thank you.
So if that's something you guys wanted to add, that would probably need to be
Right.
changed as well.
Right now, it's an inclusive public spaces, and then it
Okay.
removes out things like Goldsboro Event Center, Paramount, the ones that have their own rental agreement plans.
Okay.
Any other comments from council? And then, Mr. Livingston, if you're comfortable, I'd like Erin just to answer the question about Freedom Field and the hub, and if she has any closing comments. Then after that, if y'all are complete with your presentation, obviously, I'm not trying to cut y'all off.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
we're
yeah.
done.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you so much
Yeah,
for
thank
your
you.
input,
Thank
and
you.
look forward
Thank
to
you.
further input as we are able to build some drafts. Obviously, we've got a bunch of different things going on right now, so we've got to put some time in on this and get some
Yeah.
drafts out there so that
I know it's just the beginning, so.
it is.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah,
You know, just
yeah.
again, speaking from my office, anything that we can do that drives traffic and commerce and entrepreneurship and creativity in our city, I support. It's a matter of finding out the right framework. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And Ms. Fonseca, Matt, if you're comfortable with me doing so.
Absolutely, Mr.
Ms.
Mayor.
Fonseca, if you have any comments, but also what is the history with Hub and Freedom Field? I don't remember.
Of course, thank you. So at the retreat last year, I put a policy before you all for the hub and Freedom Field specifically. We were getting a lot of interest in using just Freedom Field because of the cost. Because at the time, a city event or an event on city property currently is $50. At that time, it was $25. And a street closure was $50, and now it's $100. So obviously, there's cost benefit. But Freedom Field is a grass lot. It's adjacent to the hub, and it's primarily used as overflow parking for events and the Paramount. It was never intended to be programmed or, used for public events. It is a lot of times used as an add-on. The hub was created as the premier prime spot for events downtown. It was built with that in mind. Is it the answer to every event? No, which is why the Freedom Field add-on was brought before council and they decided to adopt it. We were having food truck rodeos. They would come along and they would say, well, we don't need the hub, so we'll just use Freedom Field, and they would get it for $25. That said, the hub price structure was based solely on the resources that are required to keep it up. So I worked with Parks and Rec to determine how many man-hours it takes to clean the restrooms, take out the trash, cut the grass, provide power, water, all of those things. So that's how the price structure was developed for the hub. With the proximity to Freedom Field, all of those things are still utilized by people that are using Freedom Field. They're still using the restrooms, they're still putting a strain on resources. So that's why the decision was made to package the deal.
Well, Ms. Fonseca, it might be worth, with this council, looking at what a pricing package could be for Freedom Field that is different than the standard public space. You said 50 or 40, what is it, 50 now?
For, yeah,
general
so if you were to use John Street parking lot, for
Right.
example, it's $50.
50, yeah, so Freedom Field, again, because it does have the proximity to the restrooms, other amenities, maybe there's some reasonable price point that gives us a middle ground. And I do realize that, of course, you want to drive those events towards the hub because it's safe, it's got resources, it's got all those other fun things. It's something to consider. Thank you for your memory, because I had forgotten
Sure.
pretty much all of that.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Would you like me to speak to the street closures and policies and such?
If you don't mind,
Okay.
I've heard a couple of council members ask for it. So.
Yeah, so for starters, thank you for what you are doing. I see a lot of benefit in the small batch craft market. I'm a tremendous proponent of small business, and I love the opportunity to pull together a creative, collaborative opportunity for small businesses. Part of our role in Main Street is to support small businesses. There are a lot of stakeholders downtown that doesn't just include brick and mortar businesses. However, when we're looking at small businesses, those are usually our priority. So when I look at street closures, I look at the effect that it has on the surrounding business and the infrastructure. I think there's absolutely a place for something like small batch craft market. It just really needs to be in the right place with the right context. And just in my opinion, based on talking to other Main Street directors and being at this for about 10 years now, I think that policy surrounding street closures really should be based on precedent rather than anything else. So what is the precedent that we want to adopt moving forward? It's not about parking, it's not about anything other than precedent. So when you allow private enterprise to happen on public streets, you set a precedent, and it can be difficult to navigate that in the future. That said, historically the precedent has been if there's an event that is connected to a public benefit, i.e. a nonprofit. And if you look at these main streets surrounding us that are like us, that is their policy. They limit street closures because of the strain it can put on small businesses downtown, and they focus on public benefit, things like parades, things like street festivals, Freedom Fest. If an event grows to the point that it would outgrow the footprint of, let's say, the hub, or the hub plus part of Center Street, because I think that could be a great opportunity too, much like during Freedom Fest, we had Taste of Wayne. Taste of Wayne was set up primarily in the hub and then in the parallel parking spaces on just one side of Center Street. So it's still a limited closure without interfering with businesses around it. So I just really think that precedent is the way to go. We've also, if I'm given the opportunity to provide feedback, so oftentimes what happens is a street closure request will come across my desk to sign off on it. And if I feel that it's putting undue burden on merchants, I will contact the organizer and I'll say, hey, love this idea. Have you thought about doing it here where it limits the burden? And that has worked with the merchants. For example, they hosted Thriller Night. They wanted to close 3 blocks of Center Street. And I love the idea and the enthusiasm and the energy. We channeled that into just the first block of Center Street, and it was a great event. Or if there is a collection of merchants. So let's say that small batch craft market, all of those merchants on Mulberry really want to see this. They can co-sponsor the event. So if you have a collection of merchants that are co-sponsoring an event application, then that shows you that the burden is reduced in that area, and those merchants want it too. That also protects you when it comes to precedent. It protects you from having, Sarah Sue's birthday party on Mulberry Street. So it should be about precedent when you're building your policy, and I think you can guide policy and guide what you want to see happen with street closures and hub usage through setting that precedent, through creating the policy, not increasing the price. So I'm not necessarily a proponent of increasing the price for a street closure. I think generally when you're looking at street closures, you're thinking of those parades, you're thinking of street festivals, and we don't want to deter those opportunities by increasing the price. So
Thank you for that
that's
feedback.
my 2 cents on it.
Council, we've been on this one for about half an hour. It's worthy conversation, so I'm certainly not going to cut it off. Is there any closing comments on this particular issue from anyone on council? Hearing none. Thank y'all, both of you. Ms. Fonseca, thank you for your quick memory on Freedom Field.
Sure thing.
While you're up there, our next one is 3B, which is a review and update on downtown parking management plan. And Laura, I'll also put you on notice. At the end of this, I'm going to ask for some actual direction from council. I think unless there's any strong reason not to get some kind of vote of either move forward converting to enforcement or move it, extend it 60 days or whatever the thing is, but I'd like to move this one along, so just putting you on fair warning over there so your hand doesn't fall asleep. So with that, Ms. Fonseca, if you would, 3B, update us on the downtown parking management plan.
Yes, sir. Good evening once again. So as you know, I'm Erin Fonseca. This is Greg Mills with the Downtown Development Department. We are here tonight to give just a high-level overview of the downtown parking discussion. It has been heavily discussed and analyzed for well over a year now. So we thought it'd be helpful to provide the background on how we got here, the public input that was involved, and why decisions were made to encourage the current regulations that we have. So I'm going to pass it off to Greg, and he's going to jump in.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members.
Hello.
I got my buttons. So one of the key focuses has always been data and analysis of what's going on for quite some time. And the whole point of the downtown parking management plan is a system that supports business and growth, the economic vitality of downtown, and the other bullets that you see there. Let's go on to the next one. So the history is really important. You can see that it started back 2016, 2017. This is not a recent event. The data has been gathered for many, many years. And as time went along, this was right when I joined the organization, we hired a consultant to conduct a public parking forum in January of last year. And what that consultant did was look at the growth, and the growth had exceeded the expectations from the parking study that was done back in 2016 and 2017. The types of parking, the behavior, the current concerns, and the potential management issues. So I think it's really important to kind of put perspective on the parking spaces that are in downtown. So on-street is where most of the regulation, all of the regulation is happening. It only makes up 19% of the nearly 3,600 parking spaces that are in the downtown area. The only real change has been the off-street parking has increased by 55 spaces during that period of time.
Can I mention that the regulated spaces represent 9%?
The regulated, you heard that, spaces represent 9%. So during the study, you can see these red areas are the study area and where we're at capacity. I think something that also kind of gets overlooked is, and it's very important to realize, the occupancy is highest from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. So that's what this map really shows. On the areas of concern of Center Street down to Chestnut, these areas are at 85% capacity during that period of time. So that does really play into the timing of the parking and how long parking should be allowed before it has to get turned over. A lot of different management options are available. 2-hour parking, and you can see the related costs. Don't want to go through all the details. This is a very detailed presentation, especially for the new council people to look at and mull over. But you can see that the price there is by far the best option is the 2-hour parking. At Main Street, I ran into a colleague from Hendersonville who just had a 300-space garage installed in Hendersonville. If you've ever been to Hendersonville, it's a relatively small town. $8 million for 300 spaces. And you still have to walk to that garage. It's not in the middle of Center Street. You got to walk there. $8 million. So, you know, 2-hour parking definitely gets the nod in terms of cost. So Dwight Bassett was a consultant who was at the council retreat in 2023, and these are the recommendations that were presented there at the council retreat 2023. Manage on-street parking, which is what we're doing now. No change in parking. Ticketed cars parked for more than 2 or 3 hours. Courtesy tickets for first-time violators is what we're doing, what we're calling the soft time rollout. And developing a continuing education program, and we'll show you some of the efforts that we've been doing there as well. So when we had the public forum, I think we had well over 45 people. 42 voted, and these are the options that Dwight presented to the people at the public forum. And you can see them there. And by far, the public that was there voted for option 1, which is essentially what we've implemented. This particular regulation, I think the key point here is this is an industry standard. 2 hours is an industry standard because it has to roll over the parking to make it work. The peak time is 11 to 1. That's when we have our peak time. Did you want to speak to that?
I can, yeah. So I kind of put together some some kind of facts about this. This ordinance, the 72.26, has been in place since August the 15th of 1972. So this is not a brand new ordinance. This has been around for a while. We do not have the 2-hour parking signs up on Mulberry yet. We're waiting to get the brackets to put them in concrete because most of it is concrete. I know some arrows have been asked about on the signs. We have looked into that. We can put little small 6-inch by 12-inch extensions on the bottom with just an arrow, just to kind of show which direction it can move into. And engineering itself already has $7,000 tied up in just the signs out there, just the materials alone. And we could not find, I couldn't find anything, and we've got what they call a MUTCD. It's a Manual of Unified Traffic Control Devices. I couldn't, this is what, you know, everybody uses for their signs, traffic, stuff like that. I couldn't find anything about spacing, although it says it should be spaced based on legibility and orientation. So there was no distance requirements given in the manual.
Thank you. Anything else you want to say about that? Okay.
So this is a more recent view. This is a Google Map view of where we have two-hour on-street parking. As Aaron was saying, it's only 9% of the on-street parking. You can see that the green lots are Wayne County-owned lots. The yellow lots are either owned by the city of Goldsboro or they're public lots that allow parking. The green lines that you see there are the on-street parking that's not regulated. So you can easily see that the majority of the on-street parking in and around Goldsboro is not regulated. So another thing that we presented back in March was the distance from public lots to most of the businesses downtown. And it's roughly 300 feet for most. More in some areas than others. We looked at the updated use and turnover. We've been working on lighting in the public lots and looking at the merchant feedback. So again, you know, the distance to the public lots is about 100 yards for most businesses downtown. I think the key number here is 1,200 public parking spaces are shown on that map that you're looking at right there. 1,200. And I think that one of the things that is worth noting was during the Main Street Conference, we absorbed traffic into mostly those lots with very little impact on parking downtown, which is an amazing feat. It was a state record for attendance at the Main Street Conference. And the parking was not, we're happy to say, a major issue because we do have so much off-street parking in these lots. These were patterns that we got with IT did drone footage back in, I guess this was March, when we looked at excessive use and why you need turnover. Because every car that you see there in a red circle was there for more than 3 hours. This is before any regulation was in place. And you can clearly see how from 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. is where your peak is, and then as the evening goes on, that peak traffic starts to decline. You can see here on Mulberry, of course, we pulled a lot of the city employees into the lot to get them off of the public streets. The 100 block of North Center, again, really congested right around the lunch hour is when it gets most congested. Walnut, another congested area. South Center is another congested area. Again, clearly shows, so this is just objective data. These are pictures of real world as it's happening.
And I just want to drive home the point that this is about turnover. So parking regulation is really put in place to generate more turnover, which benefits our businesses by bringing in more people to their door that are going to spend money. So all of these cars circled in red are cars that are not allowing for that. They're not allowing for that commerce. They're not allowing, I've heard concerns about handicap parking. The best way to get accessibility, the most likely way to get accessibility to a business is to have turnover. So parking regulation is not personal. It's really intended just to drive turnover to continue in those prime spaces. Again, it's just 9% of the parking overall. In those spaces, it's really just geared to encourage behavior change and encourage turnover. Ms. Aaron?
Yes.
On that picture right there on the 100 block there of Center, how many of those parking spots are handicap accessible?
I believe on that block there are 4, so 2 on either side in front of the Paramount.
Where you see the parallelogram kind of paint job there.
So, could I just ask another follow-on question?
Sure.
So what's the percentage of parking spots? I know Chief gave it to me, but in that block right there, so 4 would be sufficient for that whole block? That's what I need to know. Because usually there's some type of percentage of handicaps versus spots.
I know that we've been looking at that. I personally am not that expert. I don't know. Mark, do you have any idea of what that number would be?
I don't have the numbers with me, but I can get it.
Okay.
One thing that Greg did in preparing to educate everyone about parking was he created an interactive Google map and he placed all of the ADA parking spaces. There are a lot of spaces in off-street lots, so they might not be on the street, but they are in lots that are walkable to the businesses downtown. And I don't know the exact number, but all of that information can be found on our interactive website about parking, which is on the city's website.
Mm-hmm. One of the challenges with ADA parking is, and you can see it in some of these other lots, wherever you have those diagonal lines, you really have to have a place for someone to get out of a vehicle and safely get out of a vehicle. You can imagine somebody trying to get out of a vehicle on Walnut Street at lunchtime. It'd be extremely dangerous. You just don't have a loading zone or an unloading zone, whether it's just a walker or whether it's a car, a wheelchair or what have you. It's really challenging in small downtowns to get on-street handicap ADA parking. It's a challenge. So the lots are really our best answer for that right now. This is showing the capacity of the lots and the usage of the lots. Again, objective data that I think the Waynesboro lot is often overlooked. I mean, it's central to downtown. It's open to the public, even though it is a private lot. It is open to the public. Again, very close to a lot of downtown businesses.
And these pictures demonstrate the patterns of use. So when Center Street, those prime on-street parking places that we are proposing regulating, or we are regulating, when they are 85% plus, 95% plus full, the John Street parking lot is 38% full. So we do not have a capacity problem. We've just got to shift the mindset in what these on-street parking spaces are there for. And I think it's important to also look at the downtown parking conversation just like you would if you worked at Target or you worked at the mall or you worked at Starbucks. When you go to those places, where are the employees parking? They're not parking at the front door of the business. They're parking off to the side. I remember my first job was at Chili's, okay? I was a hostess at Chili's. And on my first day, I was told, you are to park in the back and walk in because the spaces at the front should be reserved for our customers. And I think that's relatable for most of us when we think about our current jobs or jobs that we've had. Oftentimes, employers tell their employees, these spaces should be reserved. And if we shift our mindset about those on-street spaces and we think about the stakeholders and who those are that are really spending their dollars in the businesses, that should be our priority focus for those 9% of spaces. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, great comment.
Parking lots, otherwise.
So lighting, I know that Public Works and others have been doing some great work on updating the lighting. I think the John Street lot, I think we have reduced some of the oxidation on the globes. I mean, it's a big difference in that lot. I'm not quite sure about the Waynesboro lot, how much further we can go, but it's very obvious, once again, with a drone shot from the top, where you need to work. And I would venture to bet that's been addressed. If it's not, it needs to be addressed better.
This was March of last year.
March of last year.
Yeah,
there's the J.C. Penney lot. The lighting there is not bad. There, if you dig into it, there's lumens. There's a certain amount of lumens you should have in your parking lot. It gets to be very, very technical. And obviously the lot there that was designed or bought and maintained by the View, they're on the right.
It's very well lit.
Very not utilized very well either. Okay.
About what time of day, or night rather, was those pictures? Do you know?
I think it was like 9 p.m. in March, before daylight savings time, or no, I guess it was after at 3:23. So a big part, I think, of the challenge here is the education piece, and Dwight was very adamant about that as well. And I think one of the things that we need to continue to do is reinforce how important the public lots are. There's no, I've run into people that think, well, I can't park more than 2 hours in a lot. No, you can park in a lot all day. There's no regulation in a lot. So where can I park on the street? So we have put this Google map on the downtown parking page on the City of Goldsboro website. We've been handing out these cards where people can QR scan the map. But it's an ongoing effort that never is going to end about where should I park? Where's a good place to park? So that's something that we've been really focused on a lot more.
All parking is still free.
All parking is still free.
Parking is
Yeah. Even the language on the page has been trying to address where there's no time limit, where the benefits of going to the lots, that's what we really are trying to educate all the stakeholders about. Before it was passed, the parking time extension permit program was asked, City Council asked that we consider that. We did. We created it. Sadly, only 2 of the salon spas that this parking management strategy was aimed towards have even gotten permits. And the parking the parking officer says he's never seen one. So it's a kind of a sad story that we did it, we reached out, and it just hasn't been utilized. But the whole idea was to extend the time for those people that regularly require that amount of parking to 4 hours instead of 2. And so it does kind of show that, you know, we're trying to help their customers, but there's no takers in that effort, which is, it just kind of speaks for itself.
I wonder if it's because they know that we're still just doing morning tickets right now. You know, if that could be part of it.
Well, that could be. I mean, this is the other thing, parking violations. You know, the thing is, it's still the law. You might not be getting it's an ordinance, it's a signed ordinance, it's the law. And so a lot of people, as you can see, are choosing to violate the law. And they're violating the law because they're not getting fined. But it doesn't change the fact that they're violating the law. This one kind of shows, the next one shows where most of the hot spots are. North Center, the 200 block of North Center, you can see that that's a significantly higher amount. 33% of all the violations occur there, and it's 68% more than the next highest block, which is on 100 South Center. So, you know, some businesses are just choosing to totally ignore the law. I don't know any other way to say it.
And to answer your question as well, I think customers are finding other places to park. You know, we mentioned the Main Street Conference, and I want to say thank you to everyone. Thank you who helped put that on. It was very, very successful, and we easily and successfully absorbed 800 additional people parking over a 3-day period in our downtown without any parking issues. In fact, I was having those conversations with the event goers, and no one said that they had any issue finding parking. They were choosing to park off-street knowing that we have 2-hour parking. They didn't know that they weren't going to get a ticket. They just knew that they should be parking off-street and save those 2-hour parking spaces for the customers.
All right, council, are there any comments or questions? Mr. Bouillet, and before you begin, is there anybody else? I can go ahead. Councilman White, you'll be next. Mr. Bouillet.
Okay. I just wanted to say I'm encouraged by the progress that's being made, and appreciate the update. And I know that there are more wheels turning than just what's being spoke to, with negotiations with a few stakeholders to increase the amount of off-street parking that we have and things of that nature. So I know that lighting is being addressed. I know we're working towards a police officer back downtown full-time again, and some other things. So I'm encouraged that we're going to get there. Again, I use this term frequently, but we're going to get there with something that's beneficial to all concerned. An old Rotary Club saying there, but thank you guys for what you're presenting, and like I said, I think we're close to getting there, and I know we're still in discussion mode, so that's absolutely, let's keep discussing. But I would be personally in favor of just another extension of the moratorium for 60 days, one more time, just to give what's still in process time to finish playing out, and let's see where we are at the end of another 60 days. And I'd be willing to bet that as much progress as we've seen in the last 60 days, we're going to see even more, and some more smiles on some more faces in a couple of months as some of this, particularly with the off-street parking negotiations that's going on. I really am genuinely encouraged with what's going on and the progress that's being made. And just a side note, as a landlord that owns commercial property, my leases state in my property there's a specific line in the lease that says you're not allowed to park directly in front of a business, and particularly in an environment such as downtown, or in the case of a strip mall or something, that employees are not to park in the prime parking places. They're to park in other places. So I know that that's not a foreign concept either. So again, I'm encouraged thus far And I'd like to see us give you guys 60 more days to finish ironing this thing out. That's my comments, Mr. Mayor. I won't make a motion at this point. I'm just making the comments.
And Councilmember White, if you'll allow me to indulge 1 second. Some of the discussions that Councilmember Boyette was just alluding to, there are a number of private off-street parking areas that are intermixed around downtown. And the interim city manager and I have been approaching some of them and saying, can we lease 3, can we lease 6? Something to try to get, because we have a good volume of parking overall, but can we right size it in the right spot, at least for some amount of time. So not to take up your time. Councilmember White.
I think we are making progress. However, I think we do need to address the handicap parking on Center Street. There's only 4 at the south end of Center Street, and there's no more on that. And I understand that it takes up a little bit of space because of the extra room that it needs. But however, I do think that we need to take in consideration that our handicapped brothers and sisters do come down and shop downtown. Also, I was in the meeting down there in the museum when the gentleman came from Chapel Hill. He said he did a parking study in Chapel Hill, or he manages it in Chapel Hill, I think it is. And he did say that we didn't have a parking issue. We had a utilization issue. So with that being said, I do think that we do need to put the onus back on the business owners for their employees and where they're parking. I don't think we should punish everyone. I think we should hold people responsible for their employees. So if they're parking right there in front of the businesses, they should be held accountable. So I do think that there's some things that we can discuss, like decals for those who work downtown and they're parking in the wrong spots, that we hold them accountable instead of punishing everybody else. But I did also do my own little study. I came down here and did my little boots on ground, went and got my hair cut. I sat in there and I waited my turn for 2 people. I was 2 people down when I walked in the barber shop. So that was an hour. So by the time I got my hair cut, I was down about 30 minutes and I had to go move my car, my truck. So I either had to make a decision whether I was gonna go Laughing Owl or was I gonna go try to find somewhere else to park. So with that being said, I just do not think that 2 hours is the appropriate time. Maybe it should be a little bit longer. And I'm a guy who gets the hair cut. So for females to go in and get the works done, 2 hours just would not facilitate that. And I do understand you have the placards and those type of deals, right? But for me to enjoy downtown and walk and look at everything and take in the sights and eat, I just think that we really need to look at the 2 hour limitation on it. Because I actually came down and did it. It's not something that somebody told me. I actually went through the motions to see if it was effective enough.
Can I speak to that for a second? Do you mind?
If you would, please.
Yes. So I just want to reiterate that the spaces that we're regulating represent only 9%. So for those that want to do more than just get their hair cut or just go to one business, they can simply choose to park off-street in the other 91% of the spaces. Because I've had these conversations with merchants too. And again, it's changing that mindset. And it only takes one warning ticket or, paying attention to the signage to know, oh, yeah, I should choose a different parking space. And I want people to spend all their time downtown. I want them to stay and experience all that downtown has to offer. But downtown was designed with this streetscape improvement to be walkable. It's created for the pedestrian experience. It's created for you to kind of go to different businesses. But those on-street spaces should be reserved for convenience and a more temporary choice in parking.
I agree with you. I'm not debating that piece of it. But
Your hair looks good, by the way.
You know what I'm saying? But what I am saying is, I think 2 hours, regardless of the 91% of parking somewhere else, and the safety aspect that when I did my little boots on ground thing and talked to a lot of the actual merchants downtown, the safety was the paramount issue for because they have a lot of teens that work down here in the shops. So after hours, they have to walk to their cars. So that was the paramount issue. You know what I'm saying? So with safety being concerned, I understand we say that it's only a block away, but it don't take, I'm a combat soldier, it don't take a block for something bad to happen. So we really need to look at the 2 hour thing.
Did you?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I did have a positive comment regarding the placard cards. I know you said that some were not using them, but they are, some of the elderly are
Good.
using them.
Good.
And I mentioned it at the last meeting, so I want to say it again this time. And as far as going down to the barber shop, I didn't go sit in the barber shop, but I did go to Mr. Royal's barber shop, and he is so organized. He has appointments, and most of the time it's 30 minutes. And so he said that they are in and out. But I guess the concern does come if you want to go somewhere else. So he really didn't have a problem with the parking per se. What he had a problem with was, and he said he didn't mind me calling his name, so that's why I'm calling his name. What he did have a problem with was every car not getting warning tickets, because he had noticed that there was a car that had sat there all night long, and he had watched it, and nothing was done. So he really wants to make sure that, you know, if we're going to give these warning tickets, that we give them to everyone.
Can I speak to that just for a minute, Mr. Mayor?
If you may, Pro Tem, ask for next, and then if you would after Pro Tem.
I'm gonna be quick. I just wanted to say I had clicked on the QR code and I filled out the application to kind of see what that process was. So I wanted to give you a heads up that you may get a bogus application with just some stuff. That was me just messing around.
But it did work.
It did work.
There you go.
It
Let IT know.
Took me a little long, but it worked. I like that.
Well, that one comes directly to me, so I don't have to talk
Okay.
to you about it. but-
Mark,
Hey, and only add on to what Councilwoman said. I noticed that there's not the parking signs that he said he was going to put an arrow on. I noticed that some people have the misunderstanding that if the
Only certain ones.
exactly, so they'll park there because there's no sign in front of it, and then no arrows on the other two signs, so they think that that's parking until they come back.
Okay.
and get it.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of signage, certainly, and there's signage at the beginning of the block and mid-block and the end of the block. I will say there's also a process for, discussing it with the parking commission if someone wants to appeal a ticket. So there is a process for that, and it can be studied. One final thing I'll say about parking is that parking is only something you can manage. It's never something you can solve. We can't come up with a solution for every hypothetical before rolling out parking regulation. It's something that we manage, and then we can reevaluate and take a step back and make changes as they're needed. But it's never something that we're going to solve. So, I hear all of the concerns, and, we are internalizing them. We're talking to business owners about maybe some private solutions to their concerns, but it's never something that we're going to get 100% right. There's no silver bullet. So you do the best that you can to build a case for regulation that benefits the greater good, and then kind of flex as changes are needed. Lastly, Mark wanted me to share the requirement for handicap spaces, and it's 20 for each 100 space, right? Is that what it says?
20 for the first 1,000.
Oh.
1 for 100.
Okay, 20 for the first 1,000 spaces and 1 per 100 after 20 for the first 1,000. So, but I think it's something that we can continue to analyze, and where we have angled spaces, we can incorporate more parking. It's just really challenging to do it safely where you have parallel spaces.
All right, council. I'll just disclose to everyone here, I have been approaching, and this hasn't been going through council, it hasn't been going through your office. You have been quite busy with a very successful convention over these last couple of weeks. I have been addressing individual property owners, trying to get, can I lease 3 from you? Can I lease 6 from you? Something like that. Nominal cost. I'm not offering the bank here, by the way, but I actually can't offer anything. It all has to come through council before we would be doing anything. So it'd be a budget amendment. But there's certain blocks that have very obvious off-street parking. There's some blocks that it's a half block away or a block away. So just trying different things, trying to make it work. May not be something that we sign a 50-year lease. It may be a 3-year lease as we look to other options, but something to try to help make this medicine go down a little bit different. With that, I would like some more time from council. So I'm just going to be blunt. I would like another 60 days to try and work on fine tuning some stuff. Engineering, I really would like y'all to look at, the angled arrows. Again, even on the industry standard sign, that was a feature on that sign. That is something that we missed on ours. So with that, council, I would appreciate another 60 days, move this down, and then we will continue discussions over the next 60 days so that after that, we can actually implement.
Greg, I do have one comment. First of all, thank you, because I know that I have recognized the changes in the lighting, okay? And so it does help with the proper lighting in place to feel much safer. Is there any way that maybe you and Ms. Aaron could have a meeting? We received a petition that was signed by 33 of the merchants downtown. And in the petition, it said, these 33 merchants that signed said that they had seen a notable decline in customer traffic and subsequent financial setback due to the parking ordinance. It also said that this has led to a direct decline in revenue for their businesses, making it increasingly challenging to sustain their operations. I'm wondering if there's any way that you could meet with these merchants to see maybe if they, while we're putting it on hold, if they have any recommendation. I'll be honest, I like what you said about the employees, because when he was sharing his information, he said we're at 85% capacity, usually between 11 to 1. Well, that's lunch hours. And so could it be if we did have some kind of permit or something, sticker showing employees downtown, that they would also note that, hey, you can't park outside of a business. You have to park in public parking. Would that free up so many spaces that we wouldn't, even be having this conversation, so that someone with a disability or someone that wanted to come on a Saturday, get your hair done, go eat lunch, that kind of thing, it would free up a lot of those parking spaces?
I'll just offer that one. I'm not aware of any lawful means for a city to tell a general citizen that you are not allowed to use a public thing. That historically has not gone well, the sort of branding, kind of thing. That being said, if there is a lawful structure, usually it's the opposite, right? It's you have, by right of this sticker, you have access, not by right of this sticker, you no longer have access. So I would just caution that path that is historically not going very well.
So, Mr. Mayor, so I'm just caveating off what Councilman Boyette said. He puts it in his lease.
Right.
So what would be the difference?
Private lands, private parking lot.
Well, Mayor,
Please, yeah.
I think that, Councilman White, I think that the difference would be, in my case as a property owner, I'm telling my tenant how to park. But if the business owner actually owns the building, it's up to them to self-regulate. So
I got what you're saying. That was my question. You answered my question. I just think that there's a way that we can all sing kumbaya with this. I do agree with Ms. Aaron that we're never going to solve it and there'll be zero disagreements. But I do think there's a way that we can walk away happily together.
Right. And I think that, Mayor, if I could,
please,
one final
Councilman.
comment. I think that just like the issue that's been identified about having the arrows and more direction with the signage is an ideal reason, or to me, to justify an extension so that this stuff can continue to be worked out, because that's great feedback and input and ideas and all. So if you're ready, I'll make a motion if that's okay, if we're at that point.
I did want to just address her concern, Ms. Weeks' concern. We have a merchant committee. I think that's a great idea. Education is a big part of making this work for everybody. As far as January and February, I was a small business owner for 15 years. January and February is always my worst months. So I think some of that decline that you're seeing is seasonal. But as far as getting the merchants together to help with that is a big part of the educational program. That's part of the management plan that will never end. So I'm all for more focus in that area. Just wanted to say that.
Council, any other comments or questions? And then I will entertain a motion to extend the moratorium on paid tickets. Again, we're still issuing the warnings, so that does count as the one free bike. Any other comments? Councilmember White.
I'm sorry to belabor
You're fine,
this.
you're fine.
But
That's
I
why we're
did
here.
run into the parking attendant downtown, and I asked him a couple questions. And I don't know if we ever got to the answer, that if you move and you block and you come back and park, if that parking space is still open, do you get a ticket if you park back there? Before I asked that question, he said yes. Right? I asked that question before. Because some of the merchants said that I moved, then I came back and I parked because the parking space was still open, and I still got a ticket.
'Cause I think they're supposed to move out of that parking place.
He did. He moved
I
around.
mean, to a
We went to a
different,
different parking spot.
because otherwise the enforcement guys got to figure out, did you come back and get back? Did you actually move your car?
So let me ask you a question. Right, so he has to figure that out, so there's no way, so I can go in. My problem is, there was somebody there who left, went to lunch, came back, and parked in the same spot, because the spot was still open. But he still got a warning ticket because of what you said. He couldn't say, well, he moved. I don't know if he moved or not, but he actually left.
I would be
I
looking.
I can
like
speak to that from the ordinance.
If you
Jonathan
would,
just
I wanna
shared this
stick
with
to
me.
the black and white on that.
Yeah, so the way it's currently written, if you move within the same block, it's considered continuous parking. So that's how the ordinance is written. That is up to you all. That can be altered, but that's currently how it's written.
Okay.
It could be altered.
Sure.
Mayor, just as a reminder, an ordinance that allows, obviously, the appeals process.
Right.
That person could come to the committee and say, hey, look, here's my lunch ticket.
Right.
And got some lunch, came back, and I'm assuming that, I just want to remind y'all have that ability. Also, the ordinance itself is not effective after 5 o'clock,
5:30.
after 5:30. So
Right.
at nighttime, you have employees that are here, they would decide to move their cars closer to their business after 5:30, they have that option because that's not being regulated, correct?
Absolutely, yeah.
They could actually
Remind y'all
move
those
it.
Parts of the ordinances are there, or some things are already there that I think that when y'all were talking about changing it, some stuff is already in there.
And on a technicality, they could technically move it at 3:31 in the afternoon and still fit within that 2-hour time constraint. So,
Ms. Getz, if you would, please make sure that each council member has a current copy of the ordinance. Let's go through, if y'all choose to do it in Word as a red line, if you choose to take a red pen, give me your comments. Because I want this to be something that each of us has input in. We're not really stuck per se with much of anything. It's the nature of what we do. Councilmember Boyd.
Well, again, I'm sort of back to where we started, that if we give them 60 days, then we can move on from this and continue to work on it. On a note of humor, I think I can get my hair cut within 2 hours. About two minutes, I can get my hair cut.
you gotta
But
leave time to socialize too, okay?
Then with that, I think last year I remember, council spending a lot of time on this, doing it in good faith, trying to get it right. We're doing the same thing. Council, I'll request a motion that we extend the moratorium on paid tickets for another 60 days, or 2 months, which may or may not be 60 exactly, to allow for some continued revisions of the process.
I make a motion that we continue the moratorium for 60 more days.
Thank you. Motion's been made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, motion's been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Real quick.
Please.
So I completely support the 60 days. I'm with that. But I just kind of want to know, what do we do after the 60 days? Because I know I'm looking at, okay, do we go from 2 hours to 3 hours? Do we go from Monday to Friday instead of Monday through Saturday? Like, are we considering those things within the 60
Yes.
days?
What I'm requesting, I did not mean to cut you off.
It's fine, go ahead.
What I'm requesting with Ms. Getz giving everyone copies of the ordinance
Okay.
in the month of April.
Okay.
I want to get a final ordinance so that people know in the month of May, this is it, guys.
Okay.
We're rolling.
Right.
And into May, or June 1, or whatever it is, it's up. So my intent would not be to put it off 60 days. My intent is,
To have it working.
we need to get this thing
Okay.
how this council wants.
So, Mr. Mayor, I guess you're proposing us to give you several options to consider. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, we're gonna need feedback from
Policy
staff,
option.
of course, yeah. So we have a motion's been made, second. Is there any further discussion?
Just one note. The reason that I was looking or suggested the 60 days is because in somewhere in that 60-day time frame, we're going to get more feedback from staff that's going to help us make those decisions about 2 hour, 3 hour, this or that. But I think they're still in process, and so I'll be ready to, absolutely, we need to make a decision. So, but yes, I want to wait until they have everything they need to give to us to make that informed decision.
So we have a motion made, properly seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you everyone for your input on that. And again, we're not pausing the conversation for 60 days, we're pausing the paid ticket piece. So please go ahead and get comments together and let's get this resolved in the month of April. Next,
you.
thank you. Moving to item 4C, Mr. Barefoot. So for those that do not know, this is Mr. Darnay Barefoot. He is the director of the Wayne County ABC Board, and let him discuss what that does, what that means as far as revenue, how they operate. But I appreciate you being patient with us. But welcome.
No problem. Mayor Pro Tem and council members, I appreciate being here tonight. Appreciate the time to speak to you a few minutes and also make a presentation to you. I am the general manager with the Wayne County ABC Board. I took that position last February. I was with the North Carolina ABC Commission. I live in Goldsboro and was asked to come back home and take over the board. It's been a very fast 13 months. In that time, we've started updating. As you all have come in as new council members, y'all have had to jump into things and start updating and learning new things and seeing new things. And we've done that. We're right now in the process of remodeling 3 of our locations that have not been updated in over about 30 years. So we're in the process of that. We are I don't know if anybody knows it, but the ABC is raising and operates with no tax money. I don't know if any of y'all knew that. We operate with no taxpayer money, but we're governed by the state, and we have to go with their rules. We do a lot. Of course, we give distributions to the county, the city, and any city that our stores are located in. We give money back to law enforcement. 5% a year goes back into law enforcement. Last year here in Wayne County, we returned about 7% of our distribution back to the grant programs such as the community college, AA, the sheriff's department, etc. And that is to help with drug and alcohol abuse here in the county and the city. We give to the different organizations along the way. So we're not just selling alcohol, we're trying to, it should be a social thing. Some people take it to the limit, and that's unfortunate, but we also try to help those taking it to the limit with those funds and distributions. Our offices are open to any of you all that would like to come and visit. I know the mayor came by recently and Councilman Boyette to see what we were doing and our plans. And we do have future plans to expand out in Rosewood to a freestanding store like the one we have on Waymore Drive. That's in the process now. And build forward. Of course, that'll increase the distributions here in the county for those programs with college, AA, AA, Boys and Girls Club, etc., whoever we decide to help on the grant program. We are going to a new grant program that's in the process of being written now, which would be like an application process. They haven't been doing that in the past, and it would oversee and see exactly where every penny is going, so it's not wasted in the community or put in the wrong place. So, like I say, I would love to see all of you all come by and visit. You're welcome anytime. We do have 5 stores here in the county and 1 mixed beverage store, which supplies all of the downtown bars, restaurants, and y'all probably would not believe how much goes through downtown. So we gotta get that parking fixed, so these people have a place to park. But with that in mind, I want to present the council tonight, Mr. Mayor, present it to you.
Please.
A check for $102,000.
And what time frame does that represent?
We do them twice a year.
Okay.
Or they can be done quarterly, and I don't have the exact date that the city council or the county voted to do them twice a year. And we may, it's easier for us to do accounting like that.
That's fine.
Actually, I think last time we worked out an extra when you had 3 last year, because I remember doing 3 checks.
That'll be good.
But anyway, we will not, we get all the money we can. I know the first check I delivered to the city last year, we wound up giving an additional amount above what the distribution required. And we do that sometimes if we run into more profits. Because if the ABC board doesn't put money back into their buildings and help grow it and keep it maintained, any extra money is, of course, going to come to y'all. Any monies we earn in interest or whatever, all is put into that pot. So we are, like I say, going through the growing pains again of remodeling and trying to update and bring a better looking place to our city and county. And of course, in the end, it'll benefit all these programs and the municipalities and the county.
Thank you.
So with that, $102,100 I'd like to present.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And we appreciate this. And council, I encourage you to reach out to Mr. Barefoot, help him understand the different organizations that might can benefit from that grant program that you are already aware of, and in some cases partner with and support. And also, as council members, be aware that this is another one of the revenue streams that comes through the city. You know, we as council decide what to do with different revenue streams and with pieces of money. Not everything has to go directly to the general fund. It can go into things that we as council see as necessary. Again, we look forward to helping support the grant program. We want to know more about that, and when your application is online, please let us know so that we can help push that out as well.
I will, and like I say, we also, I didn't mention this, we also have our own law enforcement unit, which we go around and do the bars, check and do our stores. And also, Chief, if they can help you in any way, help. And I'm a former retired ALE agent from way back in the day. So any way we can help, we'd love to do that. But we thank you, and thank you for your meeting the other day and your support and working with us, because we're going to work with you guys any way we can.
Well, thank you, sir. Much
Okay.
appreciated.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a wonderful night.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, we're going to move into item 4D real quick. I'm going to be brief on this because I actually am going to ask council to go into a quick closed session to discuss a personnel matter prior to heading into the 7 o'clock meeting. I have in front of you here, just saying this for the public, I want this to be a very public process, 2 different proposals for us to consider as we begin our search for our next city manager. One is from a company called Developmental Associates, and another is from a company called GovHR. Both of these are highly regarded organizations. Later in tonight's agenda, you'll see that I'm making the recommendation that we retain the services of Developmental Associates. They're roughly the same price as GovHR. Both of these are fantastic, and I just, again, this was the quickest we could get it to everybody, so I'm putting it in front of you, and we'll come back to this later this evening. But in the interest of time, I would like to move to something else. And those will be incorporated into the minutes. Correct, Ms. Guts?
The big part of the
Redacted.
agenda packet.
Right, perfect.
proposals?
They'll be
Yes, sir.
incorporated into the agenda and redacted with, well, actually, no, because this is all part of the public. The finances on this are public, so they will not be redacted. Wonderful. So with that, council, we have just a few minutes before we need to break for our 7 o'clock session. I am requesting a motion to go into closed session to discuss a personnel matter.
Mayor, just a brief
Yes.
update on the litigation matter as well. And it'll fit within your time.
Perfect. Then we may have to come back to closed session at the end of the 7 o'clock session. We'll see. So, council, I would like a motion to go into closed session to discuss a personnel matter and a potential litigation matter.
I make a motion that we go into closed session.
Perfect.
I'll second.
All right, motion has been made and seconded to go into closed session to discuss personnel and potential litigation matter. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion carries. We will go into closed session immediately. Back. We're back. All right, we are back in open session. We will stand in recess until the 7 o'clock meeting in council chambers.
Present.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Present.
Councilwoman Weeks.
Present.
Councilman White.
Present. Thank you. Father Wiley, where's you? There he is. If you would please join us and lead us in invocation.
Let us pray. Gracious, loving, and almighty God, we give you thanks for the blessings of this life. We thank you for this beautiful city of Goldsboro and its residents. We also thank you for those that you have called to lead this city. Father, we ask that you be with them as we go through this meeting, give them wisdom and grace to make decisions that reflect the justice of your love and that help all the citizens of this community. Pour out your Spirit upon us so when we leave this place, we might be your servants in the world. All this we ask in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Remain standing and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Public hearings. Probably the convenience store.
All right, council, we have 3 sets of minutes with a work session and the regular meeting of February 12th, 2024. The minutes, am I getting feedback? Do I need to lean forward? He'll lean in here and yell at me in a second. Minutes of the council retreat of 2021, 2024, and minutes of the work session and regular meeting of March 4th, 2024. Is there any discussion on these minutes? Any edits to be presented? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of each as presented.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we accept all 3 sets of minutes as presented by staff for approval.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
I make a second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your right hands. All opposed, like sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, everybody. That is items 1, 2, and 3. Next, we have a presentation on Seymour Home Away from...
Mayor.
Cut me down.
You had an issue with the agenda earlier and whatnot. You needed to amend the
If
agenda.
you would, thank you.
Yes, sir.
If you would hold just for 1 second. Thank you. It's always good to have an attorney close by, guys. We have a modification to the agenda this evening. I would ask that council approve. Get the feedback down. I would ask that council make a motion to amend the agenda, removing item O. Where items require individual action, remove the approval of an agreement between the City of Goldsboro and Developmental Associates, and then also remove. What was the other one?
It's just the one.
It's just,
Yeah.
he was
That
doing
one
it under
under.
that. Okay, perfect. So it's just that edit. So, council, if we have a motion to move the agenda as stated.
I'll make a motion that we amend the agenda to remove item O as requested by the mayor.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Is there any further, motion has been made and properly seconded. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your right hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, everybody. Quick backstory on that. Council has decided to postpone engaging a consultant in the search for our next city manager until such time as we're able to get our financial house just a little bit more in order. The purpose of this, council collectively believes that we would be in a better position to recruit the most qualified applicants possible once we have some of those hurdles behind us, and we believe that we're in a good position to be able to get those behind us in a very timely manner. So thank you, council, for that. Next, going back to Mr. Ostendorf, if you would please join us for a presentation about Seymour's Home Away from Home. And welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Good
sir.
to see you again. Let's see, I believe I had a slideshow.
Should be able to just, should be able to click there.
There's a
you go.
little button right.
Is there? There it is for you.
All right, thank you. So I'd like to announce a new 501c3, a nonprofit we are starting here in Goldsboro called Seymour Home Away from Home. my thanks to GGDC for allowing me permission to use their logo as part of us. The idea is to increase ties between the base and local families. Let's see what I'm doing wrong. There we go. What Seymour Home Away from Home is a sponsorship program. The idea being that we can pair young airmen away from home for the first time at Seymour Johnson Air Force Base with civilian host families that are not connected to the military, folks that are outside here in the community, city of Goldsboro and Wayne County at large. Designed to fill an emotional void that exists where an existing sponsorship program there in the work environment really can't fill. The program is to alleviate the anxiety of these young people being far away from home, often for the first time in their lives, and the feelings of loneliness, disconnection, and isolation that sometimes these young airmen will experience when they're on their first duty station. Short history of where this program came from. The Air Force Academy, like other service academies, have these sponsorship programs. Highly successful, been working for decades now, where local host families will adopt a cadet, and then they have that kind of home away from home, that emotional void that's filled. Team Tinker is one that started at one of the bases there in Oklahoma City. Now that's a 1.5 million person city, so obviously a lot of talent to draw from, and a hugely successful program. Started in 2011. There was an unfortunate tragedy with 2 young airmen away from home for the first time, out on Christmas Eve night, drinking and driving. And those 2 deaths kind of brought that Tinker Air Force Base leadership to the table to discuss ways that they could probably fill that emotional void, and also ways for mentorship for young people away from home. The Air Force also, like like society at large, experienced a bit of a spike in suicides in 2019 and 2020. And as part of that discussion, the Air Force kind of talked about the success of the Air Force Academy's cadet program and the Team Tinker Home Away from Home, and decided they would do a pilot program Air Force-wide. They're looking for a handful of places to serve as the beta or pilot program for this kind of program. And there are 2 ways they want to do it: either have the base run it, or have a 501(c)(3) here in the community run it. Mrs. Teal came back from a recent, well, I should say last year, came back from a meeting and decided to approach Doug McGrath, which I know you all know, to discuss maybe getting ahead of that program. And he, of course, was kind enough to volunteer me immediately after my retirement in September. And he knew I had nothing else to do and I should be gainfully employed. And I was happy to stand up Seymour Home Away from Home this past January. So that's where we stand right now. We're kind of in front of the curve, having started this program already and had our initial board meetings. We've raised some funds, and we've started looking at all the things we need to do to get some volunteer host families and some volunteer airmen to maybe have 5 in our initial program. Our vision statement: enriching airmen through community, connections, and coaching. That 3-legged stool, social events where we get those kids out of the dorm, meeting people face to face instead of on their cell phone. Having them with a host family that might share similar interests as they do, and getting them together on a quarterly basis for life skills programs, things like financial literacy. And that's where we stand. What I'm asking for from the City Council is advice, advertising, and assistance. As this is my first time working a 501(c)(3), I do have a lot of experienced folks on my board, but if there's anything that anyone in the city government has advice for me, I would love to hear from it. I would also like the help of the community at large in getting the word out, which is why I was excited to stand here in front of the council. People can know what we're doing and help me kind of get the word out, beating the drum for host family volunteers. And that's where my assistance comes to. Any other civic organizations that you all think I should be in front of, I've already been in front of the Rotary. I'll be meeting with the Veterans and Patriots Coalition, the Memorial Trust, Dillard Academy alumni is another one I'm hoping to get in front of soon. And the more, a wider net I can cast, the better I think, and the faster I might be able to grow this program. That's all I have for you all. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Families that are interested in possibly being host families, how should they reach out to you?
What I've got is my cell phone and the organization's email. We are going to be standing up a website as well with all this contact info, and then through those other organizations I've mentioned, we're going to start getting that out in the community. I will eventually be reaching out to the city and the county to see where on their websites I might be able to put my calling card as we start this up.
That's wonderful. And you and I discussed at a Rotary meeting, actually, That's where some of these presentations come from, by the way. Don't think that all of this is. Some of this happens because you see something that you need to make sure is promoted, and you're blessed with the opportunity to do it. A conversation came up about the fact that decades ago there was an iteration of this that really yielded fantastic relationships with the base, and how do you see as kind of an add-on to that in the future of the program?
What I'm hoping is because we're standing up a nonprofit with a board of directors that we formalize this and it has some longevity, unlike previous programs that relied a lot on leadership on the base that changes out every 2 to 3 years. In this case, we have involved community members, and we hope that gives us the longevity to keep this program going and not happen what's happened in the past, as you said. Very successful programs, but without a board of directors to kind of keep the momentum going, it's easy for it to die on the vine.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm hoping that some of those previous host families, show back up again. I have no doubt that they will. So thank you so much. Council, any comments or questions? Certainly no obligation, but.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your time.
Good night.
With that, along a similar vein, are there any Vietnam veterans in the room by chance? I'm not going to ask you to do anything. I'm purely just wanted to point this out. Our next piece is a proclamation of Vietnam Veterans Day, and I'm asking Councilmember White if he would. And also, is there anyone from the Veterans and Patriots Coalition here? If you would, please come forward. And Councilmember White, if you would read the proclamation, and then your council can step forward and we'll do the presentation.
Vietnam Veterans Day Proclamation. Whereas on December 22nd, 1961, the first battlefield casualty was recorded, and on January 12, 1962, United States Army pilots lifted more than 1,000 South Vietnamese service members over jungle and underbrush to capture a National Liberation Front stronghold near Saigon. Operation Chopper marked America's first combat mission against the Viet Cong and the beginning of one of our longest and most challenging wars. And whereas over 50 years after the fateful mission, we honor the more than 3 million Americans who served, we pay tribute to those who have laid to rest. We reaffirm our dedication to showing a generation of veterans the respect and support of a grateful nation. And whereas thousands of veterans return home bringing shrapnel scars, still more burdened by the invisible wounds of post-traumatic stress, Agent Orange, and memories that will never fade. And whereas more than 58,000 laid down their lives in service to our nation, now and forever, their names are etched into faces of black granite, a lasting memorial to those who bore conflict's greatest cost. And whereas our veterans answered our country's call and served with honor, and on May 15, 1975, the last casualty of the Vietnam conflict was recorded. Yet in one of the war's most profound tragedies, many of these men and women came home to be shunned and neglected, to face treatment unbefitting their courage and a welcome unworthy of their example. Whereas now we reaffirm one of the most fundamental obligations to show all who have worn the uniform of the United States the respect and dignity they deserve, and to honor their sacrifice by serving them as well as they served us. And whereas in 2012, the President issued a proclamation marking March 29th of each year Vietnam Veterans Day. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim March 29, 2024 as Vietnam Veterans Day in the city of Goldsboro, and urge all citizens to observe this day with appropriate programs, ceremonies, activities that commemorate the anniversary of Vietnam War. In witness whereof, I have unto set my hand in the picture seal of Goldsboro, the city of Goldsboro, this 18th day of March 2024. Charles Gaylor, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. And Brian, if you would, you're not always. Cue me up. quick test, there we go. I know you're not always a man for, grabbing the microphone, but would you please discuss your organization and the work that you do?
So in short version, in 1972, there was a group of veterans in Wayne County that started the Veterans Coalition. Those 5 guys, all but one, have passed away, unfortunately, and we're left with some new membership. We have a lot of young membership now. We also have some active duty members that are helping us. We meet once a month at the Veteran Service Office on Ash Street. I think it's 2001D East Ash. What do we do? You may have come to the Veterans Day Parade each year, downtown Goldsboro. We put that together. You may have been to a Purple Heart banquet in the month of August at the Maxwell Center. If you have not been to that, I encourage you to get tickets this year. This will be our 12th anniversary of doing that, where we have many, many wounded warriors with Purple Hearts, with some severe injuries, and some people that look just like me but still have a Purple Heart. We honor them. There's about 550 people there last year. We do Memorial Day, will be our next big event after this one. We'll put approximately 6,500 flags on the graves of veterans in Wayne County, to include the State Veteran Cemetery and 4 other cemeteries. We are involved, in the past, we've been involved with Reach Across America. We do Memorial Day ceremonies at the Veterans Day Park. We'll have a brief ceremony there. You'll probably notice a wreath outside of the courthouse at the Doughboy. We put that wreath on there every year. And our mission also is to serve the veterans of Wayne County that are still here. It's very important to remember those that have gone before us, but it's opportunities like the last presentation you heard. We're going to be having them present to us at our meeting at the end of this month, the last Thursday. So we're excited about that, being involved with them. We work closely with the base and the city and the county, and we just try to honor veterans. Our motto is to honor those that have borne the battle. And so that's what we're all about as far as Wayne County Veterans and Patriots Coalition. Now you'll notice we added the Patriots Coalition in there. That's where those of you in the audience that are not veterans or have no affiliation to the military are entitled to be a member of our organization to pay honor to military members of the community. So what is Vietnam Veterans Welcome Home Day? Obviously you heard the proclamation. You know what the president proclaimed in 2012. This will be the 5th, I think this is the 5th year we've done it. Last year we had a great ceremony that involved, we're in conjunction this year with the Wayne County Museum. If you've not been there, their exhibits in there are unbelievable. You might just learn something. So we'll be there. I'll tell you just a little bit more about that. We're also going to be working with the commissary and the base exchange. They always provide things for us for the event. We encourage the city page. I've emailed them the flyer. Please spread that as wide as you can find it, as you can possibly spread it, because trying to reach those Vietnam veterans, and if you briefly, if you're not familiar with what happened to a lot of those guys, imagine going away to war, serving your country, and being told not to wear a uniform when you got off the plane when you got back. Some of you are old enough to understand that, but most of us are not. They went through a very terrible time when they came home, and they did not get the reception that I got when I got off the plane. So come out. You're welcome to come on the 30th. We moved it back to Saturday so that we can get more people to come, but it'll be on the 30th of this month at the Wayne County Museum at 11 a.m. There will be light refreshments. We're going to have a reading of the names of the 39 from North Carolina that are still missing in action. There'll also be a guest speaker. We'll have some light refreshments, like I said, and it's really just an opportunity for the community to come out and put a hand in front of a Vietnam veteran that came home and didn't get that welcome. We want to make sure we honor these guys, so please come out and join us. Thank you. Thank you, Mary.
council.
Evening. Before you begin, if you would, before we move into why are we getting so much feedback tonight? It's driving me nuts up here. Do y'all hear it back there? No? All right, we got to be one speaker right behind us. Anyway, remember that tonight we have 4 special use hearings and one zoning hearing. The special use hearings, remember, there is a special process that we have to go through. Each piece will has to answer 4 different questions. There will be 4 motions associated with each of the items, D, E, F, and G. There will be, each individual piece has the opportunity to be voted up or down. For a piece to actually pass, all 4 motions have to pass. So it's a bit of a more complicated, more cumbersome process, but it is part of the quasi-judicial process that goes along with those. Also, those wishing to speak, those have to be sworn in. You have to go under oath as you're actually testifying and presenting evidence. Also, and last thing that I'll say, as what you are saying is evidence that has to be germane to the issue at hand. It has to actually be part of the thing that we're discussing. It can't be an overall condemnation of an overall classification of citizens or some other weird unaffiliated thing. It's got to be specific to the issue at hand, and it's got to be specific to what it is that we're working on tonight. So with that, if you would...
If I could just remind
please.
You, Mayor, as far as the evidence is concerned, sometimes in a special use permit, people like to talk about vehicular traffic issues.
Right.
But in a special use permit, that is prohibited unless they are an expert in the area.
Right.
Done a study or qualified to do it. The same thing with regards to property values. They have to be a real estate appraisal to be qualified to give that testimony. Otherwise, it's testimony that you guys cannot consider.
Right. Understood. So,
yeah,
You want to do that again?
I can.
can't hear you.
Take 2.
Take 2. Mayor, I just want to remind you that and the audience as well, in the special use permit hearing, specialized testimony with regards to vehicular traffic or real estate values is not allowed unless you're an appraiser, or unless you have a technical qualification and have done vehicle studies and are qualified to do that. A lot of times people like to present and say, hey, the traffic's going to be bad. In a special use permit, that cannot be considered and is not evidence to be considered.
Right.
That's different than a zoning permit or a zoning application that can be considered, right, and that can be spoken of. So I just wanted to reiterate that, given those are 2 right, topics that are typically heavily debated.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Lawrence.
Yes, sir.
All right, so with a brief understanding of the ground rules, again, this is for everyone in the room that is speaking in regards to D, E, F, or G. We will do our best to work together to make sure that we remain on topic with what evidence can and cannot be presented, and I appreciate everyone's cooperation on that. So with that, let's begin with item D, SU 0424. It is a convenience store with fuel. This was continued from the February 12th, 2024 meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first case before you tonight is SU 0424. This is a request for a convenience store with fuel. The property is located at the intersection of West New Hope Road and Kyler Best Road. The applicant is Pope Family. The zoning is neighborhood business. The land designation is mixed use, and again, the request is for a convenience store with mixed with fuel. The application is generally consistent with the zoning, which is in this case neighborhood business, and the district is established to provide the services and commercial development needed to serve primarily the adjoining neighborhoods. This district intended to promote the development of small pedestrian-oriented establishments whose character and use is compatible with nearby residential neighborhoods.
Mark, hold on just one second. Hey, we could get AV in here. The podium microphone is down.
Well, maybe I just need to.
There you go. Okay.
Okay, let's try that. This is the zoning map of the area. The area highlighted in blue is the subject property. Again, this map notes that the property is within a neighborhood business commercial zoning district. The land use plan recommends mixed use. In this category will allow for a mixture of the following zoning districts to include City of Goldsboro, O&I 1, O&I 2, and neighborhood business. The category will allow a mixture of uses and have a maximum impact and have a minimum impact on adjacent areas. The land use serves as a localized area. Preferred land uses is a mix of 40% or greater non-commercial with both vertical and horizontal mixed uses. This is the land use plan, clearly identifying the property as mixed use, which is a mix of commercial and residential. The site plan for this will be, if council so chooses to approve the special use permit, will be a staff-approved site plan. A technical review committee will review the plan for compliance with all development regulations prior to issuance of a permit. Also, NCDOT driveway permits, state building codes shall be achieved before the certificate of occupancy for the land use is issued. Council is asked to review the proposal and make a decision in accordance with the finding of fact for a special use permit for a convenience store with fuel on the subject property. I also have a copy of the actual plan that is yet to be reviewed and approved by staff. But essentially that was provided by the applicant as a supporting document. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you have on this proposal.
Council, what questions do we have, Mr. Councilman Boyette?
Can you sort of refresh everyone on this has been before council and approved already?
Thank you. Yeah. So there is some history with this project. Randy Guthrie is estimated about 10 years ago. This project did come through council, approved a special use permit. Randy Guthrie's team reviewed the plan and actually issued site plan approval, but the project for some reason did not occur. The special use permit and the site plan approval did expire after 2 years, so the project now is being revived and they're back with essentially the same proposal as before.
And so it's just basically there's no change really between what was already approved versus what's back.
Yeah, it's pretty much essentially the same project. Yep.
Thank you.
Well,
Councilwoman Jones.
Yes, you said that it had been approved before. It's been before the council, and the council approved it. So was traffic count taken in consideration at that time? And did you look at the road? Because I've been on that road, and that road is very narrow. And I was just through there last night, and there is a lot of traffic. So I just want to make sure that it is safe for the residents that live there, even though it's not in my area. I just want to make sure that it's,
it's understood.
That it's safe and that they can maneuver through there. And everything, the coding is where it needs to be before I make a decision. Okay. Because that road is very small. Are you going to think about widening the road, or can you talk to us a little bit about that, please?
Yeah, so Kyler Best Road and New Hope Road are both NCDOT maintained right-of-ways. So before any project can begin construction or can be considered approved, ultimately it would have to get an NCDOT driveway permit. And at that time, NCDOT reviews the proposal and makes recommendations as far as the right-of-way improvements that need to be made to support the project. In this case, we do know, since DOT has already given us feedback, that turn lanes into this development will be required. Okay, so they're going to be for traveling eastbound on Kyler Best. They're going to be putting a right turn lane in, and also from the proposed street to the intersection of Kyler Best and New Hope, they'll also be doing a turn lane. So essentially on that plan, all the area in gray will be the responsibility of the project to install. with this particular proposal. Does that help you understand?
It does.
Councilmember White, go ahead.
And they're in agreement with putting in those turn lanes? They already based off on it?
Yeah, more or less.
And it's in writing?
I'm sorry?
I mean, we have that where we can prove that you're supposed to be doing the actual turn lanes?
Yeah, so the proposed plan, as they presented it, shows the required driveway, the required turn lanes that DOT is requesting.
And are they going, what's the order of the project? Would they be doing the infrastructure first, or would they be doing the actual building first?
Usually it's during the course of the construction of the project, they will be making the right-of-way improvements. So prior to them actually operating business there, they'll have to have those improvements installed.
I do understand that, but my question is, before they start construction on the site, will they improve our infrastructure first?
No, it's part of the timeline of the project will include all the right-of-way improvements and on-site improvements, usually done at the same time.
So what happens if we have an infrastructure problem?
In what context?
You know, he said you're not gonna look at the infrastructure, right?
Well, I think the question was about the timeline of when the right-of-way improvements are going to be made versus
Okay.
on-site improvements.
Okay.
And usually they occur at the same time.
Okay.
And,
Councilman Boyd.
and is what if the developer did not follow procedure and follow through with what they said they were going to do, then the city would ultimately not issue their CO for them to begin business there. So that's what ensures that adherence to the site plan and the development standards is the Mark's department sees that everything's done that's supposed to be done.
Yeah, but
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Weeks had already, and then Councilmember White.
I just had two questions for clarity. The first one is, did you say the council approved it 2 years ago or 10 years ago?
I think it was 10 years ago.
10 years ago?
So the special use permits and site plan approvals expire after 2 years, so.
Okay. And then the next question I had was the existing development. For some of us that aren't as well familiar around that area, the existing development, is there already gas stations, fuel stations in that area?
At this particular location, there's not. It's really kind of an undeveloped kind of intersection. There's a lot of undeveloped land. Let me just switch back to the aerial photo of the property.
There's one.
So essentially you have this property here, which is at the corner at the intersection here. You have Hawthorne Trail, which is several hundred units on the property immediately to the north of Kyler Best. It's noted as R6 on this plan. There is a new multifamily development on New Hope Road. There is potential for additional multifamily just to the north of this property that we may see some movement on. And there's some existing multifamily just to the west on Kyler Best. So it's a pretty active location.
So you're saying 10 years ago, there weren't that many houses and there wasn't that much traffic? You're saying 10 years ago, not 2?
10 years ago was when the plan was originally approved. So,
if okay, Councilmember White, it actually.
Yeah, and just to speak to the gas stations, if you go in any direction, there's a gas station within a half or a quarter of a mile in any direction. And then there's also a housing development that's going to be on the other side, right across from it. Right. So that's why my question was, how are we going infrastructure? Are we going to do it first so that the citizens won't? Because I don't think that the discomfort should go to our citizens. I think the discomfort should go to the builder. So until they can tell us, the proper order of our infrastructure, because we already have water issues out there already. We have water pressure issues already. So that's why I'm more concerned about the infrastructure and how would they go about it in order so that we don't inconvenience our citizens. So that's why it's important to me to know the order in which they'll do it.
So as far as the order, usually any kind of DOT plan for road widening usually will occur once there's a need. They usually won't do a corridor, redo a corridor until there's a time that there's the need. So you got to have the development first, unfortunately, at least it seems that way. Development comes first. That development does their part, and then DOT will come back and eventually complete the corridor as planned. So obviously, we do have plans for that corridor. And I'll be glad to show you those. So the Goldsboro Urban Area Transportation Plan of 2044 does show New Hope Road as being expanded to a 4-lane divided highway. Okay, that's on our current plan. So that we can look forward to that sometime in the future once the demand and the need for it is there. The same with Kyler Best. In this case, it's hard to see the plan, but the transportation plan does call for improvements to Kyler Best Road as well, a 4-lane, possibly 4-lane divided highway. So those are long-term plans. First, the development has to come. Development does their part. The turn lanes, right turn lanes, left turn lanes, they do their part. And then eventually, these projects will get moved up, and the DOT will come in and finish the project. So,
But with respect to the traffic adjustments that the developer is supposed to make, do those wait for the DOT, or do those happen during the construction?
So once the special use permit is issued, then they'll make formal submittal for site plan review. Site plan review, then our technical review committee will review the plan. DOT will review the plan. The project will apply for NCDOT approved driveway permits. At that time, DOT will place stipulations on the driveway permit. In this case, it's to build right turn lanes into the property and at the intersection from Kyler Best onto southbound New Hope Road. So that's part of the site plan review process. And at this time, this is what we know about the requirements for this driveway, that the turn lanes will be required.
That's good. You said what would be required?
The turn lanes, as we
Okay.
talked about earlier,
Sorry,
the grade portion of the plan.
Hold on just one second, let him finish this question, and then we'll.
Sorry, I'm going the wrong way. I think we need a new battery. That went too far again. Yeah, so the site plan shows that I put up here. Yeah, right here. Okay. So if you look to the top of the screen, that's Kyler Best Road there. So the gray area will be the area of pavement, additional pavement that will be required. If you look and see, there's a right turn lane. You clearly see arrows that are pointing, I guess it would be southeast bound onto New Hope Road. So they're going to have to add additional pavement on one side of the road, and it would appear that they also have to add pavement on the other side of the road as well. So we do know also that the subdivision to the north will be required by NCDOT to create a right turn lane on the southbound New Hope Road, extending the entire length of the property. So on this particular map, that little, see the red line there, just north of the intersection, that is approximately the length of the turn lane that subdivision will have to put in for right turn traffic heading onto Kyler Best Road. That intersection, that traffic light will also be modified to, in some way, not quite sure all the details on that, but I was told that they will have to modify that traffic light. Also, there are two entrances into that proposed subdivision, and at both those entrances, that subdivision will be required to put left turn lanes into the property, and also right turn lanes into the property on both those driveways. So It looks like it's going to be a 4-lane road before both these projects are done.
But this would get, go ahead, Councilman.
I am sorry. You kind of jumped. You say it's going to be a 4-lane before the filling station?
Yeah, if you count turn lanes, yeah, it's going to be substantially larger street section through there. It'll be unrecognizable if you haven't been through there for a while.
Councilman.
I'm just going to point out here, this is all part of what we're starting to experience as an extreme amount of growth that's coming into the area. And if you will, just so everybody's up, because serving on some of the transportation committees, I sort of know some of that stuff, but will you point out again just the development that you know that's already on the books that's coming to that area?
So we have
a
large subdivision on the R6, on the large tract in yellow on this map, north of Kyler Best. That's a very large residential subdivision. I believe it's 250 units or so.
312.
312.
312.
Okay, thank you. So we got 312 units there. We've got an existing multifamily development that has recently been constructed on New Hope Road, just south of this intersection. And there's potential for another multifamily development at the next intersection, just north of this intersection. There is also some existing multifamily on Kyler Best just to the west of this property, and some existing subdivisions to the southwest. So there's a lot of existing or newly created units and a lot of potential for additional units. So ultimately, it'll probably be imperative that we encourage the corridor improvement plans. You know, if we could get those moved up, that would be
4 lanes.
would be helpful.
I agree with you, it will be helpful, but I just think that we need to do the infrastructure before we begin to inconvenience the citizens. Just me personally. Because you got 312 units going on the opposite side, which is about 700 additional cars. And I understand we can't talk about traffic, but we got 312 units, which is 312 cars. And I'm not at you, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that we need to improve infrastructure first. We already have a water pressure issue that we kick the can down the road. And we keep saying that we're going to close the loop, but we haven't done it yet. So I think that there's some things that we need to do first before we continue to add on to the infrastructure that's already struggling in that area.
Council, any other comments before we open up the actual hearing? Councilman?
Just to point out from a particularly related to DOT and road construction, et cetera. DOT doesn't come and build first and wait for the development to come to it. That's never how that works. A development comes and things happen to create the need, as the director spoke to, and then that's when they show up a day late to do something.
Exactly.
It never happens in reverse order. The state is struggling for money like everybody else is. So once we have the development that creates the need, then that's when you'll see that other improvement come, which is a separate issue than water pressure and all that.
But I will say that these projects that we're talking about will have to do their part first, and then that's less work for DOT to have to do after the fact.
And that's important to point out too, that with the purpose of the site plan and showing the traffic lanes and stuff, is the purpose behind that is so this development comes and it doesn't place burden or ease the burden on the area. They sort of support themselves with traffic. If they're going to need water or sewer or whatever infrastructure, then they're responsible for making those connections and putting in those turn lanes and stuff. So,
Okay, so
Councilwoman, go ahead.
I want to make sure that I am clear on this, because this is very important. This is affecting people's lives and where they live and, you know, their homes that they have built and been comfortable there. So I want to make sure that I'm making the right decision here with the infrastructure. because I know that that is very, very important. So what you're saying is that if it is approved, we approve this knowing that we need infrastructure and we need this stuff, but if we approve it, then we wait and do the infrastructure later once we have a problem.
Well, if I can address that one, there's a few different layers to this, and this may pass, this may not. I'm just throwing out some explanation, trying to simplify something. If we want a turn lane, I've been on the DOT's, the TAC, one of the DOT committees that serves our area. I'm in my third year. If we want a turn lane at Kyler Best, any of them, left onto Kyler Best off of New Hope, right onto Kyler Best, the way that you get that done is through the developers.
That's right.
And leveraging the developers that are coming to those intersections.
Okay.
And so, again, this may pass, this may not. I'm not foreshadowing my vote. I'm just simply saying, if we want turn lanes at this intersection, finding a option that doesn't necessarily generate more traffic is about the best case scenario to get those turn lanes as quickly as possible. I did not recruit this opportunity. I'm not endorsing it. I'm not foreshadowing my vote. I'm just saying, water parts, that stuff, the reason that's going to get fixed is developers that have signed on and said, hey, we'll fix that as part of our deal. The road improvements is a developer saying, we will fix that as part of our deal. If we wait for DOT to come in and upsize Kyler Best or upsize New Hope, it simply will never happen. Okay.
So I just to say I live in this area. I understand the planning principles and the process behind this. And you're absolutely right. These turning lanes won't get put in because they're part of the developer's responsibility per this site plan. So if traffic's going to get fixed out there at Kyler Best, or at least improved upon, these plans are going to help do that. Without these plans, this right turn lane, for example, helps all this traffic that's stacking up there from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock. It allows it to move on and gets it out of there quicker, creates less congestion for people that are coming out of Glenda's Point Drive. So it's a potential solution. Whether you like the convenience store or not, that's not the point. With traffic, it's going to help it because it's going to allow traffic to flow freer through the area.
All right, council, any other comments or questions before we actually open up the public hearing on SU 0424?
I have one question
Yes, Ms.
for
Weeks.
clarity, just to educate me. Whose responsibility is the water pressure issue?
Ultimately, the city would have to provide that service to the site and provide it at a reasonable level as required by ordinance, maybe. I'm not really sure, but ultimately, the city will have to provide water and sewer to this property. So
There is a condition that the developers in phase 1 of the new development will have to bring it in up Glenda's Point Drive, and we're going to meet them there, and we're going to finish the loop. So that'll be phase 1. So, and I don't know where they're at.
that's phase 1 as a subdivision, the residential subdivision on the north side.
Hawthorne Trail.
Yes, yeah.
So that
Hawthorne
is
Trail.
part of their approved process that they will have to pay for, that helps the city because we don't have to pay for all of it. But, I mean, that's.
I do have one. I do understand that that's the approved process and it's in the plans and we have it written. But to this current day, it has not happened. And this has been a systemic problem in that community for a while. So what we're really doing is just continuing to kick, in my opinion, we're continuing to kick, and I stay in that area as well. We're to continue to kick the can down the road until till another day. And this is one of the main concerns of all the constituents that live in District 6. And it's not just Mimosa Park who has water pressure problems. I have water pressure problems. The other communities around there have water pressure problems. So infrastructure, when I say infrastructure, I'm talking about all that type of stuff, is a problem. And we're going to tie into another gas station, which will require water and some type of sewage to a system that's already struggling. That's my point.
All right, Ms. Jones.
Okay, so you're saying that the water pressure problem that apparently have been kicked down the road is going to get fixed.
With the subdivision.
Hawthorne Trail Development will be making the improvements necessary to
So
fix
it's going to get fixed
by the development.
by the development.
Correct.
Developer, whenever they are going to put the filling station in.
No, Hawthorne Trail subdivision,
Trail.
residential subdivision will be doing the closing of that loop, which will help the water pressure problem. And also, that project is getting very close to actually submitting a plan for review. So, I mean, that plan is going to happen.
So it's going to happen.
Yes.
It hasn't happened.
And the
but
first
it's
phase
going
of the
to.
project will be, as Mr. Livingston stated, will be responsible for putting that infrastructure in place as part of their right to develop.
All right, council, any other comments or questions before we open up the public hearing? Hearing none, we'll open up the public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak on SU 0424? I will do my best to try to make sure that whoever stands up first, keep people going in order. So we'll open the public hearing for SU 0424. Anyone here to speak, please come forward. Yes, ma'am, please. And then after that.
Shirley Salt. I live at 601 Shelley Drive, Mimosa Park. I'll try to stay on rail and not discuss traffic. And what was the other subject we weren't? Oh, property value. Goes without saying, we're concerned about that. The presentation that was just made by planning, not to pick on anybody, but I have some concerns, especially where this project goes. When questions were asked respectfully by council and mayor, some of the answers that came back were very concerning to me. An answer that starts with more or less, not much, not really sure, usually, looks like, I think so, 2 years, no, 10 years, couple hundred homes, not knowing the number of homes in the unit, in the upscale units that are going to be built in Hawthorne Trail. It was myself that called out the number of units that were going to be there, and that's a fact. I suffer with the low water pressure. I know everybody in my neighborhood in District 6 does. That's a fact. We can't discuss motor traffic. Can we discuss pedestrian traffic? That intersection at Kyler Best and New Hope is a walking trail. There is no flashing lights for that crosswalk, and it's a dangerous pedestrian area, especially with a 24-hour convenience store going to be built there. I'm concerned about the entrance and exits of this station. It's going to be adjacent to 2 other entrance and exits for that large development that's going to be there. That's going to be 4 exits pouring out onto Kyler Best, besides the exit that comes out of that large residential neighborhood. And the existing subdivisions, there's at least, if I'm not mistaken, 5 subdivisions in that area that are going to be affected. And the water pressure, we constantly hear about the water pressure is going to be fixed. The city had an opportunity a while back to do something. We're missing hundreds of feet of water line. Other people can testify to that. So, and there was a reason that this development was turned down 2 years, 10 years, whatever it was. There was a reason that it was turned down. Thank you.
Did we point out it was
No.
approved?
Okay. I believe the gentleman on the right, I believe you had your hand up first. No, Mr. Martin, did you have your hand up first? Okay, perfect. Sir, and then ma'am in the back after that.
I'm Horace Best, and my corporation controls the land around this development. It was one solid piece. And to me, the plan they've developed handles the traffic problem, actually enhances the traffic problem that's there now. I don't go that way now. I live out that way, but I don't go that way now because of traffic problem. But I think what they put in, or what they're proposing, or what's been approved, is going to increase the utilization and will help the traffic problem.
If you would, let me get clarification. I do not mean to interrupt you. Mr. Lawrence, the line in between a factual statement of traffic increase versus decrease versus simply speaking about the current state of traffic, what's inbounds?
Opinion testimony about what may occur is not inbounds.
Okay.
Traffic is current because
Right.
that's factual and that can be observed.
Right.
That is admissible.
So the current traffic and what people are experiencing today
Correct.
is
But not an opinion about what might happen.
Right.
Just like an opinion about what might happen with the value of the land
Right.
cannot be either.
So where we'll draw the line is speaking positively about seeing road widening and being great and being that part. I'll consider inbounds for everyone else that's coming up as well.
Right.
Thank you.
The other thing is, this is a convenience store. There, as someone said earlier, there are surrounding gas stations. This is not going to attract people from miles away to come to buy gas at this corner. This is for the convenience of the community. And that's where most of the traffic's going to come from. Nobody's going to drive by Sheets and Handy Mart out on Berkeley to come to this store probably to buy gas. It's going to be us. We're already there. So I don't think it's going to, here again, I may be out of bounds, but I don't think it'll increase the traffic. And we've also promised to open up the Shannon Avenue, which is going to tie in to a traffic pattern that will also, in the long run, help.
Oh, in the opinion of if it will help, let's leave that one off. But if you'd like to reiterate the point about the actual specific improvement, talk through that, I'll allow that.
Well, as far as what the station is concerned, I'm not into that. I'll leave that up to the others. I'm just talking about the effect on the community because I live out that way.
Right.
And I know what that area looks like now, from, like somebody said, 3 to 6 o'clock. I don't go that way. So, but we endorse the petition for a special use permit for this station.
Thank you, sir. Next, I believe there was a lady in the back. If you'd come forward.
Hello, everyone. My name is Janelle Reed, or I guess Virginia Reed. I am a resident of Mimosa Park, which would be across from this establishment that they are trying to bring to our area. I am a local resident, have lived there my entire life, which was built and right in the center of Mimosa Park, which was built by my grandparents who raised me in the area. I am a single mom to 2 children who live there with me and my dog who escapes often in this also local area. Who gets out and we walk on the the walkway which the city established for us, which we find and use frequently. I will agree with Ms. Salt. It is not well protected currently. It is a very high trafficked area, which I know I'm not supposed to speak about, but we need some light.
And you can speak about the current state of traffic. Yes, ma'am. Yeah,
Okay.
just not opinions about your crystal ball of will it increase or decrease. But you can absolutely speak about the current state of traffic.
Okay. So right now, if you were to come out of Shelley Drive and to cross over into the Greenway, which was not, I would say, well spoken about in this plan, the exit, or one of the exits that was proposed today, we didn't really talk about how that will affect the Greenway that several residents do use and they run on and goes all the way up. You know, people come out from the hospital and from my residence and from the apartments that are there. So what is a gas station going to do for our kids and our families? I see it happen all the time over at Pelicans, which there's a gas station right there. Kids come out from all sorts of areas, from Maplewood, from Mimosa Park, from the other establishment. They come from all of the areas to go to Pelicans and get snowballs. They're going to do the same thing in a new gas station. They're going to cross the cross, which, let me add, there is a turning lane there that goes to the left. So even if they expand that, that's not doing much justice to our already going on to Kyler Best. We can also, when we're coming down Kyler Best to turn on to New Hope, there's not an existing turn lane there, but there is enough space that people can merge off to the left. There is no way to go to the right. There is potential that could increase. They could add a left turning lane, but I would say that the majority of the traffic is going to the right if you do observe that. So I would say the gas station, if the establishment that's already approved across the way, that's also going to bring the kids over, you know, that 312 residents, that's going to bring more children. They're going to want to go to the gas station. So I would say just be mindful of, you know, what the Greenway does bring. I would say if it's going to be something, I don't want another 400 houses over there. I'll come back and try and fight for that. You know, I don't think our schools can support more children, so if it has to be something, I guess a gas station's better than 400 residents. That would cause even more traffic, but I don't know what would be good there other than a park to help our city. There's pollution that's going to come with, you know, noise pollution, and also things going into the ground. It's going to eventually, you know, raise pollution for our bodies that's also going to go into the water eventually. I don't know. Is there a time limit? Am I on a time limit? I don't know.
There's not for this one. Another item later there is, but there's
okay.
not for this.
I don't really have too much more other than I would just ask that you don't pass this for our area. It's not great for our kids, and obviously I think we already have an issue right there in Mimosa Park. It's a great neighborhood, but we have a lot of foot traffic that comes through there. And the Sheets, which is I would say the closest gas station, that's going to be right there with the homeless population. That's an area where the homeless population do like to hang out. They kick them out, they try their best, but what's going to happen is that homeless population is going to filter through that one little neighborhood, stop at this gas station, and then we see it every day. They're going to track through our neighborhood, and then they're going to go to the next one.
That is opinion-based. Yeah. I hate to do this. I do have to kind of keep some boundaries in place. That is an opinion based on a crystal ball that we don't really know.
Okay.
But the simple facts of that there will be pedestrian traffic, I obviously agree with that. And the fact that there is heavy pedestrian usage now that needs more protection, obviously, didn't mean to cut you off, but I kind of have to set a rail somewhere that I can maintain.
Yeah, understood. I would say in general, like I can't predict what happens at a gas station, but obviously when we get out of our cars, we lock them at a gas station. We don't leave our kids unprotected. So any type of environment that we have to feel like we need to add additional security, it's not, you know, obviously a neighborhood's not getting put there. So if we're walking with our dogs and our kids and we're walking past a gas station versus walking past something that we feel more safe. Right now it's a field, so sometimes our kids go out there and we have a little baseball. I think it's owned by Cox Properties right now or something. So we round up a few kids and play kickball or baseball out there right now. That'll all go away for our families. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Hi, I'm Jeffrey Kornicki. I'm the site engineer for this project, for the convenience store project. And just, any questions? I heard a few things. Just want to clarify. For one thing, that the site plan special use permit were not disapproved. I believe it's 2016. They were approved. It's just that the owner decided not to build until recently. So it was approved previously. We're just going for another current approval. The improvements on Collarbest Road, which will be required by this convenience store site, will be a dedicated left turn to New Hope, a dedicated right turn on to New Hope. It'll be 3 lanes. So right now there's 2, so you can turn left, turn right. There's a dedicated right turn lane into Shannon Avenue as shown there, as well as a dedicated right turn lane once you pass Collarbest to turn right into the site.
I just want to point out to those watching, the reason that I'm allowing this is because he is the engineer that has created the site plan. That's how you identified yourself.
Correct. That's correct.
And I'm considering that as not a crystal ball. I'm considering that as this is what his pen put on the page. So.
Correct. That's what we've already had comments from transportation requirements. We have to add these revisions to the plans that they required to get driveway permit approval. And the improvements to Collarbest Road as well as New Hope Road have to be in place and completed before the convenience store can be in operation, before the certificate of occupancy can be awarded. So these will be in place before operation starts at the convenience store also. I just want to clarify those 2 things unless you had another question or 2. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I wanted to point out some things that I see in the agenda memorandum regarding this project.
If you would, please state your name and address for the record.
Paul Martin, 801 South Baines Place, Goldsboro, New York, within the purple area. In the agenda memorandum, under the land use plan, it says the property is identified as within mixed use 1 land use category. And it goes on to say, although the requested use of convenience store with fuel is not a mixed use project, it does provide needed services and can be considered beneficial to the citizens of nearby residential developments. Totally disagree with that statement, and it is apparently made by someone who does not live in that neighborhood, because I don't need a service station, 24-hour service station in my neighborhood. I will not be using it. So it's not a necessity for me. And I think a lot of my neighbors also, it's not a necessity, because I don't think that they will be buying gas there. I buy my gas at Sam's because Sam's is cheaper. And I find that Sam's gas, when you compare it with other gas stations around in the area, is the cheapest gas around. And I also have an app on my phone where I look to see where the cheapest gas is. So I don't know what prices they're going to charge there, but I don't need it there. And a lot of the people in my neighborhood don't need it there. On the city council worksheet, the proposal is to operate a convenience store with fuel. This use would not pose any immediate threat to the public health or safety. And by coming to this conclusion, the planning department goes on to say they consider aspects of the proposed use or development that may have a negative impact on the nature and character of the surrounding community. in this plan, it calls for an entrance and an exit on New Hope that goes right across the walking, jogging, cycling path that we have there. And this design calls or allows for traffic to turn right into this service station, proposed service station, and it also allows for traffic to turn left into it. And I believe in some areas it's going to be a wide area that has to be used there. But that poses an extreme safety risk for people who are walking, jogging, riding their bicycles on one of the limited areas in District 6 that we can consider using for recreation, parks and recreation, since we don't have a park or a recreation center in District 6. So it is definitely a safety hazard to have traffic coming across, pulling in there while you've got women and kids with baby strollers and things walking along the path, bicyclists going through there. It's not good. And as was pointed out by the woman who also lives in my neighborhood, putting in an underground gasoline tanks is not safe. And underground gas tanks leak and pollute.
Sir, we gotta, I'm sorry, it's getting a little bit into hypothetical crystal ball opinion based. I gotta bring it back to,
Okay.
to the site.
Okay, I was just considering that in terms of health.
Yes, sir.
As a risk.
Understood.
Health risk.
Understood. And your point is made, obviously, that's why I allowed you to finish saying it. You know, the accidents have happened. That is a factual statement, not an opinion-based statement. And
And I
agree.
know that as a fact from experience with it.
Right.
The city council worksheet also says, there is no evidence presented with the application that indicates the use will injure the beneficial use of adjacent or abutting property. And by coming to the conclusion that they made, they were supposed to consider aspects of the proposed use or development that may have a negative impact on the value of adjacent properties. Well, there are 3 homes on Atzor Place that abut upon this property. And
We've already made it clear, if you're getting ready to talk about property values, please phrase it as statements of fact, not opinion.
well, I'm about to say, I don't think it's going to be beneficial for their use for this to occur.
Okay.
Those people
Okay.
on Atzor Place. So, as far as property values, I don't know whether they're going to go up or down, but I don't think it's going to be beneficial for them.
Understood.
Okay. And the final one, on the worksheet, number 3, the proposed use will be located in the neighborhood business zoning district. The proposed use would be in harmony with the district and is not anticipated to have a negative impact. And by coming to that conclusion, they considered aspects of the proposed use or development that may have a negative impact on the nature or character, of the surrounding area. We don't have areas now over there where kids hang out, that go out, to get together with their friends. We don't have a problem in that area with people selling drugs. That's not now happening in this area. And I have some concerns that it should stay that way. And I have some doubts that it will stay that way.
Understood.
So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else to come forward for a public hearing for SU 0424? You'll be next, okay, sir? All right, if you would.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Everyone. Of course, I didn't come prepared to speak, 'cause sometimes I feel like it might not matter, but I'm going to use my voice. And I, too, I'm a resident in this area, and not only do I live there, I use this area. And I hope that before you guys make your decision, that everybody has had the opportunity to really.
I'm sorry. Would you
Nicole
please
Lofton.
state your name? I'm so sorry. Would you please state your name and your
Hardingwood,
address?
Nicole Lofton, 204 Hardingwood Drive.
Thank you. I
That's North
apologize.
Carolina. It's okay. I kind of got rolling before. I
Yeah,
remember.
that-
But anyway, I hope that you guys would have the opportunity to spend some time there, not just go through there every now and then, because it depends on what time of the day and what's going on, that you'll actually see what really is. We talked about a lot of things concerning this area, and one was the need. Let's be honest, is there really a need for this? Sometimes you just gotta, I understand the development in Goldsboro. I've been here all my life, and I understand the importance of that. But if we're developing, let's develop things that make sense. And right now, a gas station in that area does not make sense to me. There's any direction you go, and you've heard this, there's gas, there's food, there's some places to shop. Our needs are already met in that community. And I know development brings money for the city. I get that. But if we're going to develop something, let's develop something that makes sense for everyone. Not just the city, but for the city and the citizens. We talked about traffic. Traffic is horrible, we know. And it amazes me that we can start to consider putting in turning lanes and things like that when this development is coming. But we've been asking for something to go on in that area because I'm a cyclist and I also walk in that area, and it's a very dangerous area. It is. We've had people that have almost gotten hit even coming out of that apartment complex because there is a crosswalk, but the people, they ignore it, and I'm speaking fact.
I understand.
Well, I'm speaking fact. They ignore it because their mission is to get out on that road, on New Hope Road. Ms. Boyer, I hope I got your attention. I don't know what's going on up in there, but I'm just saying.
Ma'am,
I think,
please don't. Please don't.
I'm just saying. I'm giving you my attention. I want everybody to give me theirs as well.
But please don't levy personal.
It's not personal, but I'm just.
Understand.
Okay. But let's stay to the topic. But anyway, we talked about traffic. We talked about cars and that thing. Please consider pedestrians and bikers as well. We've been trying to get more walk lanes and bike lanes in that area, but we have not been successful. But now I hear that we're able to develop wider lanes and that for this development. We talked about the infrastructure. I've experienced and currently witnessing that as well. My water bill, and I'm not talking about the rates increase, is constantly high because of the infrastructure and the plumbing issues. We have plumbing trucks coming through our neighborhood all the time. So we know that there's an issue there. And if this is not, and I understand that development is supposed to help, but when will it help? Will it help after they build this thing and we have to wait, continuously wait, or is it going to happen while they're building? And those are questions that I have not heard an answer for. We also, we talked about, the pedestrian thing. I just really want you guys to really consider if this is really a need at this time. That's all I'm asking. And to me, and I think my neighbors and everybody that lives in that area, there is no need. I can go in 4 different directions and get what this gas station is going to provide for me. And I'm sorry, but nothing personal. But that's what I want to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. There's another hand. Yes, sir. Please. Upper. I got you. Hold the thing.
My name is David Bourgeois, and I live at 910 J. Ryan Road. And I moved in that area because of how beautiful that area is I raised my boys there, and now I'm raising my grandchildren there. A gas station. If you Google, you'll find 30 gas stations within 3 miles. To have a gas station put right outside our neighborhood to attract, and I'm going to say you're going to attract noise. If it's 24/7, you're going to hear all kinds of stuff going on. Me being a veteran, retired Air Force, my valves are damaged because of toxins that go into that ground. You're adding 300 homes over here. You've got our neighborhood that's already built up. We don't need, it's going to happen. I don't care what the EPA says or anybody else says. I've been on bases all across the world and the country. It gets into the soil, it gets into the system. If you're putting it right in the middle of us, it's going to find its way to our water system. The aquifer is not that deep. And then you got the ditches that are all, that line the fields there and the farm fields there. That's what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about that. I have heart damage because of all this. I'm just letting you know. I don't agree with putting a gas station right in the middle of our neighborhoods when you got 30 of them within 3 miles. That's all I really wanted to bring up. Everybody brought up all the rest of the stuff that's concerning, but that one, because I'm affected personally, and I don't want to see my neighborhood and my family friends be affected by that either. Not that close. It's too close. That's all I wanted to bring up.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ma'am?
Good evening. My name is Yolanda Farmer, and I reside at 1104 Shelley Drive. As a trained physicist, I like to deal in facts too, but I can't help but tell you that it's personal for me too, because this is my home. As a recent widow, this is where I'm staying for probably the rest of my life. And looking at the FBI crime rate, 24-hour gas stations in the last review was accounted for 37,561 violent crimes at gas stations. I can see where this gas station is going to be from my window in my bedroom. And it terrifies me to know that I could be living where 5% of the crimes in this country are held. And I know we have, like you said, we have a lot of gas stations here. And we don't need another gas station in our community. I walk my grandchildren on that beautiful trail that the city has provided for us. And thank you for giving that to us. It helps us as we, attempt to live a more healthy life. And thank you for that. But now it's going to be taken away from us, because when we go to walk across Collier Best, when you cross over, and again, we don't have any lighting there, but when we cross over, and I'm pulling my grandkids' wagon, trying to get them across the street, with that gas station there, that's gone from me, because I can't do that anymore. So I am pleading with you to please take us, our community, into consideration. We work hard to get our homes, and please allow us to stay there in peace.
Thank you. Anybody else for for a public hearing for special use 0424? Sir, if you would.
Council. My name is Chris Cox. I own Cox Properties here in town. I'm a commercial broker, general contractor. I think I consider myself an expert. When I show property, and I represent lots of landowners in this area, when a developer comes into a city, whether it's Goldsboro or wherever it might be, the first thing they ask me is, where should I be? They tell me what their use is, and you look at the zoning. Most of the opposition tonight was settled long ago. This has been zoned MU for many years, many years. This is a permitted use in the zone. These people, they may have, problems with it, but the city leaders decided a long time ago that this is where they wanted this type of development. It's not the developer's fault. The city leaders said, this is where we want this type of development. They spent hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars already on the site, and they're going to spend millions of dollars preparing it. When you're talking about $200,000 in road improvements on one side, $200,000 worth of road improvements on the other side, $200,000 more on another side, that doesn't have to come out of city coffer. It's all paid by the developer. Doesn't have to be paid by city taxes. These are things that have to be looked at too. It's not the developer's fault. He's just putting it where the city leaders said that's where they wanted this type of development. You have to have confidence in the boards when you come into a city and they say this is where we want it. And that's where they go. So you're following the rules, and then you get to an opposition like tonight, and then you're sitting there and you're thinking, this is where I was told I needed to go. It wasn't by me. It was by people on the board. So I'm just saying, keep those type of, when you make your decision, when you make your vote, think about that too. Thank you.
Is there anybody else to come forward for a public hearing for SU 0424? Last call, anyone to come forward for special use 0424? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I just want to say thank you.
Name and address.
Anita Poland, address 104 Jennifer Place, which is in Mimosa Park, and I want to say thank you to each one of y'all for giving us an opportunity as residents of Mimosa Park to be able to speak. All of these things that the people of Mimosa Park have spoken, I have it all written down, but I'm not going to repeat what's already been said for sake of time. I just want to say that I'm in agreement with that. Light pollution. Earlier, before I lived where I live, I lived actually close to 2 gas stations, one of which was a 24-hour. And I will tell you, the light pollution is an issue. I moved away for a reason. And when we purchased this property, we purchased it with no thoughts in mind that someone would bother to put a gas station, 24-hour gas station, that close to our neighborhood. So we've been paying on this house for many years, and I would not have purchased a home in an area to repeat what I moved away from. The other concern that they were talking about with the health issues, it is a proven thing. It's not a crystal ball thing. Leaking underground storage tanks is an undesirable consequence of having a gas station next door or even down the street, as gasoline or diesel fuel that leaks from these tanks can move great distances below ground and can reside there for decades. So I'm talking about grandchildren, great-grandchildren. Also having an impact on those adjacent properties. This can create possible negative health effects such as anemia, lung, brain, and kidney damage, and benzene can increase the risk of cancer for those living or working within 500 to 1,000 feet. 1,000 feet, which is just a little over the size of 3 football-sized fields. Some of the residents in Mimosa Park would definitely be within this range of proposed property, and it's just not even, I don't understand why the developer, and I don't know who it is, but where the new subdivision, or I guess new homes, 300 at least, are going to go. If I were developing that land, I would hope that someone would be standing up for the residents that are going to live there, because I can tell you this would be a deterrent to purchase homes across and that close. There is a church that has a daycare that is opened. Those children are going to be in that daycare. That's a safety issue because of what happens with the underground. So I just, first of all, thank you for the questions that were asked tonight. The infrastructure and everything else in concern, I appreciate that. And I would ask that you guys please vote against this gas station convenience store being able to be placed here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to come forward for special use public hearing, or public hearing for special use 0424? All right, final call, SU 0424. All right, seeing none, we will close this public hearing. Council, we go into our deliberations now, and again, this is findings of fact. This is not a rezoning. This is a findings of fact of does this fit within the within the uses, and you have the worksheet in front of us. So with that, is there any, should I reopen it for a conversation amongst council, or are we forced to move directly into motion?
No, you can have continued discussion amongst
Perfect.
council.
That's what I was thinking, just making sure. So council, are there any comments, thoughts, concerns? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I think my biggest issue here is, and I know I guess we can't say guarantee, right? But with the water pressure and the current issues that we've been hearing, well, I'll speak for myself. I've been hearing those neighbors and communities talk about since I've been on board in 2019. Something like this, in my opinion, just adds to those problems. But it seems like I also heard, whether it was the engineer, and I don't want to misquote you, that the development of those homes, the 312 homes that are coming, or units, whatever, is going to fix that issue. So to me, I'm on the fence because I want to welcome new development. I think it's great. But I also don't want to put more issue on top of issue that already exists. But I know that development is already in, like the wheels are already in motion. So can you tell me?
Can we pull Mark back up? We can?
Okay, or Mark.
Are you talking about Mr. Carnegie?
It would have to be Mark.
It would have to be Mark, right?
Yeah, because he's not the developer for that proposal.
Right.
They're not the ones that are
Okay.
responsible for that repair.
So Mark, can
If
you,
would.
if you wouldn't mind?
And for those watching on, Mark Helmer is the director of planning, or the planning department of City of Goldsboro.
Restate it, because I think you did say it first, and I think you might have chimed in too, but if you can repeat that about
yeah,
that.
so part of the approval process for Hawthorne Trail subdivision, which, by the way, the number of units did decrease a little bit last week when they came in with a revised plan, but that's neither here nor there. Hawthorne Trail was required to, as part of their plan, to show and eventually construct that water main going through that property and tying into existing water main, I believe it's within New Hope Road. So that infrastructure will be in place once the subdivision begins construction, and with phase one, it will be installed. So there should be some relief as far as water pressure.
Any other comments or questions for Mr. Helmer while he's standing here?
Mark, I have one.
Yes, please.
I want you to know I don't take this lightly, especially I'm grateful for every single person that got up to speak. As a matter of fact, I have 2 pages of notes, if that tells you how important this is to me, that I get all my information. But one question I wrote down for you is, again, it was approved, from what I'm hearing from everybody, roughly 10 years ago. 10 years ago. And I understand that we zoned that area, the previous council. But a concern for me is we did not know that we were going to have exponential growth of residents and homes in that area. We did not foresee the progress of that residential area growing so swiftly and so quickly. It has become an extremely desirable area. I'll be honest, that area is close to me too. That's close to the 5th district. And so while it was zoned in that area roughly about 10 years ago, we just did not foresee all of this residential growth, and that's a concern for me.
Any other comments or questions?
I still
Ms. Jones.
have, I'm sorry.
No, please, I was recognizing, that's all.
Okay, I still have a concern, I'm just not getting it in here, and I apologize, but I am just not getting this water pressure issue. I'm just not getting it. You said that the water will be fixed before.
It will be, the loop will be completed with Phase 1 of Hawthorne Trail, which is the residential development immediately to the north and across Skylar Best Road.
It will be fixed when?
It will be with Phase 1, so obviously we don't know when that plan is heading our way soon. We'll be reviewing that plan and ultimately approving it. Then it will be constructing the project. Imagine it, I don't know, but I would assume it would be, probably within 12 to 24 months, I would think. Phase 1 would be constructed. It could be sooner, depending how motivated they are.
Thank you.
Council, any other comments or questions for Mark or in general?
Just general.
Mr. Boyette.
I think it's important to emphasize, not on this issue, and this isn't directed to you, Mark, that's just in general, that generally with development brings improvement. The development brings the improvement. The development and the things that start happening is what gets the ball rolling for these other improvements. And I feel like I'm somewhat versed in this particular area and this particular request for a number of reasons. I drove my daughter to school every morning, 5 days a week for 7 years, back and forth through there. So I'm familiar with it in that regard. I also chaired the last comprehensive land use update that was done in 2013. I also was on the planning commission as the chairman when this item was approved to begin with. And we've heard presentations tonight that development's supposed to be a positive thing. We're growing our tax base. We're seeing that that New Hope Road is going to be a 4-lane road. It isn't hard to think about. Just a few years ago, I live on East Ash Street, and I rode my bicycle to school every day up and down that road. And within the next 4 years, that's going to be a 4-lane divided highway, Ash Street. This community is growing. 5 years, 4 years, 5 years. It's coming. That plan's already approved and in place. But the development's happening. Things are happening, and I don't see how this is going to go anywhere but forward and positive. And the development that's already on the books, that's coming to that exact area is what's been planned for, as in terms of land use and future development and how things are going in that direction. So, and as was pointed out by the developer, again, this project was brought forth and approved already as presented, and we have an opportunity to improve traffic and other things, as well as some of our local infrastructure that is going to happen because the developer is making the investment out there, and it's not coming off as our interim manager pointed out. Those improvements are coming without an expense to us as a taxpayer. So I think that we as a council, we have to look at things. They say first thing we were taught in the new school is that we're looking at things at 30,000 feet, not, and when we're looking down, trying to guide the city as a whole, we need to be mindful of that and development and managing that properly. And I think that's exactly what's being done here, that there's a project that's before us and all of the issues are being addressed that we're realistically responsible for looking at. So I see that the proposal is in line with what's already been approved, and we're not supposed to speculate here, but I would venture to say that possibly the reason that the site plan expired the first time is the developer was waiting or decided to wait until all of this other stuff that's going on in that area became closer to reality, and now we're here, and that those items are going on, and we're talking 300 plus units in just one corner of that. So that's going to solve some infrastructure problems in this development here. is going to solve some of our traffic flow problems according to our experts in that regard. That's my comments before we move forward with the findings of fact.
Ms. Taylor?
I just have a question. So between the gas station and the 312 units, which project will begin first? I know you said with one becomes help with the traffic.
I don't really know the answer to that, but I would think it would probably be the fuel station because the property's pretty much move-in ready. They've got access to water, sewer, got everything they need right there. So, but again, I don't control that. So, but I would think it's time for that gas station to happen because everything's coming into place for that intersection. So I think they would probably move pretty quickly, to get that done. So the subdivisions, there's a little bit more engineering and it's a little bit more involving. So they're going to need more time probably than it would be to construct a convenience store with fuel at that location. So, but it's hard to say.
Do you have like a rough estimate?
I think once the site plan is approved, you're looking at 3 or 4 months for the planning portion of it. I think once that's done, then, they could start immediately. So it's just when do they want to start? I do not know.
All right, Council.
I have one more comment
Ms.
for the
Lewis.
council. In lieu of the great growth of population, what we know today, would we have approved the zoning now based on the population growth that we have? And I'm going to be honest with you, I would not have. I would not have approved the rezoning based on what we know today with the population.
Council, any other comments or questions? All right, hearing none, we have, as stated at the very beginning with an intro, there are 4 individual questions. I can always tell when Brad turns me up or turns me down because I start echoing. Yeah, now I'm up. Great time to be in front of a microphone, right? So there are 4 individual questions. There's the one about materially endangering the public health or safety. There's that it will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property. There's the question of is it in harmony with existing development and uses within the area. And there is a general conformity with the City of Goldsboro's comprehensive land use plan. We will begin with question number 1. Is there a motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety?
I will make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, a motion has been made that, is there a second? Last call, is there a second? Hearing none, motion dies for a lack of second. So we're at a bit of a pause. We have to either have a motion that the use will materially endanger the public health or safety, or that it will not materially endanger the public health or safety. So, from council, I need a motion one way or the other.
I'd like to make a motion that the use will materially endanger the public health or safety.
Okay.
A second.
A motion has been made and seconded that the use will materially endanger the public health or safety. Is there any further conversation, any further debate on this motion? Hearing none, we'll put it to a vote. The motion on the table is that the use will materially endanger the public health or safety. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion passes. Matt, do we go through the other 3?
Well, you have to make all findings of fact.
Perfect.
So
We'll
you
make all
should
findings of
probably
fact.
go through and make them all as a matter of protocol.
Okay, perfect. Number 2, is there a motion that the use will not substantially injure the benefiting use of adjoining or abutting property?
I will make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we have a motion that the use will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property. Is there a second? Last call, is there a second? Hearing none, motion dies for lack of second. Is there a motion to the contrary? Is there a motion that the use will substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property?
I'll make that motion.
All right, motion has been made that the use will substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion has been made and seconded that the use will substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property. Is there any further debate on that motion? Hearing none, we'll put it to a vote. All those in favor that the use will substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property, those voting in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? Motion passes. 4-3 vote that the use will substantially injure. Question number 3, is there a motion that the use will be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
All right, a motion has been made that the use would be in harmony. Is there a second? Final call, is there a second? Hearing none, motion dies for lack of second. Is there a motion to the contrary that the use would not be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located?
I make a motion that the use will not be in harmony with the existing development and uses within the area in which it is located.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, motion has been made and properly seconded. Is there any debate on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor that the use will not be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located. All in agreement with that, please raise your hands.
What was, state that again? I think.
Is the motion on the table is there a motion that the use will not be in harmony? So the motion on the table is that the use will not be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located. Sometimes we're dealing with negatives and inverses here, so
The motion will not.
that the use will not be in harmony. So all those in favor that the use will not be in harmony, please raise your hands. All opposed? Understood. Thank you.
I'm thinking I understood that right.
No, you're fine. And yeah, each of us has to express our opinion for the record. And number 4, is there a motion? Is there a motion that the use will be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro's comprehensive land use plan?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
All right, a motion has been made that the use would be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro's comprehensive land use plan. Is there a second? Final call. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded that the use would be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro's comprehensive land use plan. Is there any debate on this motion? Hearing none, we'll put this to a vote. The motion on the table is that the use would be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro's comprehensive land use plan. All voting in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? Understood. Thank you. With that, the results are that this particular piece cannot move forward as it does not meet all 4 of the requirements. So with that, we still have 3 more special use hearings to go. I'm going to pause for just a second because I'm guessing some of y'all are probably ready to go home. If y'all would like to exit now, we'll pause just for a second to allow you to exit without interrupting business. Briefing on item E. SU 0624, automotive sales facility.
Okay, SU 0624 automobile sales lot. This is a used automobile sales lot to be located at the intersection of North Center Street and East Oak Street.
And do polish this for a second.
Yeah. The existing zoning on the property, well, I want to go back to when, I think it went 2 slides. Yeah, I think it's definitely time for your data. Okay, so the location of this property is located at 312 North Center Street. Hopefully I'll pronounce this gentleman's name correctly. Nami Barakat. He's also the owner of the property. The property is currently zoned general business and is within has a land use designation of commercial. And again, the request is for a special use permit to establish an automobile sales lot at this location. The zoning is currently the property zoned general business and is established to accommodate the widest range of uses providing general goods services to the community. The district is intended to promote high quality accessible development serving the needs of the community and surrounding area. In your packet, you'll find a location map. On this particular map, the subject property is highlighted in blue. And again, it is located on the southeast side of the intersection of West Oak Street and North Center Street. The land use plan has identified this as being suitable for commercial. And this district recommends emphasis on the following: preservation and development of the central business district, control of strip development, reduction of excessive signage, quality infill, prohibition of commercial encroachment of existing residential neighborhoods, and inclusion of some parks, open space to provide pedestrian-friendly and landscape areas which will break the commercial landscape. Again, the comprehensive land use plan shows this as being suitable for general business and commercial. The technical review committee will ultimately, if the special use permit is approved, technical review committee will have to review the site plan for compliance with all development regulations to include any driveway permits, stormwater regulations, and the like. In your packet is a copy of the site plan, which does show a paved parking lot and an outdoor storage area, and a portion of that building would be used for the offices for a used automotive sales lot. If council approves a special use permit, staff is recommending the following conditions of approval: that the use shall be limited to 16 automobiles. All automobiles for sale shall be parked within a striped parking stall as identified on the site plan. No outdoor storage of inoperative or partially dismantled automobiles shall be permitted. No outdoor storage of tires shall be permitted. No outdoor storage of automobile parts shall be permitted, and all other outdoor storage shall be screened from view with a 6-foot-high solid opaque fence. These are staff's recommendations. If council so chooses to adopt them and to approve the plan, I will be happy to answer any questions you may have on this proposal.
Any comments or questions from council from Mr. Helmer on this particular parcel? Last call. All right, perfect. Well, then in that case, we will move forward and open the public hearing for SU 0624. This is a automobile sales lot at the intersection of North Center Street and West Oak. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. Final call. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. Seeing none, we will close the public hearing on SU 0624 and we'll return to council deliberations. Council, are there any deliberations or questions that you thought of in the last roughly 15 seconds for Mr. Hilmer? Hearing none, we'll move to the votes. As before, it's the four-part test. We'll have to vote on each part individually. Question number 1. Is there, based on the conditions recommended by planning staff, is there a motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety?
I'll make that motion.
All right, motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, motion has been made and seconded that while including the conditions recommended by the planning staff, the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety. Is there any debate on that motion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All in favor that the use with those conditions will not materially endanger the public health or safety, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Question number 2. Is there a motion that the use will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property?
May I recommend that the motion needs to include a statement that says, is there a motion that the use with the conditions will
Just
not,
like I did for the first
and
one?
just insert that in the next 3 motions, if you will.
I'll do
please.
that.
Thank you.
Perfect. So based on the conditions recommended by planning staff, or excuse me, is there a motion that the use, inclusive of the conditions recommended by planning staff, will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property?
I'll make that motion.
All right, motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded that the use with the conditions recommended by planning staff will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Question number 3. Based on the recommendations, based on the conditions recommended by planning staff, or is there a motion that the use, including the conditions recommended by planning staff, will be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located? Should I say that again for the record? You're good? Okay. Motion has been made. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded that the use, including the conditions recommended by planning staff, will be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located. Is there any debate on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your right hand. All opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. 4th question. Is there a motion that the use, when including the conditions recommended by planning staff, will be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro Comprehensive Land Use Plan?
I make a motion.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded that the use, including the conditions recommended by planning staff, will be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro's Comprehensive Land Use Plan. Is there any debate on the motion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. SU 0624 passes. All right. Mr. Helmer, if you would please bring us to my next page, which is SU 724.
Thank you, Mayor. SU 0724 is a request to convert a 4-unit, a 2-unit duplex into a 4-unit multifamily building. The property is located at 1113 East Mulberry Street. The owner of the property is Goldsboro Housing Authority, and the applicant is also Goldsboro Housing Authority. The property is currently zoned residential R9. The land use designation is, I have commercial here. I'm not so sure if that's correct. It's actually, the land use designation is high-density residential. The applicant is requesting a special use to convert the existing duplex into a 4-unit apartment quadplex. The zoning is, let me just double check the map. Yeah, so the property is zoned residential R9, which is essentially a medium density residential zoning district, which will allow for up to 9 units per acre. The proposed request does meet the density requirements for the R9 zoning district. The adjacent land uses and zoning districts include office institutional O&I immediately to the north, which contains a single family dwelling on it, and that is that property fronts on North Pine View Avenue. To the south is a single family residential property, and to the east is single family residential, and to the west is single family residential. So the land use plan calls for not sure what happened here, but so the land use plan essentially calls for high density residential, which the project is, and the purpose of that district really is to allow for a range of uses to include quadplexes and duplexes, as well as single family. Also I believe in the R9 too, multifamily, like a traditional multifamily apartment complex is also permitted in this zoning district. The technical review committee will ultimately review this plan as well. So what the project is showing, a development plan that shows this unit being, there's a floor plan too, but it shows this project being developed into 4 units. They'll be proposing a parking lot on the north side of the property, as well as a parking lot on the Mulberry side of the property. Staff is recommending that, ultimately will recommend that this project, if it is approved, will produce or create 1 parking lot with access from Pine View Avenue, and so no driveway. Staff is recommending that no driveway be permitted on Mulberry Street. Staff is of the opinion that 2 parking lots with 2 driveways is excessive for this development, when the development could easily be served by 1 driveway and 1 parking lot with access to North Pine Avenue. Staff is also recommending that a fence be provided on the Mulberry side of the property, providing privacy to the residents and to provide screening from the proposed parking lot. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Again, the request is to convert a duplex 2-unit house into a 4-unit quadplex.
All right, council, what questions do we have for Mr. Hilton? Ms. Jones?
I don't have questions for comments.
Ms. Jones?
I have a question. Is it my understanding that this was before the council once before?
I'm not aware, I've only been here for a few months, but I'm not aware, no one has told me that this has been before you in the past, so I do not know.
I know there was a quadplex request up the street on Mulberry Street, a little further to the east, that was turned down.
I am familiar with that one, yes.
I have a question. I wrote down a couple questions. I'm sorry. It just helps me to learn. So with it being a 4 quad, will a sprinkler system be required, and will there have to be a backflow system out on the street?
I'm not so sure about the sprinkler system, but I'm sure fire separation would be required between the units. Ultimately, the fire inspector.
So the RPZ would be required, Matt?
It's required on all.
Okay.
Council, any other comments or questions?
I do have one.
Councilmember White.
Could you go over you said they didn't require screening?
Yeah, so on the Mulberry side of the property, there is the front facade that faces Mulberry Street. Between the front facade of the structure and the adjacent property, there was a fence there at one time, and I think it was removed. Staff's recommending that fence be installed to provide screening from Mulberry Street to the proposed parking lot.
Council, any other comments or questions for Mr. Helmer? Just a comment,
Yeah,
Mr. Witt.
I'm not directed towards.
That's fine.
Okay. I'm completely opposed to this particular request, and I know we have to go through our 4 motions, but this is just a comment for those listening and the council as well, as I'm familiar with this particular request, and also familiar with, as chairman of the planning commission, when we had a similar request that come before us for a quad within a few blocks of this one. At face value, it's just absolutely not in harmony with the existing neighborhood there. And there, if you ride the entire distance of Mulberry from the very easternmost portion, at least all the way up close to the post office or Slocum Street and beyond, there's not a single multi-family residence beyond a duplex on that entire street. Everything's either single family or a single family house that's been converted to a duplex, which as we know, you can convert to a duplex and not change the character of the house. If you have to go to a quadplex, as has been pointed out, you're looking at parking lot and the things that come along with parking lot, lighting, dumpsters being emptied, one thing and another is just completely upsetting to the existing harmony of what has always been a single family neighborhood. And I'm completely opposed to it and would like to see the neighborhood remain as it is, and this request ultimately be denied when we go through our 4 findings of fact. But absolutely what the finding of fact related to with it being in harmony with the existing development is going to be where I stake my.
I think I have a concern with the screen too. I was going to ask you why that was necessary, the screen, because that's
Well, if you choose to
not conducive with the
if you choose to
neighborhood.
approve it, you should probably place some condition. Well, the fact is they'll have a parking lot, up to 8 parking spaces, 2 per unit. That is, in essence, a parking lot. So to reduce impacts on adjacent properties and to for the project to be in harmony with what's going on around it, you probably want to screen that parking lot because it'll be the only house on the street with a parking lot. So anything you
So
do
can you
that-
say that statement one more time? It will be the only
Yeah,
house
as far as I know,
on
it'll
that
be-
street
yeah,
with a parking lot.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
so
you.
I mean, it's 8 parking spaces, so that's a substantial, improvement, if you will. So.
Thank you. One quick question. Can you define screen? Because when you're saying screen, I'm thinking about a screen door. So are you talking about it could be a gate?
A screen, well, a fence, not a privacy fence, but some sort of, something to break up the view from Mulberry Street.
For sure. So that could be a privacy
Yeah,
fence. It could be a chain fence.
It could be landscaping.
Trees.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's what I'm recommending if you so choose to.
I have a question.
Okay.
So I'm just curious, but I've received emails. Is this supposed to be for a battered women's shelter?
My understanding is, yes, the applicant has stated in their, I think in their formal application that would be for battered housing, or I've heard that at least. That would be a question probably best to ask to the applicant. I'd be interested to
Is
hear
someone here from that?
I do not know if they're here or not. Are they?
Well,
Okay.
we do have somebody from the applicant, and obviously they'll be able to speak during
Okay.
the public
Okay,
hearing
great.
section.
Okay, that's what I was curious. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions for round 1 of Mr. Helmer? All right. Take a breath because round 2 will be in a little while. All right. So with that, let's open the public hearing for SU 0724, a quadplex at 1113 East Mulberry Street. Would anyone like to come forward to speak on SU 0724? Second call. Would anyone like to come forward to speak for SU 07? Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Sharita Oates. I'm the Director of Administration for the Housing Authority of the City of Goldsboro. And to answer your question, this will not be used as a homeless, like a shelter for battered women. It will be more so as a transition home for people coming out of the battered women's shelter. And we actually have our community partner here, Ms. Linda Holden Cox, who can speak more to what that transition will look like and how that program will operate.
Thank you. Well, actually, I'll tell you what. So let's do that. Let's go ahead and have her speak. There was someone else that had made eye contact with me. We'll come back to that, but I think it is important that everyone, before they make their comments, hear exactly what it is that's being proposed. So let's begin with that. Thank you, Ms.
So for the Housing Authority, we're just, it's our property, and we're actually overseeing the development of it. We are going to partner, like I said, with Wayne Uplift and allow them to come in and utilize the space. It will be specifically for people transitioning out of the shelter into a transitional facility.
Thank you. And if she'd like to come forward now would be if she'd like to.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for giving
Good
us the
evening.
opportunity to bring some clarity to some things. My name is Linda Holden Cox. I reside at 118 Carlisle Circle here in Goldsboro. And as Ms. Oates said, it is not going to, my understanding is not going to be a women's shelter. We do operate the women's shelter here in Goldsboro. Wayne Uplift Resource Association is the domestic violence and sexual assault service providers for Wayne County. We offer an array of supportive services, and one of the services that we provide is the women's shelter. The women, we provide that service for women and their dependent children. We also provide services for men and their dependent children. However, the shelter that we have, we do not house men there. We do have alternative housing for them. Within this shelter, we provide supportive services and come up with a safety plan for them whenever they transition out of our shelter. Not all people that come to our program goes into the shelter. Some of them actually come to the program. We provide financial assistance, case management for them, counseling, things of that sort. But the partnership that we have with Goldsboro Housing Authority that we're very excited about continuing is the women or the men who come out of our program will be transitioning into housing. Their housing there on Mulberry Street. We're very excited about that. We run our program with the mission and the assumption that everybody should have an opportunity to stay where they want to stay. As long as they follow the guidelines within that community or within that neighborhood, we think that, just because they've had a personal crisis situation, that they should not be stigmatized by any way. And that's how we operate. We actually provide services to people from all economic backgrounds, all educational backgrounds, all races, and domestic violence and sexual assault does not discriminate. And we're here in support of those victims and survivors that are going through those personal crisis situations, and we are very excited about partnering with Goldsboro Housing Authority to be able to give these individuals a place, a safe place to go once they transition out of a domestic violence or sexual assault situation. As I said, we look forward to it. If anybody have any additional questions or need some more clarification, please feel free to call our office and we can really go into detail with you about that.
And if you would, since you would actually be the operator, just point of procedure, are we allowed to ask questions of witnesses?
Yes.
I thought so. Okay.
You can't call her later, though.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So now would be the opportune moment.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
No, that's
that's why I asked that question at this point, because again, this one, I didn't. With the other one, the site developer, there were folks that were in the room that had made it clear they were going to come forward with this. This would be the opportunity. Council, are there any questions? Again, this is fact-based questions, not opinion-based questions about the operations or the intention for the development. All right, Pro Tem.
Thank you. I guess I'm asking you if you could be very specific in the type of housing. So it's different for us to say it's going to be a facility. It's different for us to say shelter. It's different for us to say these individuals are going to have a chance at self-sufficiency, being on their own. So can you really explain to us what type of housing will be available for those individuals?
Okay, once they transition out of the shelter, and Ms. Oates mentioned shelter, but it may be individuals who are just coming through our program, because everybody that comes through our program do not need our shelter services. So anyone who's fleeing a domestic violence or sexual assault situation would come to our office, and we'll do the intake process just like we do when they go into the shelter. If they're needing transition housing from the shelter or from fleeing a domestic violence situation and just coming into our program, if there's availability at this house, then we're going to screen them as we do anyone. They would have to pass our intake or screening process as well as Goldsboro Housing Authority process. And as long as they pass that screening, they're going to be eligible to be qualify for the housing. I don't know if there's anything else that you want me to add to that, or
I just wanted, because we heard different terms being used, so I wanted everyone to be clear on what type of housing it was, that it's not a shelter, it's not going to be considered a facility. This is going to be individuals who have independent living, self-sufficiency.
There to pay their rent.
Yes, ma'am.
Just like we all pay mortgages or rents.
Yes, ma'am.
They're going to be there doing just that. In our shelter, they can come and stay for 30 days, up to 90 days, or have an extended period. This is not what this property is going to be. It's not going to transit. They're going to be coming in and paying their utilities and paying their rent and all of that. But if they choose to leave and find another place to go, all well and good. But just like we move from house to house. But it's not a shelter. It's not going to be a shelter. We operate a shelter, but it's not going to be on that level.
I have a question.
Ms. Taylor?
So is it intended to be for long-term rental?
It could be long-term, yeah.
Or
there's going to be no limitations on
so
how long
if they want to come and stay 2 weeks or 2 years?
We're going to screen individuals where we are hoping no, it's not going to be transit. It's not going to be where they come in to stay for 2 weeks and move on. If they're going to be, that is going to be a location that they have sought out for a safe place to stay.
Okay.
Not a shelter where they would come to our location and stay for 30 days or 90 days and then move on. No, this is going to be just like, in our program, we assist them in finding permanent safe homes or housing. And just like if we assist them in contacting a realtor or housing or private landlord, it's going to be another option for them. It's going to only be another option for them, not.
I was just trying to determine if this is going to be considered like a long-term kind of thing for them.
Yes.
It could be.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
That's what I was trying to get. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, Ms. Weeks and then Ms. Jones. Ms. Weeks?
The question I had wrote down, so it will fall under the auspices of Wayne Uplift, correct?
We're going to be screening the applicants. We're going to be a referral for Goldsboro Housing Authority. They're going to operate the facility. We're not operating the facility. We're not the property. We're not going to be the property owners. We're just going to make referrals to them for housing there, just like we would, to Goldsboro Housing Authority, to Eastern Carolina Regional, to a private landlord from time to time, or any realtor that we, have an MOU with that we refer our residents to.
I was only asking, and first of all, I admire you. I honor the work you do. I've had the privilege of working with you a lot, and I've even referred clients to you. So I honor everything that you do. My concern, though, was it being under the auspices of Wayne Uplift. I'm trying to think of everything that's in those surrounding areas, and I was trying to think of, I don't know if it would be a law or ordinance. I don't know if Mr. Lawrence could help me, but one question I had wrote down is there some type of ordinance that if you have transitional housing already in, like within 1,000 feet or something like that, would that fall under this or no?
Yeah, that's a different, it's a
So
different
it's
thing.
something totally different?
Yeah, that's a different thing here, because this quadplex is gonna be for units, it's not gonna be a group home.
Okay.
Okay, so
Right.
now you get into what's considered a group home situation, and there are some within certain distances of there.
Yes,
but-
sir.
but
That's what
would
what I was
not be,
thinking. Okay.
Yeah, it's not like
Wouldn't
the
be
special
considered a group
population house. It wouldn't be a special population.
Yeah. And I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem asking that question, because I think there's confusion on my part too, as some questions that were asked. Thank you for clarifying that.
Ms. Jones?
Yes, I didn't know, I don't know if I heard you or not. Did you say there would be male or female or both, the people that will be coming to this
They're
house?
transitioning from our shelter, they're going to be females. We do-
Females?
Yes.
Only
Our programs-
females?
Yes.
Okay.
All females. We do serve men, but not at that particular site. At our shelter, we do not. We provide services for men, but we have other housing locations here in Goldsboro that we may refer them to. Yes. So mainly shelter.
Okay. Mr. Boyette?
I would just like to say that my opposition to this request has nothing to do with what the use is. It's simply the fact that we're taking a single-family residence and turning it into a commercial quadplex in an area that that's not what that area is intended or designated for. If the applicant was making a request to upfit the single-family home, or they were making a request to make it a duplex, that's not changing the character of the property. That's where my opposition lies. It isn't with the use. The tenants that are residing in the property isn't where my concern is. My concern is specifically, we're taking a single-family home in a single-family area and turning it into a commercial quadplex that requires all these things that we're speaking about. So I just wanted to clarify, that was my position there.
Ms. Jones?
No, I was just.
Perfect. Any other, Councilmember White?
I just want to clarify that even though it falls under Goldsboro Housing Authority, is this a part of the choice voucher program in any type of way?
I think Ms. Oates can answer that. I can't answer that question because I'm not an employee at Goldsboro Housing.
Okay. That's what I want. I just wanted to get it on the record that it's not a.
So, I'm sorry, one quick thing. Just for clarity's sake, Councilwoman Jones, when you asked your question just now, were you talking about the proposed unit or the current shelter that they have when you asked about men?
No, yeah, I'm talking about the proposed.
Okay, so for clarity's sake, men will be allowed because, I mean, like you said, domestic violence, it doesn't pick and choose. It isn't, right? Or it picks and choose, whatever, whoever wants to.
And I have to say, we have very few, well, we do service men, but normally they actually are relocated out of town, I have to be honest with you, or whatever. And we even serve men from Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, and we have a very low percentage of men that we serve, so mainly it will be women. However, it doesn't discriminate. So we have a man that meets the qualifications, our screening process and their screening process, is eligible to be placed there, sure. But I would say to you today that 99.9% of our people that we serve are females with dependent children.
I just wanted to get something. Thank you.
Councilmember White?
Okay, and just one more, because there was a concerned citizen who emailed. This is not just based on income, right? Anybody from any financial background could be at these units.
Unfortunately, we can't refer back to a different witness.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's a procedural thing.
Yes,
In a
yes.
typical zoning hearing, I can kind of allow whatever. In these, because they're quasi judicial, there's repercussions.
I can say from our point of view,
Right.
we cannot, our program, the qualifications for our program are not based on income. We serve people from all economic backgrounds. And so as far as the housing that Goldsboro Housing Authority is actually going to proposing to do, then I can't answer that. I can't answer that question. I don't know if it's going to be based on income or not. As far as that,
I have one more question
Sure.
for you.
Councilmember
Have you had success with quad homes? Have you tried this yet? Have you?
I have no. our program, no, we have not tried to place individuals in a quad placement. We do collaborate with, as I said, private landlords, Goldsboro Housing Authority, realtors, making referrals. We do have some contact with a couple of realtors here in Goldsboro that share their listing with us. And so, but in private homes or in apartment complexes and things of that sort. But as far as quads, no, we have not. Duplexes, yes. We have placed individuals or participants in duplexes before.
Council, any other comments or questions for last call? Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
That's kind of what it looks like.
All right, sir, if you would, then please present yourself to Ms. Getz. If you would, state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tyler Page. I currently reside at 105 North Oleander Drive, about 2.5 blocks from the address we're speaking of for the projected residence or multifamily residence. I'm very familiar with this area. I rented at 1205 East Mulberry Street for over a year. And recently, as of July of last year, I bought a home at the address I just stated, about 2.5 blocks away. If I knew now if I knew then what I knew now in learning about this and what the way that Mulberry Street is going, I would not have bought my house. I've grown up in Goldsboro, graduated from local school here. My whole family is here for the most part. And what I'd like to speak most about is the harmony of this. At what price? And I know that there are needs in the community, and I'm not undermining those at all by speaking up against this. And I am in fact speaking against this because we already have on the 100 block of Oleander and Ash Street a Goldsboro Housing Authority run. Actually, 2 individual units that are run by that, and then off Autobahn, another Goldsboro housing unit from my old apartment to my new home. So now you're telling me there's going to be 4 Goldsboro housing authorities between Ash Street and Mulberry Street? How is that conducive to a single family home? Look, I'm not married, I don't have kids. But I'm very caring of my neighbors, my community. I try to be thoughtful, and I'm very observant is one thing I am. And one thing I've observed is the amount of children, young families, walking. Mulberry is a very popular place to walk, and to continue to allow whatever the group or entity running it is, to continue to allow this is taking away.
Sir, I need you to speak to things that are factual, existing statements. And
Sure.
I realize that you're kind of trying to work the gray area. You're trying to be very respectful. I respect that and I appreciate it. Try to avoid things that are crystal ball opinion based. Please, do your best to stick to the facts. Obviously, the statement of distance and radius; those are all factual statements. Please help me with that. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. So basically what I'd just like to say is I feel like we're losing the harmony of the single family home neighborhood. There are already numerous Goldsboro Housing Authority residences, and now we're talking about adding other ones. One thing I can say, that is, losing the harmony of the neighborhood. Another thing that I would like to speak on is safety. I have lived many places in my life. Since I've moved back to Goldsboro, and I will be here for the rest of my life, I love this city, I've had to call the police at least 6 times. Not for fear for my own health, but for fear for my neighbors, my community. My neighbor's car was stolen 6 months ago. My car has been going through. I'm not saying that's because of residents or not in certain areas, but there are things that come with entities, and I'm just speaking to safety in general. I think if you continue to put entities that are run by Goldsboro Housing Authority, it is the citizens that have to police it.
Again, be very, very careful. I don't want to get into opinion of what an organization would or wouldn't do. Statements of fact about crime on your block, about crime in your neighborhood. Obviously, we don't want to imply that because it is opinion-based evidence, we cannot imply that this would increase crime. What you can imply is that crime is already an issue.
And that is all I'm trying to say, that crime is an issue, and I don't want it to get any worse for any reason.
Right.
But more specifically, I don't want to lose the neighborhood that I've bought with my hard-earned money and want to raise a family eventually. I don't want to lose the harmony of that neighborhood. I don't think anybody else that lives around me does either. So that's why I'm here speaking, and that's really what I'd like to say.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak for or against SU 0724? Yes, sir. Please. Clerk.
Good evening. My name is Darrell Crawford, and I stay at 106 Claiborne Street, and that's right there on the corner of Claiborne and Mulberry, maybe 2 blocks from the resident that we were talking about also. And I also agree that with the gentleman here and the gentleman that just spoke about, I am against the property being turned over to what they are trying to do. I am a little nervous.
You're doing fine. Take your time. We're here to hear.
Speaker, but I came across the property maybe a couple of weeks ago and saw the sign outside posted, public hearing and everything. Stopped the truck, walked around the property and everything. A huge house, and the first thing that came to my mind was, how long had the property been empty? Number one, because it's just sitting there. Like I said, it's a huge house, and I thought that, the first thing that, I would do is try to sell it to a private owner, have it do what he's gonna do with it, and also. Like the people are saying that, Mulberry Street, Walnut, all those parallel streets, nothing but single-family homes, and they've been that way for, probably nearly 100 years. One time, 50 years ago, 60 years ago, it was a little different out there. The diversity was a little bit different out there than it is now, but the diversity now, I think, is moving in the right direction. So I think the area is pretty much a single family home community with people raising kids and everything else out there, and that a private owner of the lot I think should be obtained and should go from there. And my other question too was, they talk about a conversion. Do they plan to, tear down the existing house and build this condo, or renovate the existing house to the complex?
We can ask that question and follow up with.
Okay, so I have nothing against housing authority. I grew up here in Goldsboro, Webtown, not in the project, but my father's house was projects here, and my father's house right there. So I grew up in the projects. So I have nothing against housing authority. Housing, it's just that I think there may be a better solution for this particular property. And that's it. Just
Thank you,
one.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Is there anyone else to speak for or against the proposed use under special use 0724? Yes, ma'am, please. Yes, sir.
Just to be short and sweet.
And if you would state your name and address. Thank
My
you.
name is Carla Chappell. I live on 113 North Leslie Street, which is about 3 to 4 blocks away from the proposed property. I also own a home in Oleander, which is also quite locally situated. I share your sentiment, Beverly. I have the utmost respect and compassion on the population that they are wanting to offer this housing to, and I really do hope that there can be like a great resolution found there. But when it comes to the integrity of Mulberry Street and the neighborhood that we're speaking about, I don't see that a privacy fence or screening or a parking lot that has to accommodate like 8 parking spots would be cohesive to the community that already exists there. There are a lot of really beautiful homes on that street, a lot of really historic homes, and I find that if they were split into 4 separate units, that we would lose a lot of the integrity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else to come and speak for or against in the public hearing for special use 0724? Last and final call. Are there anyone to come forward and speak under for or against SU 0724? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing. Mr. Helmer, if you'd come back for the second and final chapter for this particular piece.
And Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Hey, could we recall the young lady who I just asked and he said it was okay?
Cross-examine.
Just call the young lady who works for the Housing Authority.
Yeah, originally you told me we could not recall witnesses.
You can recall for cross-examination. We kind of jumped earlier to that, and I didn't get a chance
Okay.
to say to that, because you had kind of jumped and went back over it, and then Mr. Hilmer came back up. So, but they can be called back up, can be cross-examined, and asked other questions.
Okay.
Okay.
So.
And they're still under oath, so don't have to be put
So
back under oath.
she's still under it. So, Mark, have a seat, but there's another complication. I just closed the hearing on the record.
You can reopen that back up, you've got a request.
Okay.
We're still in the process of hearing the
Okay.
matter. You've not started to hear any motions.
Right.
No, none of that's been made, so you can actually still do that.
Perfect. All right. So with that, we will reopen the public hearing, SU 0724, and Councilmember White would like to call Ms. Sharita Oates back to the podium, please. And again, you're still under oath, so just rejoin us. Councilmember White, if you would.
Yes, I just have a quick question. I know I talked about the LMI community, low to moderate income community, and I think that I keep hearing about Goldsboro Housing Authority. Could you tell me the exact role that y'all will play with managing this facility?
We'll be the landlords. So we are the ones that are gonna pay to get this building, or this home reconstructed into the fourplex. And then we'll be the ones that will be collecting the rent and making the upkeep of the units as well.
And you told me that it wasn't a choice voucher program.
You mean housing choice voucher?
Right, the housing
No.
choice. It's not one. Okay.
It's public housing,
All right.
yeah.
That's all I had.
Council, any other questions for Ms. Oates?
Could I say
You know.
something else?
Yes, please.
You know, I wasn't very familiar, they call this home the Mary Casey house, and I
Right.
wasn't familiar with Mary Casey, so I looked it up, and Mary Casey was a nurse years ago this was her home, and it was actually, they said it's the very first nursing home within our state. So it hasn't always been a single family home. It was once a nursing home, if I'm not mistaken, and that might be why it's listed as commercial, I don't know. But I did want to make that point. And so we'll be more than happy to share like our plans of what we plan to do with the upkeep and the outside of the home. We don't have any intention of compromising the integrity of the neighborhood or anything like that. We're in a position to put quite a bit of money into making this home very appropriate and safe for families that, like Ms. Linda Holden Cox said, these people transitioning out of the battered women's shelter deserves a safe home for their children, for themselves as well. So, any other questions for me?
Any other comments or questions for Ms. Oates?
I do. I have one more
Weeks.
question.
Okay.
When they're transitioning out, what time, is it 6 months out of Wayne Uplift from the domestic shelter? Is it 3 months? Is there any kind of time? Because
Again, I'm not an expert with the program of Wayne Uplift. That would be a question for Ms. Cox, I think.
Should we recall? Can we recall as many times as we want to?
If there's a request,
Okay.
then you can.
Lovely. After this, we'll ask, I'll recall Ms. Holden Cox, okay? Any other comments or questions for Ms. Oates? Seeing none, thank you. Again, as y'all see, the complexities of the quasi-judicial as opposed to the purely administrative, like zoning, is why I'm leaning on our attorney. I do want to make sure that we are procedurally correct and fair to each of these applicants and each of these speakers. So, Ms. Holden Cox, if you please return to the podium, if you're so willing. All right, Ms. Weeks, you may proceed.
so I understand the intake process with you. I'm very familiar with your intake process. Between the intake process and the time that the individual will transition into this transition home, will there be a certain time limit or statute before they can transition to actual transitional housing?
As long as there's a vacancy at the property, as soon as they come in, we do the intake process and sit down and talk about their goals and objectives. If they're wanting to stay here in Wayne County and they want to seek safe housing, then and if there's a availability at the property, then we're going to start actually start that process to get them there. There's not going to be like a time frame. There's not going to be. Does that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That-
Okay. They're going to be going through safety planning and all the other things that we offer as well. But if there's a vacancy, we're going to go ahead and place them into the house. Mm-hmm.
Any other comments or
And we are in
questions?
the process of working out some details as well with Goldsboro Housing Authority. We know the basics, we know the things on the surface, but and if maybe things we have to tweak along the way. But we do know that to answer that question, we are going to process that right into the home.
Any other comments or questions for the witness? Hearing none, thank you again.
Okay.
Are there any other witnesses that the council would like to recall? Going once, going twice? Oh, all right. So with that, this time I'll actually close the public hearing. So now, Mr. Helmer, if you would rejoin us. Are there any questions or clarifications that council has for Mr. Hillman? Hearing none, you're relieved.
Thank you.
Don't go far, we have another one after this. So with that, council, we'll conclude our deliberations up here. Are there any other thoughts or comments before we move into motions?
Just one last time to point out that my concern here is not the use and what they're going to do with the property. The concern is putting a quadplex in a single-family neighborhood. Bottom line, that's where my issue is. It isn't with the housing authority and their proposed use within the structure. The structure is the issue and where it's at, just to be on record for that.
Any other? All right, hearing none, we'll move into our motions. Again, this is a four-part test. Each part has to have a motion in the affirmative, regardless if it's phrased negatively or not, and all four have to be in place for the actual special use permit to be granted. So we'll begin with number one. Is there a motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety?
Motion to approve.
Motion has been made that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded that the use would not materially endanger the public health or safety. Is there any debate on this motion?
Excuse me.
It was me.
No, Ms. Jones.
I second.
Ms. Jones.
Yep. Motion second. You're good.
I
Motion
pulled my
second.
mic down, Madam Clerk.
Yep. Is there any debate on the motion? All right, hearing none, we'll put it to a vote. All in favor, or all,
I'm going to debate it. I'm going to
Please.
disagree, just because I am very familiar with the clients that I put at Wayne Uplift, and I would be very concerned for that community, for some of the clients to transition over to that home on Moorberry Street. So I'm going to be one that debates it.
all right, so the motion to be voted on, and I won't ask, are you in favor or against? All I'll ask is, do you concur or not? I think that's the cleaner way to logically think about it. So do you concur with the motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety? All those that concur with that statement, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Okay. Motion passes. Is there a motion that the use will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll say.
There's a motion is made and properly seconded that the use would not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property. Although, is there any debate on the motion? All those in concurrence that the use would not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion fails.
We got.
Wait, I'm sorry, we'll
You're
read it.
saying that the motion that the use will not
The
substantially injure?
the motion on the floor was that it would not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining property. And the question, let's redo that vote so we have it clean on the record. I'm asking in concurrence, do you concur with the statement that the use would not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property? All in favor, all in concurrence with that statement, please raise your hand.
Can we just get it clear, can we get it
Yeah.
clear for the record so Laura can get it clear for who it is?
Right.
Because I can't tell who's raising it.
Right.
So,
I'm sorry.
I thought the
Yeah,
first one
it's
didn't-
just confusing. I get that, and we're working through this, because my issue is the next one.
Right.
Yeah, my issue.
And it has to pass all four, as the mayor pointed out.
Right. So we need a motion for the record. Is there a motion, or is there concurrence that the use will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property? All in concurrence that the use would not substantially injure the beneficial use of a current or adjoining or abutting property, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion fails. Number 3, is there a motion that the use would be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located? Those in concurrence, is there a motion that the use would be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located? Hearing none, we'll ask the opposite.
I make a motion that use will not be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located.
I'll second that.
So a motion has been made and seconded that the use would not be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located. All in concurrence with the statement that the use would not be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located, please raise your hand. Opposed? Motion passes that it would not be in harmony. Is there a motion that the use would be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro's comprehensive land use plan?
Motion to approve.
There is a motion that's been made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion has been made and seconded that the use would be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro's comprehensive land use plan. Those in concurrence, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Motion passes. With that, there was a dissent on if the use would be in harmony with existing development uses within the area in which it is located. Therefore, SU 0724 fails.
There was dissent on the second one too, I believe.
There was, but that was the one that had the actual vote. Mr. Helmer, we'll move to SU 0824. And actually, we'll pause again. Those who are here for SU 0724 who do not wish to remain here for the rest of the evening, we'll pause for you to exit if you so choose.
Not another one. Looking to Brandy for this one. Yeah. This one right here.
All right. Mr. Helmer, if you would please guide us SU 824. Or Mr. Dalton. Yeah.
All right. Good evening, Council. How are you?
Hi.
Good to see you.
Good to see everyone here.
Kenny,
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'll be glad to do
thank you,
so.
sir.
You're so rusty. God.
He was just glad to see us.
Exactly.
But this is just a regular zoning.
No, we haven't gotten to that one yet. but-
Still, oh yeah, you're right.
You're getting too excited.
Now, this is an opinion. that I
Slow
wanted
down.
to say. I thoroughly enjoyed working with Mr. Mark Helmer on our team here on planning,
Glad
especially as planning director.
I'm glad things are working out. Thank you to both of you for your professionalism as that transition has worked out. I really do appreciate both of you.
Thank you, Mayor. Mark is a welcome addition, and we agreed that we weren't losing any more people on the planning staff this year. And so instead of letting him do all the heavy lifting tonight, we agreed that I need to come up and help him out. So anyway, thank you again. Let's see, so the next item we have on our agenda is going to be, I believe it is SU, excuse me one second.
Item G, SU 0824.
There you go, to SU 8-24. Let's get there. All right. So the location is, well, let me back up. So this is for a 4-unit multifamily townhome construction, not apartments, as you read probably in your agenda amendment, but for townhome development. So, for 2813 McLean Street. The owner and the applicant is C&C Builders. The present zoning for the property is R9 residential. Commercial, it is in the high-density residential land use designation. Applicant is requesting to construct new residential quadplex into a 4-unit townhome development. So the R9 zoning district is established to accommodate both single and multifamily residential uses and to prohibit all activities of a commercial nature except certain home occupations. The minimum lot size is 9,000 square feet for a detached single-family dwelling. Multifamily dwelling shall have 9,000 square feet of land area for the first unit and 4,500 additional square feet of land area required for each additional unit. You see here is a top-down aerial view of the property. The property is currently wooded, and it's not occupied by any structure. It is, again, located in an R9 residential zoning district. So with it being in the land use high density residential definition of that, again, we've already gone through that. If you have any questions, please let me know on the density. This is the commercial land use map. I'm sorry, the actual land use map for the city of Goldsboro. I'm trying to determine here. It's a again, it's not commercial, it's high density residential. So if the special use permit is approved, the technical review committee will review the site plan for compliance with all of City of Goldsboro development regulations to include stormwater management prior to administrative site plan approval. City of Goldsboro will issue building permits and final inspections will be required prior to a certificate of occupancy being issued for the site. Again, you will see here the proposed layout of the townhome development. Let me take you back to another map and we'll go back to the site plan real quick. But as you'll see here to the south, or in this case the west of the property, those units to the left are also multifamily townhouse developments. There's 2 of them. I'm sorry, 3. And so 12 units there at this time that are existing. Again, you'll see a site plan here for each unit consisting of a 2-car garage, parking space on the outside of the unit, a patio to the rear. This townhome development is going to be on a single lot by itself. It has a parking lot in front of it that will serve again as a parking lot for the development. As such, there will have to be a homeowners association in conjunction with this type development, where individual members will actually be responsible for maintaining any common areas, such as, in this case, it would be a parking lot, and any landscaping more or less associated with the property itself. So at this time, I'll entertain any questions you might have regarding this development. If not, we'll move on to deliberation.
So, Mr. Talton, make sure I heard you correctly. Property adjacent on one side is already townhomes.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And it's currently a wooded lot?
That's correct.
Okay, so it would be new, truly new site development and everything on McLean Street. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then the house, I guess that would be, let me make sure, just to the northeast, is that a single family?
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Talton before we open the public hearing? Hearing none, Mr. Talton, thank you,
Yes,
sir.
Thank you.
We'll officially open the public hearing. Anyone here to speak for or against the proposal SU 0824? Anyone to speak for or against? Last call. Well, sorry, that's a different place. Final call, SU 0824. Sorry, I'm trying to inject a little bit of humor. It's late. We're getting all of our legs are numb right now. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Talton that have come up in the last few seconds? Hearing none, we'll move to we'll close our deliberations up here, and we will move to the motions. Is there a motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
There's a motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, a motion has been made and seconded that the use would not materially endanger the public health or safety. Is there any debate on the motion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in concurrence that the use would not materially endanger the public health or safety, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Is there a motion that the use will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property?
I make
So
a motion.
Motion has been made and
I'll second
and
it.
seconded that the use will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property. Those in concurrence with the statement that the use would not substantially injure, please raise your hand. Sorry, is there any debate on the motion? Those in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Question number 3, is there a motion that the use will be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located?
I'll make that motion.
Motion has been made
I'll second.
and seconded that the use will be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located. Is there any debate on the motion? Those in concurrence with the statement that the use will be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Question 4. Is there a motion that the use will be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro Comprehensive Land Use Plan?
I make a motion.
Motion has been made and seconded, Councilmember Boyette, by a fraction of a second, that the use would be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro's Comprehensive Land Use Plan. Is there any debate on the motion? Hearing none, we'll move to the vote. Those in concurrence that the use will be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro's Comprehensive Land Use Plan, please raise your right hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. SU 0824 passes. All right, Mr. Talton, will you guide us in item H, Z124?
Yes, sir. So we're going to switch from a quasi-judicial proceeding over to a legislative proceeding. This is, again, a rezoning request by Simmons Development Center. Property is located on the south side of West Hemlock, between West Elm, North George, and Cola Drive. Property consists of approximately 2.10 acres. Again, the owner is and the applicant, Simmons Development Center, LLC, care of Ms. Shantae Simmons. Current zoning for this property is general industry. Proposed zoning is office and institutional. Land use designation is industrial. And the applicant is requesting a general rezoning to the office and institutional zoning district. Here's a top-down view of the property. As you can see, Elm Street, and we'll wrap around to the west. Let's see. We'll have Wayne Opportunity Center located just south of the property, and Dillard Academy just to the northwest of the property. You'll see the general definitions of these two zoning districts. General industry established to accommodate the widest range of manufacturing, wholesale, and distribution uses, provided the uses do not create smoke, dust, noise, vibration, or fumes beyond the lot line. Office and institutional proposed. This district is established to provide for the development of office and community institutions that have similar development characteristics and require locations close to residential and commercial uses. Surrounding zoning to the property: to the north, office and institutional; to the south, general industry; to the east, residential and general business; and west, office and institutional. So when we look at a straight rezoning, we're not looking at a particular use or specific use by the applicant. This is, at this time, there is no specific use that is being requested for this property. It's just a general rezoning for that area. But I did want to give you a comparison breakdown for what is required in general industry versus what is required in office and institutional. And in general industry, you'll see that schools, businesses, fine arts, private, public, secondary trade, technical, and vocational are allowed in the district, general industry district, as well as animal hospitals, auto painting and body shops, automobile parts and supplies, automobile repair and service, including towing services, automobile sales, bakeries, building supply, etc. In the office and institutional zoning district, the district that's being proposed for this area, you have residential care facilities, churches, community centers, government offices, schools, again, public, private, secondary, trade, technical, vocational, beauty shops, daycare centers, child offices for business, medical, and professional, art studios, funeral homes, and their list continues to go on. This list for both of these is not a complete or exhaustive list, just an example of some of the permitted uses of the zoning districts. You'll see here, this is a zoning representation, our zoning map. You'll see office and institutional to the east by Dillard Academy. The lot just north of it that you see is industrial. That should be shaded blue because it is office and institutional zoning district. What you're seeing is also an overlay of the comprehensive land use plan. That's why you're seeing industrial there. But I just wanted to draw your attention. We couldn't put the whole map on the screen, but I guess we could if we had a wider pane vision support, but I just want to let you know directly across the street is a school. And can you tell me, Councilman Jones, what were we saying? What was the school that was directly across the street?
School Street.
School Street. School Street
uh-huh.
School. Thank you. Which is also directly across the street, and there's a whole swath of office and institutional directly across Elm Street there that you see starts there at the CBD. You can just see just a little bit of office and institutional there. But again, she is proposing office and institutional for this particular spot. The land use recommendation is industrial at this time. The purpose of the sector was to establish and protect industrial uses for the use of prime industrial operations and for the distribution of products at wholesale. The office and institutional zoning district is not identified as a corresponding zoning district for this designation. As times have changed, we see this area in particular has moved from a one-time industrialized sector of the community, and through time, again, it has shifted. At this time, we don't have any industry in that location at this time. Moving forward. So our technical review committee will be charged with reviewing this site if it is approved rezoning, and if there's ever any site plans submitted in the future, again, we will go through and pick it apart, make sure it agrees with our codes and development regulations. At this time, the staff has distributed the proposed rezoning request to city engineering and the fire marshal's office. Since this is only a straight rezoning request, we didn't have any major issues. There were utilities in the area to actually serve the site for fire protection and for water and sewer purposes. As previously stated, there is no specific use of the property currently. It is vacant and undeveloped, and it is located in the city's 100-year floodplain. So staff's evaluation and recommendation for this site. Although the proposed land use designates the future land use as industrial, there are other factors which support the applicant's request for rezoning to the office and institutional zoning district. These factors include that the proposed rezoning and the range of uses permitted in the requested zoning district are compatible with the surrounding land use pattern and uses. In addition, and in accordance with the comp plan, new industrial development should be encouraged to locate in existing or planned industrial parks, and preferably not located in a floodplain. Lastly, the comprehensive land use plan states that the city may consider and support the rezoning of underutilized industrial properties to other zoning categories which may be consistent with plan goals, such as infill development, which the proposed zoning would support. Let's see, the Planning Commission voted to adopt the consistency statement and recommend approval to City Council for the proposed rezoning. Again, the vote was 5 in favor and 0 against. Staff is recommending approval of the zoning request. Although the proposed land use plan designates the future land use as industrial, we've already gone through that. So I will leave that. For whatever reason, it's going backwards on me. I knew something was going haywire here. So anyway, Mayor, if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Council?
I don't. I do, however, have to point out that the number of batteries that we burn through on our clickers is alarming. We get the most use out of those things. Any comments or questions for Mr. Talton before we open the public hearing on this rezoning request? I have one. I just want to really make sure I understand this. When something is zoned industrial, by and large, you have the most possible uses of things you can do that are not residential, that are not general business. That's when you can get into some of your chemicals, some of your heavier manufacturing piece. By moving this to O&I, I think you already covered this, but I just want to make sure I understood it. Does that make it more closer to general business, closer to just like commercial activity as opposed to manufacturing and industrial? Is that kind of what we're pulling it back in towards more a neighborhood kind of thing?
Not necessarily. Again, the office and institutional district is a transitional district from industrial or high-intensity commercial uses to a of a lesser intent. I
Okay.
don't even think that these uses would be even considered, definitely not high. I
Right.
think if anything, they would be medium to low uses when compared to more of your commercialized or industrial uses, so.
But either way, you're removing your higher risk industries from the fray.
That's right.
Which I believe does benefit the neighborhood
Yes.
around
And,
there.
and for, again, you're supposed to just, well, I'll just say that for what Ms. Simmons is doing at this time, at our current location,
Right.
she's providing an awesome service to the community and its children. I can only anticipate that what she's doing is just going to be a positive enhancement
Right.
as she goes forward. And exciting for her too is what is she going to do with that property? But hopefully it will, council approves it will be something that's needed in order for her to continue to advance her own venture going forward. So.
And I do realize that you had to tiptoe a line right there, trying to avoid endorsing while also remaining objective, but providing the historical context that this is someone who has a proven track record of doing something beneficial. So I appreciate you, tiptoeing that line there.
Sure thing.
Any comments or questions from council for Mr. Talton?
Mayor, before we move on to that, I think it's important that the application did say that, something about conditional zoning, but it did say in daycare and school. And I
Okay.
think Mr. Talton had testified or had stated that it did not say, but the application does say.
The application does in fact say
And
daycare.
it's part of your
Okay.
agenda packet, yes.
All right, good.
Yes.
So that being said, council, we will go ahead and open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak for Z0124, please come forward. You don't have to be sworn in for these. It's general administrative stuff. Anyone wishing to speak for Z0124, please come forward. And final call, anyone wishing to come forward to speak for or against item Z124. Hearing none, we will close the public hearing and we'll move to council deliberation. Are there any comments or questions from council? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve and adopt the ordinance to approve with the inclusion of the consistency statement? Or do we have a motion to deny with the inclusion of the inconsistency statement that deems this rezoning request to be inconsistent?
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, Ms. Jones, is the motion to approve. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Ms. Jones made the motion. Ms. Weeks seconded the motion to approve and adopt the ordinance to approve with the inclusion of the consistency statement. Is there any debate on the motion? Hearing none, we will move to a vote. All in
Mayor,
favor?
just for clarity, it's not a conditional zoning request. It is a zoning request. It was just on the application of what was stated was.
Did I say conditional?
No, you did not, but
Okay.
that was discussed a moment ago, and so we'll make sure for the public.
I was convinced that I got that one right.
No, you did. You
Oh,
got it
thank
right.
you.
But for the public to understand, it wasn't a conditional zoning, it was a straight out rezoning. That's all.
Just a straight
And the
up.
motion
I
is
had-
fine. The questions are fine.
Y'all, we're
It's
pushing
getting late.
10:15. Can we get a vote? All in favor of approving and adopting the ordinance to approve with the inclusion of the consistency statement, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Y'all are trying to kill me. All right. We've now been at this for a little over 5 straight hours. We are going to recess for 5 minutes. We will reconvene, actually slightly more than that. We will reconvene at 10:20 for our nature breaks. We're in recess. I get them in here to put a new battery in a little clicker. Concluded each of our public hearings to the best of my knowledge. There we go. And we will now move into our public comment period. Public comment period policy is up on the screen. Each person is given 3 minutes to offer comments, suggestions. As always, make sure that it doesn't become personal. But let's see what we can learn. So with that, Ms. Getz, if you would please take us through the sign-up sheet.
Cannot pronounce the last name, but the first name is Natalia.
Okay. You've joined us. And if you would please state your name for the record, and welcome.
My name is Natalia Monet Newkirk. My address is homeless, thanks to the nice Goldsboro Housing Authority people y'all just seen leave up out of here. I'm coming before the council once again. Some of y'all are very familiar with who I am because y'all see me appear in front of David Mayerham, pleading for justice concerning Goldsboro Housing Authority. There's a lot of black mold in those apartments. My children and I got ate up by bed bugs for 2 consecutive years. Y'all seen my son have an asthma attack in here during one of those council meetings, and yet I have not got no justice. Y'all stood here and said the Pledge of Allegiance, and at the end it said justice for all. I'm standing here today wanting to know, where is my justice? Where is my 80 acres and a few mules? Y'all go home to y'all kids when y'all leave here, but yet I'm fighting my custody for my kids, because I got 5 false DSS reports on me last year by Nikki Bridges, who I came in here and told y'all that she poisoned her children's father, Frederick Maurice Stevens, giving him rat poison, sending that man on the glory at 37 years old. He died looking like a 65-year-old man. I reached out to Ms. Weeks, Cry Freedom Message, for them to tell me I have to be an active drug user to get help from them. So is anybody here with a bag of coke so I can get me some help? Because I need justice. I'm tired of living like a vagabond. I'm currently living in a 4-day home where I'm uncomfortable. I want my kids back, and I want to be gone from North Carolina by this time tomorrow. Phoenix, Maryland, if it's possible. I want some justice for Sade. We was told to sell our tails at 12 years old. I was a prostitute from 12 to 17 years old when I was out there able to get me a job. I just quit my job today, gave them my 2-week notice, because I'm not going to work for nobody for no $8 an hour. When I'm entitled to 80 acres and a few mules. If I can see that Bible, I'll take y'all to judges. We'll talk about Barak and Deborah. We'll talk about Gideon. If I find favor in your sight, we'll go to Esther, if it pleases the king. Because I need some justice. I want my 5 children back. I took care of them kids 11 years by myself, having them by a sex predator who molested me when I was 14 years old. Sat and talked to James Sturgill and Tillman numerous of times, and I still got no justice. I want to be comfortable, and I want my children back. And I want some justice, and I want Sade O'Shana Stevens home. She did not know Abdullah Whitaker was going to die. Her mother told her to sell her tail, just like she told me. Now y'all be blessed.
Our next speaker is Clark Boydston.
Don't start the clock yet.
David, thank you.
Thank you.
You've heard this message before. It's a busy schedule tonight, so I'll make this short. I made the print a little bit large so it filled up the page. It's not much to say. I have to repeat what I've said before. I've suggested to you, recommended to you, that you stop the squeaky wheel approach to government. Got a pothole in my street. Call somebody to come and fix it. But the 3 potholes down the street, nobody worries about that. You don't have a plan that the public knows about or has seen to fix all the streets and sidewalks, particularly in districts 1, 3, and 4, which have been ignored for decades. The people in wheelchairs are in the street because they can't use the sidewalks. People have such a history of walking in the streets. Now that some of the sidewalks have been fixed, they still walk in the streets. I've heard nothing officially from the city manager, from the city council, in response to the recommendations that you make a formal declaration that you support a plan that fixes it from start to finish, take whatever years it takes to do it that you can afford, appoint a committee to kind of watch over you, because sometimes bureaucracy gets over here and does something else when you want to do something else. Have your people who know the business, the engineers, the public works, you inspect all the streets, score each block, rate them, estimate the cost, put together a multi-year plan. Year 1, we don't have much money, we'll fix this. Year 2, maybe we'll get a bond issue, we'll fix a bunch. Year 3, we'll do the next one. Maybe year 4, we'll go out to District 5 and work on some of their sidewalks that don't exist. Your lack of response to the recommendation, total silence, is not a good optic for your council or the city manager. The public hears nothing in response. Some of the councilors have come to me privately and said they support it, but as a group, as the leaders, there's been no response. It is not a good optic. If we don't get a response soon, the voice is going to get louder, and you won't like it. I appreciate what you've done. You're hard workers. Probably don't get much sleep. But this is an issue that's not an emergency, but it requires you to respond. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Enoch, and I cannot pronounce the last name, sorry.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Enoch Messina, and I live 105 Avalor Drive, and I'm the president of Asian Voice Community. So I'm glad to be here tonight, so I can talk, in the name of Asian people. What I'm here for, so in Goldsboro, North Carolina, so we have a lot of migrants, we have a lot of Asian people that I've been helping so far. What I'm trying to do for them is help them about work permit, and then do asylum for them, because when I was in Haiti I used to be a lawyer, but not here. But I'm still trying to help them. And then for May 18th, so we want to do, to try to see if we can do an event for them here about Asian flags, because everywhere in the U.S., Asian people, they celebrate, Asian flags, like New York, Miami, Massachusetts. And then, but in Goldsboro is gonna be, first edition, but we already, sent an email to the mayor, but we haven't get any response back, I remember last year I spoke to Chief West, about it, but for some reason we got some issues, we did, the event didn't take place, but this year we're trying to see if we can do that. I don't know if we can, have another meeting with the mayor, and then Chief West, I know you already knows what we're trying to do, over there, So we try to share our culture, with Goldsboro community, because here we have a lot of Asian people. So we try to group them, to unite them, on that place. So this is it. That's what we're trying to do. And I do apologize because I have the project, right down, but, when I'm trying to speak to the lady downstairs, and then she said that we're gonna have, board meeting, tonight. And then that's the reason, I was washing, I didn't bring it to you. But if I can get, when I'm on an appointment, I'm pretty sure, so I can bring everything to you guys. All right.
So you said you have emailed me?
Yes, Asian Voice Community.
Okay. Yeah, if you would before you leave your contact information with Ms. Getz, and we'll set up a meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause I'll go back and look at my email, but I don't think that I've missed it. But one way or another, we're going to get in touch.
Okay.
I'd love to have a conversation about what we can do.
Okay.
Sure. If you would, please just leave your contact information with Ms. Getz.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank
Once
you.
again, have a great night.
786-651-6565.
Yeah, 786-651-6515.
You get it?
I'll just call you.
Yeah, call you back.
Okay.
That's us, we realize that.
Okay, our next speaker is Bethany Moore.
Good
Good
evening.
evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Bethany Moore, and I am the owner, my husband and I, Chris, of Blue Yonder Properties. We have developed and own the 200 North John Street block. And I am coming to you tonight to address some of the parking restrictions and concerns that we have been facing recently. We have 5 commercial business tenants in those 7 buildings that we own. We also have 5 short-term rental apartments. And why this is so important to me is because currently I am residing in one of those. And so we have had our parking restriction and our freedom taken away of where we can park. We have been neighbors with the city council since 2016, and we have a really great working relationship with city. And they have allowed us to develop and promote business, and we've brought a lot of people downtown to this beautiful city. However, with that growth, that also brings a lot of people fighting for parking space. So I have some suggestions of things that we could do to compromise and figure out something that would work for all of the parties included. We've never had any issues before in the 8 years that we've been here with parking until now. And we would like to say our businesses have great success, our tenants are happy, and the people that have stayed with us, both short-term and long-term, have had great complimentary things to say about our downtown. We have hosted over 500 guests in our short-term rentals, and we would like to provide them not just with convenience, but with safety, and for them to be able to enter our city and leave our city and feel safe and protected. A lot of our employees for our businesses are daytime employees. However, they don't leave at 5. They leave after hours. And for them to be able to park near where they work and where they live is important for them. So I'm here on behalf of all of our businesses and tenants, just asking that we can come to a compromise and figure out something that will work moving forward. Some of the things that I think that would work would be to remove the ticket enforcement just from this back lot, allow the first come, first serve as it's always been, so that we can let people find parking that need to park there, and if there's open spots to use those. Otherwise, there's 7 parking spaces that we have that the city owns that are on the south side of our building, asking for dedicated parking just so that we could have some place that people could park where they live and not be penalized. And then lastly, maybe parking passes for residents would be really helpful. So thank you for listening, and I hope we can work together moving forward.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Our next speaker is Emily Vigorous.
Good evening. Good evening, members of the council. My name is Emily Figueres, and this is Larry, Ron, and Lila. They are handcrafted stoneware face mugs, and they are here to show support for small batch craft market and street closures for pop-up street markets. I started doing my art business full-time when I lost my job as gallery director at the Arts Council here in Wayne County when the pandemic shut down our programming. I had a dream to be a full-time artist since childhood, but it never seemed possible. I started creating my pottery, printmaking, and jewelry out of necessity during COVID to make ends meet. and then found out about street markets in Raleigh, Durham, Cary, and Garner. The fee to set up at these markets was anywhere from around $35 to $65, and this became an affordable, accessible way to start my business from the ground up without any upfront costs or business loans. And I cannot emphasize this enough, my business would not exist if it weren't for these street markets. I've since had the privilege of making art full-time, selling online, and providing products for places like the NC Museum of Art, the Blue Rock Big Marlin Tournament, and recently the CBS 17 My Carolina Today morning show. Street markets are still very much a part of my business model and a great networking opportunity. I'm concerned to hear about the proposed increase in pricing and complicated application process for street closures for events like this in downtown Goldsboro. This in turn forces businesses like Small Batch Craft Market to increase vending prices to individual makers and vintage businesses and makes it far less accessible. The cities I mentioned before host these events regularly, and as much as I love to be a part of them, I would much rather drive down the road, set up, spend my money, and remit my sales tax to my own city. I ask you to please consider this agenda item carefully, as it means a lot to creative small business owners in Goldsboro. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Hildegard Fawcett.
Mayor and Council, hello again. My name is Hildegard Fawcett, and I own Shadowcraft Vintage, a vintage retailer with spaces located in Lola's Boutiques on Center Street and in Southern Bostonian and Selma. For the past 3 years, I have also been an active participant in street markets, such as the event Market on Mulberry. Since the street closure discussion started in January, it has been a major and almost sole topic of discussion between small business owners in this community and our supporters. We want and can't figure this out without you. Small Batch Craft Market created the event Market on Mulberry to be held on the first Friday of the month to start a consistent and staple market in our community. I would have never imagined that an event like this would cause concern and lead to a suggested 400 to 500% increase for an application fee. I would also like to touch on the comment that every time a street is closed, revenue and resources are being taken away from downtown businesses and that shoppers won't be able to get to their doors. I find this perspective lacking important information. Small Batch Craft Market received support from the brick and mortar businesses located on East Mulberry Street for this event. The affected businesses would not have given their support if they believed a street market would have negative effects. Instead, they saw the positive potential. They extended their normal business hours and were able to welcome new customers in. Street markets could be a valuable tool for bringing attention and foot traffic to the businesses of downtown Goldsboro located adjacent to Center Street. We are hopeful and looking forward to seeing the continual positive impacts markets have on all small businesses in our community. We are asking for a fair policy revision for street closures and special events that support local businesses and new events, to create a constructive framework and to keep the permit application fee accessible and reasonable, to keep encouraging creativity and to not stifle the ideas of our community. I am asking that you take into consideration again that some businesses who are for-profit can still have the city's interests at heart and be beneficial for our downtown. For those of us advocating the creation of fair policies for street markets and street closures, our hope is to see a local economy which is collaborative instead of merely competitive, creative instead of repetitive, and welcoming of businesses at every level of development. There is more that can be said regarding the benefits of such policies, and we know that this is just the beginning. I believe that the work session presentation today was a great start to this ongoing discussion. We hope that if the council would like to continue this discussion, it would reach out to those of us with the appropriate experience. Thank you for your time.
Our last speaker is Rodney Robinson.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
My name is Rodney Robinson, the Rodney Robinson. My address currently is homeless due to the Goldsboro Housing Authority. And I wanted to come to address because I am kind of confused of how the city of Goldsboro, the mayor, the council, orchestrates and work within the city of Goldsboro Housing Authority. On September the 9th, 2021, right here in the city of Goldsboro, I, Rodney Robinson, was falsely accused, arrested, and charged with a sex crime that I did not do. On today, those charges were dropped and dismissed, and my innocence was proved. I'm here to say that I have been treated unfairly and poorly by the Goldsboro Housing Authority and some agencies here in the city of Goldsboro due to the discrepancies of this matter. I will no longer take any type of slander, patronism from anybody in the city that we seek help for within these problems that we have: crime, homelessness, things of that nature. Deliberately, the CEO of the Housing Authority told me that I was wasting my time by coming to advocate for the homeless families, the numerous homeless families that have came before the council. He told me that I was wasting my time by advocating for those people. Once they found out that I was a resident and that I agreed to the poor conditions in the Housing Authority, then I was personally attacked and illegally evicted from Goldsboro Housing Authority. When will the change come? How often do we have to keep coming and saying these things? What's going on? Sending emails, sending text messages. How often do we have to do that? It's a problem. It's an ongoing issue. It's no longer just a personal issue. It's a community issue. It's a city issue. And from this day forward, I will stand on God's word and his promises that he's going to come to the rescue and the needs of his people. But how can I be a help to this community and this city when people have slandered me, patronized me, talked down on me, undervalued me, overlooked me, and will not help me? I have supported several city council members, county commissioners, at the voting polls and things of that nature, homeless, sleeping on the streets, and nobody helped me. And they knew it and was well aware of it. So if they can't help me, they ain't gonna help nobody else. And it's not about me, but it's about my community. And when I stand and when I speak for my community, I speak for my city, and I speak for my people. So y'all gotta do something about it. If not, I will. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll close the public comment period. And every person who spoke did leave a contact information with the clerk, right? Laura, do you mind just scanning real quick? I want council members and myself to be able to. Okay, thank you. So with that, we need to move towards the consent agenda. We were not able to get into the consent agenda at the work session, so we will begin going through the items. We'll begin with item I. It's the authorization of sale of jointly owned property. Evening, Ms. Glenn.
From Wayne County for concurrence for a piece of city-owned, county-owned property. The county conducted the sale under the upset bid process, which is NCGS 168-269, and the final upset bid was approved by the commissioners at the March 5th, 2024 meeting. The buyer is Community Technical Assistance. The sales price is $10,000. It is two pieces of property, 1105 North George Street and 1107 North George Street, each valued at $3,020 apiece. The offer is, of course, more than our 50% of the tax value. So adopt the resolution to declare the property surplus and authorize city officials to execute the instruments necessary to transfer ownership for 1105 and 1107 North George to Community Technical Assistance.
Any comments or questions from council for Ms. Gwynn?
Thank you.
Thank you. Move to item J. And actually, Mr. Interim Manager, do you mind running the consent agenda from here on? All right, thank you, sir.
We'll explain this requested agenda item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I do have the Phase 3 Mount Olive Pickle Plant expansion. I think a couple months ago or sometime in February, Craig Folk got up here and did a presentation about where we were on the project and how the progress was coming. We did get state appropriated funds in the amount of $5 million to finish up this phase. And it actually fell short by $1,276,365. This is for the phase 3, which is the Highway 117 pump station and a new 24-inch force main. So it's recommended that the City Council adopt the attached resolution authorizing additional funding for $1,276,365 required to complete phase 3. And Catherine will have to do a budget amendment.
And to be very clear, tell us where that money comes from.
So the 1.2 million,
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure.
Utility.
It comes from our water and sewer fund, yeah.
This is not general fund, it's not general property tax fund that we're,
Yeah, it's for utility work.
right, it's the utility.
Excuse me, Mr.
Please,
Mayor. So what was the reason for the additional funds again?
It just fell short. So we got $5 million in state appropriated funds, but we needed an additional 1.2 million to finish the project. So we in total for phase 1, 2, and 3, we got $27 million in state appropriated funds. And this is the only money that we've asked for, which is $1.2 million.
And that's
to
economic
finish this
development.
project.
I'm fine with the
I'm
ask.
just saying,
You
yeah,
know
I'm
what
just giving a little
I'm
more
just a guy that needs like a paper trail in case
Yeah.
something else comes back. So that's why I'm
Absolutely.
asking the question
Well,
about.
this is also ARPA funding, so there's plenty of paper trail.
Okay, I just need, well, we hope anyway.
And we may not need all that money. It depends on the contingency fund and some other things. That's a worst case scenario.
Yeah, anything that, and Craig did say that too, out of the 1.2 million, anything that we don't use goes back to us. If the project comes in at $6 million, we'll take back $276,000.
I'm tracking, but
Okay.
I guess, how did we come up with the estimate of 1.2?
Well, it came from their contractor and their engineer.
Any other comments or questions from council? Hearing none, appreciate it, thank you.
Appreciate it, thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, the next item we have is item K. It's a request to authorization to purchase a John Deere 410 tier backhoe for our stormwater services. Rick?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Mine's pretty simple, not 1.2 million, just asking for a small 160,000, so. Too late for levity.
This would come from our stormwater fund, and we need a backhoe to actually be able to do the work, but I'll let Rick explain it.
Yeah, it's like, as I said, it's a request authorization to purchase a John Deere backhoe. The Stormwater Division has one backhoe they use daily. It was originally scheduled to be replaced in '25, but it was recently taken out of service. And estimated repairs are going to exceed $60,000, which is far more than what it's actually worth. We found the company John Rivers Equipment. They have a backhoe available to purchase through their Sourcewell contract for $160,000. The good thing is we have residual funds available in the current FY24 budget. The funds are going to come from, the majority will come from residual funds from salaries and wages due to multiple position vacancies, as well as about $35,000 remaining from a tandem dump truck we purchased that was recently purchased. Approved
Yeah,
the
he's
purchase.
coming out of
It's recommended the council by motion approve the purchase of a new John Deere backhoe through James River Equipment Sourcewell contract for $160,000 using FY24 residual public works stormwater funds. So I've got my backup glasses on and that mid-range is gone. So I'm reading in the blur.
So to be clear, this is not coming out of general fund, it's coming out of just budget adjustments.
It's stormwater funds, but it's actually better than that. It's current year funds.
That's really what I meant. It's not coming out of the. It's not coming out of the fund pool.
The
Yeah.
fund balance. That's
Yeah.
right. Not coming out of stormwater fund balance. It's actual funds we have left over from this year.
Any comments or questions from council? All right. Thank you.
Mayor, item L is a Recreation Advisory Commission appointment. It's recommended that the council adopt the attached resolution appointing Charles Henry to the Recreation Advisory Commission.
If you don't mind me following up a little bit, this is based off our conversation at one of the previous meetings. where council approved 2 different citizens, but we only had 1 vacancy. We just found out we had another vacancy on that board, so this will fill that vacancy for Charles Henry, if council desires.
Any comments or questions from council? All right.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, item M is Pig in the Park 2024 hours for special event. They're requesting use of the cook-off for the North Carolina Pork Council. Event will begin at 12 p.m. on April 12th. Cooking teams will start to arrive and set up on Freedom Field, and will cook all night as they do with these things, and continue Saturday morning. It is outside the normal hours of operation that you normally have for these type of, due to the nature of the event. So we're asking you to approve the Pig in the Park event from April 12th, 2024 to April 13th, 2024, utilizing the hub and Freedom Field at the hours stated through the evening.
Is this our event?
It's Boys and Girls Club of Wayne County.
And they already reserved the hub and Freedom Field?
Pull your mic down, we can't hear you.
I can't hear you,
So
Councilman.
have they already reserved the hub and Freedom Field since it's a co-use type deal?
No, it's here, we haven't signed off on it yet, they just put the application in.
That's what this is.
Yeah, they're asking your permission for it.
Sorry.
I
normally
Getting
interject,
ahead.
but I'm getting tired.
Yeah, I know.
That's what that is, right, Chief? That's to approve the application for them to do.
Yes.
Receive the application,
That's
this is
right.
to have it approved.
That's right.
Used to participate in that event annually, and having it at Freedom Field was so much better than some of the other venues because they run the water lines out of the hydrants that are over there. It makes it so that when you're doing food prep, you can actually wash stuff, which I highly recommend when you're doing whole hog cooking competitions. So I'm glad that they've chosen Freedom Field. Any other comments or questions from council? Hearing none. All right.
Item N is the department reports. Are there any questions? I will attempt to answer them.
Thank you, Matt. So as Mr. Livingston just concluded for us, that is consent agenda items I, J, K, L, M, and N. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented by the interim city manager and staff?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second it.
All right, is there any discussion? Sketch, if you would please conduct a roll call vote.
Items requiring action. They're under items requiring action. Sorry, conversation.
Oh, if you please conduct a roll call.
Absolutely. Mayor Gaylor,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones,
Yes.
Councilman Boyette,
Yes.
Councilwoman Taylor, Councilwoman Weeks,
Yes.
Councilman White.
Yes.
All right, motion passes. Consent agenda has been approved. All right, moving over towards items requiring individual action. Item O was previously removed. So we'll move to item P, small batch craft event. Chief West.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Good evening. Item P is the small batch craft event temporary street closure for June 7th and August 2nd, 2024. The Small Batch Craft Market LLC is sponsoring a craft fair to be held downtown to support local artists and makers of goods. The event will be hosted from 6 p.m. until 10 p.m. in the 100 block of East Mulberry Street between Center and John Street on June 7th and August 2nd, 2024. The Small Batch Craft Market LLC is requesting the closure of the 100 block of East Mulberry Street between Center and John Street from 4 p.m. until 11 p.m. As with all downtown events, affected city departments will be contacted and the following concerns to be addressed. All intersections remain open for the police department traffic control. 14-foot fire lanes to be maintained and provide access for fire and emergency vehicles. All activities, changes, and plans, etc. will be coordinated with the police department. Police and fire department are to be involved in the logistical aspects of the event. It's recommended by motion to grant the requested temporary street closing of the 100 block of East Mulberry Street between Center and John Street as stated above. Questions?
Any comments or questions from council for Chief West?
Just comments, but not for the chief.
All right.
Well, I got one, just
Please.
real quick. So I know in the work session they said that we didn't have the cones and stuff set out like that, Chief. Are we tracking the improvement?
Yeah, I mean, I wish I would have known about the time of the event, but yeah, we can put more cones. We do have barricades that we can get to put barricades up, and we'll do a better job of monitoring it with the coming to the officers.
I don't have.
Council, any other comments?
I do, but not for the chief.
Well, I mean, just in general, now's the opportunity.
Okay. My comments on this are not going to change much from previous comments, but to continue the conversation, I'm happy that there's been some conversation and some communication with our stakeholders and our applicant and folks. And like I said, I've had conversations that we've all heard about now with downtown staff. I've communicated with the folks that I feel like that are involved with this, and I do believe that we're going to get where we need to get with policy. And there's been some suggestions that were made by an input that's come in that I agree with some of the things that's been communicated and said, well, we should do this and we shouldn't do that moving forward. I do believe we're going to get there policy-wise in a manner that's fair to all concerned and conversations with everybody. But I'm going to go back, and I've also communicated this to both sides, so this is not a big surprise. But I'm going to go back to where I was at to begin with, that I don't think that we need to authorize any more street closings until we get our policy in place. And I'm going to continue to stand by that, which would mean declining or denying the two that's on the agenda in front of us tonight. But that's been my position, that we don't need to do street closures of this nature until we have a policy in place to guide us, and we're working towards that policy. We're just not there yet. That's my comments and my opinion. I'm not making a motion. I'm just, at this point, we're discussing, and that's my comments. I do believe we're going to get there. We're just not there yet.
Any other comments or questions from council? I'll say this, regardless of the outcome of this vote about this one and possibly the next one, I do want to see some kind of fair. I do want to see some kind of downtown work. I like the style of it. I like the creativity. I like the entrepreneurship. I mean, those are things that I think bring a vivaciousness to a neighborhood that otherwise doesn't really exist. But I do hesitate with closing the actual street part of it. I'm committing to work with folks to pull something together. Chief, I apologize for you having to stand there awkwardly while we're kind of... Actually, any other comments or questions for Chief specifically? Councilman?
I forgot to mention one thing. As I had said, when we're getting feedback from folks, one of the things that I sort of want to look at when we're putting this new policy together, and I did not realize this until I was looped in on this, on what's going on, that someone that makes application for the street closure, part of that process at this point is they have to pay for the insurance before they're even approved. So if an applicant goes forth under the current policy to make an application to us to close the street, one of those requirements is that they have to have their insurance in place up front. That's not exactly fair in my eyes whenever we as a council have to make a decision, and if we turn down that, then technically that applicant is out that upfront money that they've invested in the insurance policy. So I do take input from those folks that are bringing input. I do understand their concerns, and again, there's enough of us that care about getting this done. I believe we're going to get there, but that would be one of the many things we need to address as we're working on this policy. And I left that part out, but I do think that's important to point that out, that that's something that we need to look at.
Any other comments or questions for Chief specifically so that we can allow him to? Chief, you're free to sit down. Yeah.
Okay, I'll be back.
There you go. Any other?
Don't go far.
Any other comments or questions on item? Where'd he go?
P.
P, thank you.
I do, Mayor.
Please go.
I just want to bring the council's attention to our March meeting where the comment was made and the discussion was had that regardless of the decisions that we made in terms of policy, that this small batch craft events applications would be grandfathered in. We said that for both of those street closures. So I want to remind everybody, and it's in our minutes, that that was the agreement that we made. Or let me back it up. That was the understanding that I had, reflective of the minutes, that this applicant will be grandfathered in irregardless to the policy changes or whatever that we made. Because my concern was, well, why are we removing it if we are going to still grandfather them in, which says to me they still have access to how it's been. So any clarity?
Yes, I can clarify because I think I was the one that made that comment.
No, it was Councilman White, according to the minutes.
Well, I believe I made the comment that I agree whenever he brought that up. But what the clarity was on my end is if we are going to approve this, if these items were approved, then the applicant should be grandfathered in. But I'm on record that I wasn't in favor of approving this, and if these are denied, then there's nothing to grandfather because the request was denied. So that, just to clarify, that's my position on that.
But I still think it needs to be considered that these applications came in before we started this discussion, along with other street closures that came in that we have approved since this conversation. So it's just still concerning to me. It's my recommendation, and I'll make a motion that we go ahead and approve this street closure because I don't want to punish them for us still not having policy prepared. We're just sitting up here saying we don't want to close streets. And I get it, and I'm cool with moving the discussion forward, but I think that these applications were submitted, they did everything right. We already approved their previous event, and I think we owe it to them to allow them to go ahead with these events while we're trying to figure out the way forward. I don't think we should punish them by denying their request. So,
Noted. And for the record, I voted against it the first time.
yeah. Well, that's okay. I'm just making my comments.
Yeah. And they're good comments. You know, my interpretation of grandfathered in would be that if approved, the fee structure would be the previous fee structure, not the new fee structure.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, it's noted for me, and I hope it's noted for those people listening and those people who are patiently waiting in the back for the outcome of this.
Right. Any other comments or questions on item P? Okay. So we need a motion either to approve or deny the request for item P. We can get back over to it.
Didn't Pro Tem make a motion?
Yeah, Pro Tem, did you make
I
a motion?
will. I make a motion that we approve the small batch craft event item P for items requiring individual action.
All right, a motion has been made to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, a motion has been made and properly seconded to approve the requested temporary street closing as presented, which is the June 7th and August 2nd events. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Motion fails. The application for the June 7th and August 2nd is denied. I want to go on record of saying I will help you find a different location. My hang up is the street. Moving to item Q, temporary street closure, November 30th. Chief West.
I Item Q, small batch craft event, temporary street closure for November 30th, 2024. Small Batch Craft Market LLC is sponsoring a craft fair to be held downtown and support local artists and makers of goods. The events will be hosted from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. at the Hub on November 30th, 2024. The Small Batch Craft Market LLC is requesting the closure of the northbound lanes of the 200 block of South Center Street from Spruce to Chestnut Street from 10 a.m. until 6 p.m. As with all downtown events, affected city departments will be contacted and the following concerns are to be addressed. All intersections remain open for the police department traffic control. 14-foot fire lane is to be maintained to provide access for fire and emergency vehicles. All activities, changes in plans, etc. will be coordinated with the police department. The police and fire departments are to be involved in the logistical aspects of the event. It is recommended that council grant the requested temporary closing of the northbound lane of South Center Street from Spruce to Chestnut Street as stated above.
And I'm sorry, for clarity, did you say from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.?
From 10 a.m. until 6 p.m., yes.
All right, any questions for Chief West on item Q?
Chief, I don't know if you can, and I don't think I have the time to try to go back in my agendas, but if we were to have an event down there at the Hub, is that where this, is this happening at the Hub, or it's just happening in that?
It's happening, it's for the Hub, at the Hub.
Okay, so this closure would be no different than another event at the Hub that we would have to close that section? Or is this something unique? Is this a unique closure?
It's not. Some events at the Hub will request a street closure and some events do not. So it's both.
Okay.
All right, any other comments or questions for Chief West specifically? All right, Chief, you're relieved. Any other debate amongst council?
Yeah, I have a question for council.
Please.
Or whoever can answer it. So earlier it was suggested a parking lot, right, for the small batch craft event. When Summer Street Jams used the parking lot, was there a street closure? And maybe I should have asked Chief too, I'm sorry Chief, but there was a street closure right there in that parking lot. So if they use this parking lot, that strip was closed down, correct?
I think that is correct.
So in my mind, even with us suggesting a parking lot, there would need to be some type of closure to secure that area for the safety of the vendors and participants. We would need to have some type of containment, right?
Possibly. I know they've had previous events in that parking lot that did not require a street closure.
Okay.
So it's almost like the Hub then, because some events at the Hub require, some don't.
Correct.
My bad, Chief. I just...
Any other comments or questions for Chief or about this particular, about this street closure in conjunction with an event at the Hub?
So just for clarity before I vote, I just want to clarify that this would be at the Hub, but they're also requesting a street closure as
Right.
well.
Which has been, again, on precedent, it has been something that has been done before. And it's not directly impacting storefront brick and mortar for what that's worth as well. All right, so do we have a motion to approve or a motion to deny the request for the temporary street closure on November 30th, 2024?
I'm going to make a motion that we deny the request to temporarily close the streets on November the 30th, 2024.
All right, a motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, a motion has been made and seconded to deny the permit for November 30th. All in favor of the motion?
Discussion.
Oh, sorry. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Can you give us, because I'm preparing to vote, can you give us the reason why you request to deny?
Myself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm requesting to deny it because of the street closure. If she was having the event strictly in the Hub, but it's a Saturday.
8 hours.
It's 8 hours. It's one of the busiest days of for brick and mortar stores downtown, and so I'm requesting that we deny it based on the street closure. If she were strictly having the event at the Hub and there were no street closure, then I would approve it.
Any other comments or questions from council?
I'm trying to find it because I know we're trying to get out of here.
Ultimately, I'm here to do the business of the city.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm not trying to rush us up.
Yeah, just jog my memory. With the pig in the park, did they have any street closures? No.
But something like, I don't remember some other ones that have. I'll just simply say that with this one, this is an easier street closure for me to support because, again, it doesn't impact brick and mortar storefront. It goes in conjunction with a venue that's over there. It is a place that has historically been closed in conjunction with larger events, whereas Mulberry Street on a Friday afternoon historically has not. And I think that the street closure on Mulberry, to me, is more impactful of traffic and local business than a street closure right next to the hub. That is me making my distinction, trying to be as transparent as possible. This one, I'm comfortable with. The other one, to me, the street was the issue.
I'm the same. I'm sorry. I'm the same because we close that portion of Center Street when we do Center Street jams.
Right.
Yeah, but another reason why I was voting against it is, again, you've got an applicant that has continuously requested to close the streets. Again, if we grant her permission to continuously close the streets, we are setting a precedence, as Ms. Aaron stated for us earlier before, and we're going to have to do it. We're going to have to, it's all about precedence is what she said. And that came from the recommendation of the DGGC.
I completely agree with that. However, I think we're also setting a precedent now, just depending on who you are. That's how it seems to me, because we have, and maybe prior to you getting here, I know I have approved this same type of closure. So that's why I'm saying it's more reason why I feel like we should approve these until we get ourselves together, because one minute we approved it for this same closure, or maybe even an extended closure, and then now we're saying that we're not gonna do it while we're still trying to figure out policy. So it just doesn't seem fair. It kind of seems like we're picking and choosing, and I think we should just, again, if we do it for one, we need to do it for all. So we have approved this before, regardless if before you guys got here or not. This is a common, it doesn't happen all the time, but this is pretty common. We've seen it before, and we approved it without any conversation or debate about it. It was, it wasn't even an individual item. It was actually a part of consent agenda, and it was just a yes or no. So it's concerning to me, and it's disheartening, and I hope it doesn't discourage those individuals who are interested in doing it downtown, because that's what we encourage people to do. But I don't think this is fair.
I do caveat with you that, because we will see this again when it comes to Center Street jams, and they were asked to close down the street at Center Street to put the beer tent.
Are they not city events, though? Are they not city events?
But they're closing the street regardless, and it's going to affect you or the businesses downtown the same way it would if they did.
Y'all have something? Other times in the daytime when the street is closed, or like Center Street Jam, where they close the street, they use the hub, that's at night. So has there been other times previously in the daytime?
Good point. But what I'm saying is we should identify if we will allow it in the day versus the night. And that's something that we can decide, you know what I mean? But since we don't have that in writing anywhere, people are still doing what they've always done, which is apply for this. And now we're saying, with no policy to back it up, with no procedure to back it up, we're just saying no because we don't want to close the streets when we have always closed our streets. That's just what I'm saying.
This one, to me, is a lot easier because there is precedent for closing this particular block. The Mulberry block, there isn't a recurring, consistent precedent for that particular block. That, for me, is where I'm drawing the distinction. Not trying to sway anybody else on council. That, for me, is where I draw the distinction. I think that this one is much more consistent with other events that have happened in downtown since it was since streetscape was done and all the infrastructure was repaired.
It's an 8-hour closure. I am still standing by my motion to make a motion to deny the street closure for 8 hours.
Then since we're continuing discussion after a motion and a second before somebody says call the vote, I agree. That's I've said, I've not been in favor of a street closure until we work out the new policy. And I've not changed from that position. That was my position to begin with. Once we identified that the policy needed to be updated, I said no more. I'm not in favor of any street closure of that nature request until we figure out where we as the council are going with policy. So I'm not changing my position. I'm just standing on my original position.
I wasn't trying to sway you. Neither of you.
So there's a motion on the table that's been made and seconded to deny the item Q, which is a temporary street closure for November 2nd. So we'll call the vote. Is there any further debate or negotiation, or not negotiation? Is there any further debate? Hearing none, the motion on the table is to deny. All those in favor of denying, please raise your hand. All those in favor, or all opposed, please like sign. All right, motion passes. The temporary street closure for November 30th is also denied. All right, returning to our agenda. We have now completed the items requiring individual action. We'll now move to the city manager's report. Mr. Livingston.
Only thing I've got, Mayor, is our discussion today on updating the rest of the council on where we are with the tent city process there and the next steps there. And I wanted to get the council's feelings on, what we talked about as far as getting permission from the property owner, putting some dumpsters on there. I've talked to our Public Works Director. He feels like that's something we can do as we move them along and have them a place where they can throw out whatever they want to throw out.
And this would be for a publicly stated limited amount of time, and it would be done, of course, with the consent of the railroad if it's in the right of way and property owners either way.
Yes,
sir. Is that correct?
That's correct. So that's where I didn't know if the chief wanted it, but they've got some partnerships with the Salvation Army and some other people, and we, of course, United Way with Sherry Archibald and the some other nonprofits like Tommy's group. So that's taking some forward steps there. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Livingston. All right, with that, we'll move to mayor and council member comments, as it's the second meeting. The later meeting of the month will begin with Councilmember White and move across the dais to Councilmember Jones.
I'd just like to thank everybody for coming out and voicing their opinion on all our agenda issues tonight. Even though we may agree to disagree on certain things, we're still trying to work to move the city forward as a whole. I'd like to take the time to celebrate our Goldsboro Cougar men's basketball team who made it to the state Final Four.
Wow.
Although they fell short, that was an accomplishment. So they made it to the Final Four for a second time. And I just want to put this on our council's mind that I think we're building a city within a city. We sat here and we debated about a gas station on the east side, but we have an entire side of a city that has no gas stations, no grocery stores, no medical facilities, or anything of that nature. So I think it's up to us to begin to engage in businesses that will help us in the future to develop a side that has been neglected for so long. So I think that we need to really start promoting the south side as we begin to plan and develop Goldsboro, because that city over there, I call it its own city because it has no amenities whatsoever. So I think that when people begin to court Goldsboro, we need to tell them the benefits of going to the south side, because they will be the only show in town on that side of town. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilmember Weeks.
It's 11:20. I want to personally thank all of you guys for staying here. Your voice matters. Your voice matters. So I want to just say that we are grateful that you would hang with us this late. And then I also want to thank every city employee, every volunteer, the DGDC, everyone who was involved in the Main Street Conference. Every single detail was of excellence. And so I just want to say I'm grateful. Parks Rec, everybody who cleaned, just made everything beautiful. Some of the people told me that they had been to the conferences for 15 years and they had never come to a city that was so prepared, so beautiful, and that they could tell it through the excellence that they saw. And then just ending on a lighter note, I just want to say it was all I could do not to wear my NC State red tonight, so I just wanted to congratulate all the NC State Wolfpack fans as well. I know, strike it from the records if you want to.
Can't strike that.
I know.
We waited a while for that.
We waited for a long time for that win.
I was on a red jacket too, and then Laura said it was photo night.
Yep.
Oh, man.
We waited for a long time for that win.
She had agreed.
No comment.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Boyston for being an advocate repeatedly, at least since I've been here, for our streets and sidewalks. I'm keenly aware of the issues with the streets and the sidewalks in my district, which is District 3, as well as the streets and sidewalks in District 1 and 4, which are lovingly known as the inner city districts. And I do want you, Mr. Boyston, and any and all citizens that are here or listening to know that we are all concerned with these issues, and we know there's work that needs to be done. In the meantime, please, anyone, do not hesitate to reach out to me or your council representative if you're out and about and see an area of concern, so we can be aware of that location and make sure that we notify the correct department.
Perfect, thank you. Councilman Webb?
Well, and carrying on with the sports tradition, congratulations to NC State after waiting 37 years. But as soon as I say that statement, I say follow that with Go Heels. So moving right along, I want to echo Councilwoman Weeks' comments about the Main Street Festival. Last week was an extremely busy week for the city, and that event was everything that the councilwoman stated it was, and then some. And I was happy to be a part of that and attend those events. And several of us council members attended dinner together that evening after the awards. It was just a great event. And additionally, last week, our interim manager, Mr. Livingston, and I spent almost 4 hours in a water sewer regionalization meeting advocating for the city and its position, and figuring out what our position is moving forward in those talks. And I think that was a very good productive afternoon. I was proud of our manager and getting to navigate through all that. I think that was a productive meeting, and we're taking steps to move towards a common goal. We just don't know what it is yet. We're headed in that direction. I'd also like to thank all of our 500 plus hardworking city employees, and there's a bunch of the extra work that we know that went into downtown, and an extra special thanks to all those folks and on our staff that worked so hard along with the volunteers to get things ready to make that conference happen. Last but not least, I was hoping that this development would happen over on Kyler Best Road, as I've been of the position that development brings improvement, not unimprovement, and particularly in that case as it related to improving the traffic flow over there. As someone that drove that road twice a day for 7 or 8 years every day, I see the traffic continuing to increase over there, and that particular development was part of the little piece of the puzzle to improving traffic over there. And again, that area is going to be 4-lane through there, divided highway, in the future, as the street that I live on Ash Street, is going in that direction in 2028. So development's happening. There's a lot of good stuff going on in this city, and there's a lot to be happy about. There's a lot to celebrate. There's good things happening, and I'm a proud member of this council, and I'm proud to serve with everyone here. And together, we may not always agree, but together we are all determined to make a difference. And I said that on night one. I continue to stand by that. And the folks that's already been pointed out to, so I don't want to spend too much time repeating, but the folks that stayed here with us in our audience this evening, the people that I would call the stakeholders that are advocating for things that go downtown, to go on downtown that benefits them, we hear you, and it's not over with yet. We're going to get there, and I believe that. And so, in closing, that's a good statement to just make. We're going to get there. We're getting things done, and we're going to get there. And we're all committed to making this city a better place. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Jones.
No comment.
All right. And I'll go last. First and foremost, thank you to all the volunteers and city staff that made Main Street happen. The work that goes into becoming a Main Street community, and then the work that goes into getting to the point where that you host a Main Street event, and then to do it twice. Really, really, really great showing. Just an incredible amount of work from everyone from IT to streets and parks and rec. I mean, folks that you wouldn't even think are impacted, their day-to-day is impacted. So I see you, and I realize it, and I appreciate it, and thank you. Next, congratulations, Cougars. Huge accomplishment. Men's and women's basketball teams having phenomenal success on the court and in the classroom. Councilmember White, I appreciate you helping us set up an opportunity to be able to recognize first the ladies, and now helping to get a situation where we can recognize the men's. I just think stuff like that is so important and so special to be able to make sure that we're trying to highlight those that are trying to excel in their individual ways. Next, we've talked a little bit about Ash Street. There's a plan that's down in Planning Department. I'm sure it's on city website as well. That was approved a couple of years ago as a concept for Ash Street. Ash Street isn't concepted from 70 to 70 as 4-lane. I just want to clarify that, because I'm sure that's going to end up on the newspaper a little bit misconstrued. It's concepted as 3-lane with roundabouts, and then at one point it was concepted as 4-lane from Berkeley east to 70. Even that has been kind of reconcepted as potentially 3-lane with roundabout, or remaining as 4-lane. So the part of Ash Street where you are, you're right, 4-lane, at least there's one concept for. The remainder of it would actually be more of a boulevard style theme. Now again, will DOT end up funding that? Highly unlikely. Are we going to continue to ask? Yeah, possibly. It's in the it's called the STIP process, STIP. Y'all Google that on your own time. Next, I appreciate the advice of everyone that came up to talk tonight about development in their parts of town, and obviously their voices were heard. But what I want to make sure folks understand is sometimes you have to choose the least worst option. If something is not going to remain woods forever, and you have to figure out how can we package something in a way that it brings an improvement. I do feel like we're missing out on some traffic improvements based on the decision tonight. Overall, if we don't want to be, if the community doesn't want it to be a gas station, so be it. But the opportunity to improve traffic flow, we just took off the table, at least for some period of time. And I only say that, again, I'm not advocating for or against the gas station specifically. I'm just saying that the way you get localized individual improvements is through site development. And that's just a hard reality in working with the NCDOT framework. I believe we need to do something with dedicated development staff inside our city. Now, I've said this to you, already one-on-one in our office.
it's been mentioned once already tonight, it'll be mentioned again later on, that there are parts of the city that organically recruit development. Developers want to go there. There's other parts of the city that it takes effort. And I think that we really need to focus in on how we do community relations and development. I just don't know that we're maximizing our output by having it structured the way that it is. We've got some awesome professionals over there, and I want to support every one of them. And I think that they have some ideas for how they would like to be able to guide us. And I look forward to their budget conversation, because as they have conversations about how they would like to be structured, I think that tonight was a really good example of why we really do need some folks that are helping to guide development in the parts of town that otherwise are not naturally occurring. So that is my closing comment on that. Mr. Lawrence, is there any further reason to go into closed session, or do we resolve?
We are done with that for the day, sir.
We are done with that for the day. So with that, at or around 11:31 p.m., we are adjourned.